It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, deadly storms. A tornado wreaks havoc in Texas. Homes destroyed, dozens hurt.
It has just devastated this area.
The latest on the search for survivors. Plus, with that massive system still on the move, Al's got our full forecast. Then, shocking attack. An American arrested after 2 U.S. tourists are pushed into a ravine at a popular German castle. 1 woman killed, onlookers stunned. Coming up, the latest on that investigation. All that plus, here we go. A first look at a new documentary on Wham!
The success was so much more than I had ever dreamed of. And with your best mate, it was just absolutely magical.
An inside look at the iconic 80s duo and their rise to the top. And dad to the bone. Today's fathers sharing their thoughts on love, family, and friendship.
I think the art of fatherhood is trying to slow down the hands of time. It's just every day trying to take in the moment.
While hitting the road for some barbecue and some beverages.
Beer and barbecue.
Let's do it on the edge. Don't forget the bourbon.
So let's all grab a seat and join the party. Today, Friday, June 16th, 2023.
Heading into Father's Day weekend.
From Prosper, Texas, Minneapolis, East Greenwich, Rhode Island, San Jose,
and Roanoke, Virginia.
Best friends since middle school. 60 years of friendship. From Bellevue, Washington.
Brought mom to New York.
from Birmingham, Alabama.
On a mother-daughter trip.
From Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Celebrating our first anniversary.
And our golden anniversary.
50 years. Teachers from Iowa City Schools celebrating Anne's retirement after 40 years in the classroom.
Oh, welcome back. As we head into Father's Day weekend, we're wrapping up our special week-long series Today on the Move with one of our favorite annual traditions.
It is. So every year, the Today dads get together to reflect on fatherhood and have a little fun.
And so for this year's trip, we headed to one of New York City's most iconic beaches. And there was no surfing. We did certainly leave stuff, though.
Oh, that time of the year, boys. Love the Today Show Dad segment we get together. It's so fun.
That's right, because every year we're kind of zen. Chill. Reflective.
Something different, something we haven't done.
Taking it up?
Some crazy.
Yeah. What?
Love it.
Beer and barbecue.
Let's do this on the edge.
Don't forget the bourbon.
Speaking my language.
Pig Beach Barbecue in Queens, New York was the perfect spot to get all fired up. And it didn't hurt that one of our favorite Today Show chefs, Matt Abdu, is the master of the meats at Pig Beach.
Oh, wow, boys.
Coming in.
Here we go. So we have the entire barbecue gambit for you guys. Pulled pork with tangy vinegar barbecue sauce. And we have our fried chicken sandwich, our barbecue buffalo wings with Alabama white sauce, and our legendary award-winning Pig Beach burger.
Oh, my God.
Woo! Happy Father's Day, gentlemen. Great having you with us today. Love you guys.
You're a genius.
Thank you.
So, gentlemen, what's been the highlight of fatherhood so far this year?
Wow, man. I think the art of fatherhood is trying to slow down the hands of time. It's just every day trying to take in the moment. I'm in the moment.
It's such a cliche, but it feels like a minute ago you were carrying that car seat out of the hospital. And then the next thing you know, she's over in the driver's seat, driving you around.
Lucy's going to drive us all home out of here.
She's our driver.
Well, it's the craziest thing. You're carrying them, and then all of a sudden you realize your oldest is carrying a baby. And we're maybe a month out from being grandparents, and you've got the littler one, the smaller ones.
It's, it's funny. With my son and I, we connect over sports. And my daughter and I, this is the first year where I start to feel like we don't have the same sort of connection yet.
It's called hair.
Is that
hair? I got 3 girls, buddy. I've been YouTubing how to French braid.
So I need to learn that.
Yes, and you'll blow her mind.
We actually probably need to get some more paper towels. I'm out of paper towels.
Want to rotate this plate, Carson, so we can get you over here? I'd like to report there's cheese inside the sauce.
I just discovered it. Technology, though, that continues to be my greatest worry as a parent. Being able to know what they're consuming who they're interacting with. How have you navigated that so far?
We have good rules in our house where the phones don't come upstairs with them at night. At bedtime, yeah, they go in the kitchen drawer so they're not up late looking at stuff. But you know, there's only so much you can do at the end of the day. You got to trust your kid, inform your kid.
If you've laid that groundwork, they come back to what mom and dad have talked about.
Is it okay to go through their phone if you suspect foul play?
I think if you suspect something bad.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So you need reasonable cause to go in.
I think the reasonable cause in your households should be a little bit lower than the reasonable cause in society.
Yeah.
You also have to keep the door open to questions. If you have a relationship that's just wide open, and they know they can tell you stuff and ask you things, that's the key.
You know, you're living your life and you're thinking everything's great, and all of a sudden this out of the blue health event happens. And you know, it's funny, it was the first time that I had this vulnerability about being a father. You want to be that strength that they need. And when you're in a hospital bed and you can barely get up, there's this part of you that almost doesn't want them to see you like that.
Let me ask you, when you got past on the other side of the health issues, like as you sit here now, how do you feel about being a father?
And that's the other thing. It's something I've been dealing with, in that I'm going to be 69 this year. My dad was 69 when he died. So it's a weird feeling. It's like, am I going to beat the over-under?
Listen, with all you've been through,
I know.
I mean, you're going to live to at least 90.
Well,
we got a bunch of new parts.
We'll see.
You're Benjamin Buttons your way back to health.
I do wonder for them, though. I wonder if almost losing you has made them appreciate you more.
Ooh, good question.
I don't know.
We'll find out on Father's Day.
That's right.
24 golf balls.
That's right.
We've always talked to these Father's Day things about birds and the bees. I think I told you a couple years ago, I took Jackson down to my basement bar and we had a little chat about the birds and the bees.
How'd it go?
It went great. But with 3 girls, we had maturation night the other night.
What is it called?
Maturation night.
What's that?
Oh my gosh, guys. This is where you learn about the changing ways of your body. You know? A doctor leads it on a Zoom.
Through school.
And it's through school.
Okay. I got the impression you brought the girls down to the Daily House.
Maturation Mondays at the Dailies.
Did she talk to you after?
I actually texted her during, I'm like, how's it going? And she just wrote in all caps, which she never does. Gross. A bunch of S's.
Here's the fatherhood. And
cheers, guys.
Even more
We
importantly,
should have another beer if it's really the fatherhood.
here's to grandfatherhood.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What an honor.
Congrats, Al.
I'll let you guys know what it's like, because it is coming for you.
According to Maturation Night, not for a long, long
Oh my goodness.
Maturation.
Maturation Monday.
I think blew that story. I should have opened with it's at school.
Yes.
A doctor leads it.
Yes.
This wasn't something I just.
Like,
Carson said, you know what, this ought to be fun. Let's get the girls down here.
Yeah.
But by the way, I have to say, every year it's a totally different conversation.
It is.
I was so turned on by listening to all the ways your kids and you guys are changing.
Yeah, well,
was
that's
cool.
it. The fact is, now that the kids are all older, you know, our lives are changing.
I appreciate your honesty. I think it's helpful. Not only it's enjoyable to watch, but I think it's healing to so many people.
I think you don't blue sky everything, which I think
Yes.
people do. It's great. Everything's great. You're like, no, this is the
Also, when
real
you
deal.
see people on TV in a restaurant, they never eat the food in front of them.
Yeah, we eat.
As you could see,
We eat it.
By the way, how good was that barbecue?
Oh, incredible.
So-
Matt Abdu, Pig Beach in Queens. If you're in the New York area, go.
Yes, and the
It's
one in Brooklyn.
incredible.
And go on.
Big shout out to Matt, and thanks to those guys for hosting us. Also, big shout out to Jin Long.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
She does them every year, and she always manages to capture
That's right.
really the essence of the conversation.
And this year, she didn't try to kill us.
That's true. That's true. Like last year on the coaster.
I think this is one of the hugest Friday crowds we have had. I mean, it is.
We got our Iowa teachers in the
I'm
house.
almost tempted to go around the horn. But, well, what the heck? Let's see.
Wait, Al's going around the horn?
Shot. I haven't done this yet. So we're going to test out
Take
the
your
knee.
time.
Going around the horn.
Wait, go.
Here we go.
Take your time.
Watch out, Craig. Yeah. We're going. Here we go. Here we go. Going around. Hey. 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 Little slow, but we're getting it done. And we finish up right.
Look at that new knee.
Woo!
Al Roker.
Boom.
Al, you still got it, babe.
Oh, a little slower, but okay.
All right, guys, just
An
ahead
ad for a
this
new
morning.
hip.
I know. Just ahead this morning. How's this for a trio, you guys? Harry Smith with the guys from South Park. A touching story behind the new restaurant that is saving an icon of their childhoods. But first, this is Today on NBC. Largest and most beloved restaurants ready to reopen, and the new owners are bringing some serious star power.
That's right. Matt Stone and Trey Parker just wrapped season 26 of South Park. They've conquered Broadway with Book of Mormon, and now they're returning an iconic Denver institution to its original glory.
Harry Smith got the exclusive television sneak peek. Good morning.
Iconic is an interesting word for it. I lived in Denver in the 1970s when it opened. I hated this place. The food was horrible. Horrible. But if you're a 10-year-old, Casa Bonita is pretty darn close to utopia.
It's big and it's pink. And for decades, Casa Bonita was Colorado's go-to pleasure palace for kids.
Usually when we came here, it was a birthday. I felt exotic when I came here. It felt like I had gone away.
And since those halcyon days, Casa Bonita has occupied an extraordinary amount of space.
Wow, Casa Bonita! Woo-hoo!
In the psyches of South Park creators and Colorado natives, Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
Ever since we started, the building, we have named our office Casa Bonita. It's like fate.
Fate would mean Casa Bonita's closing down and bankruptcy. They had to buy it.
And I said, yes. And he goes, I know, but don't get to, we don't know yet. I'm like, yes. And I was just like, we're doing that, yes.
To be kind, Casa Bonita had seen better days. It was a wreck. The idea of these two guys buying it was funny, a kind of extravagant gag, or so we thought.
So this is without irony, then?
It's not a joke, and that's the thing, is it had become a joke, and we were sad that it had become a joke, because you could see what this place was in the 70s when they built it. You know, they were trying to make a little Disneyland here.
We're here! Casa Bonita! Oh man, this is gonna be so great!
20 years ago, Parker and Stone immortalized their love for Casa Bonita in a South Park episode.
I feel like Cartman a lot here, you know, just going in, and we could do this, and we could do that, you know, we could do that.
It really is. Watching Trey walk around and the emotional roller coaster of doing this, you know, he's feeling it as much as Cartman would. You know?
This is almost like restoring an important national landmark.
It's not almost.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is.
Yes, it is. And restoration is a better word than renovation, because it would cost way less to just rebuild this.
Right.
Make a better version of it down the road.
Makes me wonder what that number is.
It's close to infinity.
Yeah.
It approaches infinity.
We toured the giant restaurant/joy factory to see what infinity dollars can create. A lot of cool stuff. Like any construction project, there was a punch list. This one, a bit bigger than most.
You can see there's some stuff they checked off, and there's some stuff not checked off. And
It's only 100.
Don't worry about that. We're good. We're good. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
The cliff divers were showing off the day we were there. Yes, there are cliff divers.
The old 70s look of swimwear back. They made these custom for us.
We always believed cliff divers performed to distract us from how bad the food was. To the rescue, a new chef, James Beard nominee Dana Rodriguez.
People mentality is like we still have the same menu, but now it's true food.
Rodriguez possesses a kind of personal superpower reflected in her sopapillas.
See?
Perfecto.
Sopapillas! Can I get some sopapillas, please?
Parker and Stone figure they'll need about 6 million customers a night to break even. So be reassured, they are not leaving their day jobs.
So, of my favorite recent episodes was the one about the Canadian royalty.
The prince and his wife. We want privacy. We want privacy.
Yes.
Right.
Canadian royalty, yes.
Canadian royalty.
Just because I'm Canadian royalty.
Right.
That just broke through. I mean, every English person I know was calling me, like every single one. You know what I mean?
And what were they saying to you?
I mean,
Thank
honestly,
you.
they were saying thank you.
As much as people think that South Park, we get in a room and go, okay, who can we make angry and who can we piss off? It's not. It's how can we make people laugh?
Can you do this forever?
You'll find interviews of me at age 30 saying, well, it's not like I'll be doing South Park when I'm 40 years old, you know? So it's like, it really is like we get back in there and we get just kind of back to our roots. It's actually, I think, honestly, healthy for us now.
Okay, cool jobs, cool jobs. Who has a cool job? Hanging out with those guys.
And I want to go.
Is it open?
Not yet.
Oh.
And they're trying to figure out how to accommodate. So many people want to go. You go on their website and you'll learn more because people will be lined up all the way to downtown Denver in order to get into South Park.
Wow, really cool. Thank you, Harry.
Yeah, into Casa Bonita, not South Park.
Yeah, cool. Now at 8:44 with the Today exclusive. Craig, you shared a very, very important conversation with an NBA legend.
Yeah, veteran Tony Snell. He's had a lot of success in his career. And last year, at the age of 31, he was diagnosed with autism. Now, Tony Snell's coming forward for the first time to share his story and show others living with the disorder that the sky is the limit.
Thank you.
At 31 years old, Tony Snell is living his dream. He's come a long way from growing up in South Central Los Angeles and has defied the odds again and again.
I could have easily joined in some gangs or did all negative things back then, but basketball just kept me on the straight and narrow. and kept me on the path that I wanted to be in.
That focus, along with hard work and determination, landed Tony in the NBA, where he played for 9 seasons. But it's the family he's building off the court that he says has changed him the most. Last year, Tony and his wife Ashley noticed their little boy Carter was starting to miss some developmental milestones.
By 18 months, he still wasn't talking. He was doing a lot of stimming. So it's like this kind of movement always has to have like 6 or 7 toys in his hands. Usually one is always a basketball. So the doctor was like, well, we need to get him tested for autism.
For Tony, his son's autism diagnosis was a light bulb moment.
So he gets diagnosed, and at what point did you think, you know what? I can relate to some of this as well. Maybe I should get checked out.
I was always independent growing up, always been alone. I just couldn't connect with people in the personal side of things. And I'm like, you know what? If he's diagnosed, then I think I am too. So that gave me the courage to go get checked up.
At the age of 31, Tony was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder.
Were you surprised?
I was not surprised because I always felt different. I was just relief, like, oh, this is why I am the way I am. And it just made my whole life, everything about my life, make so much sense. It was like a clarity, like putting some 3D glasses on.
Yeah. Autism in the Black community is, first of all, it's not really talked about a whole lot.
Right.
And it's underdiagnosed considerably. Why do you think that is?
You know, we don't have much knowledge of it, and I think some people are nervous to open up. People got lots of stuff going on individually, and it's hard to open up to things that people might not know about.
How do you think your life might have been different had you been diagnosed when you were Carter's age?
I think I'd have probably been limited with the stuff I could probably do. Like, I don't think I'd have been in the NBA if I was diagnosed with autism. Because back then, like, what is autism? You know, they'd probably put a limit or a cap on my abilities.
People don't talk. They're definitely not going to talk about problems in the household, and they're definitely not going to talk about something being different with their child. There's already so many factors that are hard enough. Adding that diagnosis, the resources are not there as easily. So where do you even go to start?
Now, Tony is making it his mission to stand up as a role model for his son and others, partnering with the Special Olympics to show that everyone is capable of greatness.
I just want to change lives and inspire people. I want to make sure my son knows I have his back. You know, like when I was a kid, you know, I felt different. But now I can show him that, you know, I'm right here with you. You know, we're gonna ride this thing together, we're gonna grow together, and we're gonna accomplish a lot of things together.
Ooh, good stuff.
Great story, man.
Great, fascinating conversation.
Tony Snell just did a lot of good.
Yes.
And that's the reason he came forward. Tony and Ashley, they've struggled to get testing and therapy, both for Tony and their little boy Carter. Wait lists are often months long, and even with insurance, testing can run upwards of $1,000, $1,000 to get a test. So through the Tony Snell Foundation, they're working with some groups to help minorities on the spectrum get access, especially for those in inner cities.
Are you so fascinated by how he said that if he had been diagnosed as a little kid, he may not be the man he was today? I found that
Or in the NBA.
Yeah.
And he said that was due in part to the fact that because he was on the spectrum, he could go shoot a basketball for 6-7 hours straight and think nothing of it. And obviously, you know, he got a lot better over the years as a result of that. Fun fact, Tony and his wife, Ashley, you know how they met?
How?
Jimmy Butler of Heat fame, Jimmy Butler had a cookout. And he was in the NBA at the same time as Tony. He's like, Tony, come to this cookout. And Ashley was at the cookout, and they started talking. And they both discovered they enjoyed red wine.
All right, there you go.
History.
Fun fact. Sweet couple.
That's
All
cool.
right, thank you, Craig.
Great story. generations of family with us this morning. Stefano Secchi, his dad Francesco, little Luca's down there. 3 generations of the Secchis here doing it. Stefano is a chef and partner at Resdora, the restaurant in New York, running the family business. It runs in the family. His parents, of course, have owned and operated their own Dallas area restaurant, Ferrari's Italian Villa, for nearly 40 years. Good to have the whole crew here.
It's amazing. Lucas, say
Stefano,
ciao.
thank you for being here.
Amazing to be here.
Hey, Luca, how are you, buddy? This is awesome. What are we making today?
So we're going to start with the ragu. Okay, so I just browned off the sausage real quick. I'm going to add the onions and then a little bit of garlic. Luca, mi dai una mano qua? Okay, Luca's going to help me stir the,
Luca do a lot of cooking with you?
All the time. It's just, it depends on what he likes. He's in his own raviolini phase with nothing on it.
Okay,
so
perfect.
He's kind of a prima donna.
He's the assistant. He gets to try the food. You know?
Did you grow up in the kitchen at Luca's age?
With it. Yeah. He's the legend. So he's the one that taught me a lot of what I know. So the sauce is that he's going to continue the ragu over here, right?
Okay.
So, tu puoi iniziare di là, sì, okay.
Sì, perfetto.
So we put in red wine vinegar, or red wine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And now you're about to add the brodo de pollo, the chicken stock.
Yeah, e detto Bitovic, that's right. Perfetto.
Great. And then we have the sausage that.
Wow, look at that. Oh my God.
Viene guardare.
Lucas got the butter ready to go. We have our taste testers over here already enjoying it. Guys, how's the bite?
Amazing. Amazing.
Perfetto.
And then he's gonna add the pomodoro as well, the tomatoes inside. And then we would like to add the Parmigiano rind, but Luca is now eating it, so
perfect.
So we gotta move on.
Good job, Luca.
He's going to be ready to fall.
What a Father's Day this is going to be. Where are you going to be for Father's Day?
I mean, with them.
It'll be just like this.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, that is so cool.
We're hoping he contributes, right?
We are, so far so good.
Then goes the tomatoes there.
That gets simmered, okay? Yeah. So Carson, we dropped the pasta gnocchetti sardi. Gnocchetti sardi you can either make with a riga gnocchi and gnocchi board, or my nonna, we used to make it just with the tines of a fork, right? Yeah. Real simple. You don't need a pasta machine, anything. The ragu's here. Puoi finire. So gnochetti's here, right?
Pretty quick cook on that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's about 3 to 4 minutes out.
A little bit of pasta water in there is okay
yep,
too?
Exactly. Pasta water as well. We're gonna add a little bit of prezzemolo.
Carson, try it.
Gosh, I am going to try
It's
it.
amazing.
100%.
Well done.
Luca,
so
vieni
good.
qua.
Po' di formaggio, Luca, dai.
Oh, wow.
It's really delicious. Luca.
Vieni a grattugiare, via.
That is delicious. Luca, where are you? Come on, buddy.
Dove sei? Okay. Vieni qua. Deve grattugiare un po' del parmigiano.
Luca speak full Italian and English?
We only speak Italian, so hopefully
Yeah.
he's pushing back right now. We'll see. Dai, mettilo qua.
How about this ravioli?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
No, we got to get to the ravioli.
Okay, let's go to ravioli. All right, we're going to ravioli.
Come on
Vieni
down.
qua.
Luca, come on
Ravioli.
down. Come to the piping
Okay,
station
so
over
now,
here.
we're gonna make the ravioli. This is Luca's favorite. We're gonna make the ravioli filling. Look at how fired up. By the way, look at how excited. Okay,
we got about a minute.
So I'm not even gonna waste any time. Luca's already gonna do it.
Big
So,
squeeze.
All right, I'm going to do it.
okay, so we're gonna do it with him.
Yeah. So what's the motion? How much you put in?
You want to have like about a dime, yeah, just like that. I'm gonna do a little more for you, Carson, so we can get like right in the middle.
Oh, yeah,
Best
okay.
ravioli ever.
Bravo, Luca. Okay, uno qua, per favore, mi dà una mano. Okay.
Grazie, Luca. Grazie. How's the ravioli, guys?
Best ravioli I've ever had.
Really?
Oh my God.
All right, so then we're gonna spritz the sheets, right? Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So Luca's in a stage right now where he doesn't eat any.
Help.
He doesn't really want any condiment or anything.
All right, I got 3 kids, bro.
Then you get it, right?
Butter and garlic, and that's
That's
cheese,
it.
and that's about it.
That's
We
it.
love Resdora.
Got to thank the Secchi's
We
for us
love
now.
you guys.
Happy Father's Day.
Happy
You know,
Father's
these
Day.
Happy Father's Day.
recipes, today.com.
Happy Father's Day.
We got our 3rd and 4th hour coming up in a moment.
Grazie.
Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
Have a great one. Luca, happy Father's Day. We're back in a moment, but first, we're going to check your local news and weather. We're going to finish up the ravioli.
my God.
Don't you worry.
Amazing.
Grazie a te, grazie.
Thank you so much.
Grande piacere.
Thank you.
Pleasure, of course.
Grazie.
When you come to Dallas,
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, ready for takeoff? How one airline is pushing the limits of nonstop flights and trying to eliminate jet lag using technology and the Macarena? But does it work? Then Today celebrates dads.
beer and barbecue.
Let's get it on the edge. Don't forget the bourbon. Our annual Father's Day tradition. Craig, Carson, Willie, and I sitting down for a conversation about fatherhood. It's the craziest thing. You're carrying them, and then all of a sudden you realize your oldest is carrying a baby. Plus, it's not too late to shop for the dads in your life. Last-minute Father's Day gifts, from grilling to chilling. And it's Superfood Friday. Joy Bauer sharing some healthy hacks, like a sweet and simple chocolatey dessert. Today, Friday, June 16th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today on this Friday morning. Look who's back. Hello. The whole team together again. Dylan is back from an epic trip. You've now visited all 50 states.
It's huge.
It's huge.
I mean,
You've been talking about this since I met you.
I know. I've always wanted to go to Hawaii because it would be my 50th state. I've driven across country with my dad so many times, so that's how I was able to check off a lot of states. And then you get to Hawaii, and it's like no place I've ever been before. It's like this combination of tropical beach with beautiful mountains, and the mountains run right into the beach, and we actually saw the end of a rainbow. I mean, you can almost see it going into the water there.
Too? Did you see a leprechaun?
That's Lauren Ina, my producer. No, I didn't see leprechauns or gold or anything. This was the view out my hotel room. Again, it's like these lava rocks that are just really sharp to walk on.
Oh, yeah.
But then there's just the beach right there.
Wow.
I mean, the water was so pleasant, like I'd say 80 degrees or so.
Gorgeous.
The sun sets. There's like random thunderstorms that happen. It downpours, but it's cool. It's breezy.
Well, I know you're going to tell us why you were there coming up.
Yes, I was there for a very special reason. It's a story we'll have coming up next week or the week after.
Okay.
Either way.
So
I was there for a reason.
How long was your flight?
My flight there was about 10 and a half hours, and on the way back it was 9 hours.
Well, that's a long flight for anybody, but nothing compared to this next story. Qantas Airlines just releasing the findings of a 20-hour flight research from New York to Sydney, Australia, testing how such a long trip affects the crew, the passengers, and our Tom Costello. He was on that flight. So, Tom, what was that like?
It was pre-pandemic, and it was long. I mean, it was really, really long. The bottom line, though, was the findings coming in from the University of Sydney suggest 20 hours nonstop is doable with a couple of caveats. Now, listen, this would be the longest commercial flight, period. It hasn't started yet. It would happen in about 18 months. Right now, New York to Singapore is 18 hours, 45 minutes. This is 19 and a half. But the research suggests that jet lag doesn't have to be quite so bad. If you're like most people, the thought of spending even a minute longer on a plane may seem unappealing. At Qantas Airlines, they're testing the limits of what's possible. It was 2019 before the pandemic. We joined a Qantas research flight with just a handful of passengers on a 19-plus hour flight to Down Under. Takeoff time 9:27 p.m. out of New York, 12:27 p.m. tomorrow in Sydney. On board, researchers monitored the 4 pilots who wore brain scan and light exposure meters. What's your biggest concern?
Just making sure that the pilots and the crew on board the aircraft are getting enough rest, getting enough nutrition, and doing all the right things that are going to maintain their health and well-being on board such a long flight.
Could they manage the jet lag?
That is the enemy that I face every time I fly. I just get really, really groggy and lazy, and I don't want to do anything.
The key, reset our body clocks. Right away, the plane was on Sydney time. That meant lunchtime. A low-carb, spicy meal with lights on bright to keep us awake. Then exercise, the Macarena at 2 a.m. to keep the blood moving.
We are tricking our bodies. At the moment, because we're flying west, we are delaying our sleep.
Not easy. 3:30 in the morning East Coast time, which means I've now been awake for 22 hours, and I really would love to go to sleep. The pilots, meanwhile, rotated through sleep shifts in their private quarters.
We need to extend the duty times of pilots from 20 hours to 22 hours, maybe to 24 hours.
I'm not sure. It's definitely longer, so feeling a little more tired, but we'll see how it goes.
Finally, we were allowed to sleep in total darkness. Blue screens discouraged. When we awoke, researchers tested passenger alertness.
I feel better, but time will tell this afternoon.
Then, 19 hours and 16 minutes later,
you'll get a magnificent view of the Opera House.
Touchdown in Sydney. Fast forward to today, and the University of Sydney's research results are in.
If you optimize the times when you're exposed to light, when you eat, when you exercise, it will help synchronize the body clocks and reduce jet lag.
The food, lights, and exercise did lead to better quality of sleep in flight, less severe jet lag, and better cognitive performance 2 days after the flight. So Qantas has ordered 12 new Airbus planes specially designed with fewer seats, more room, and that all-important Macarena exercise area. In first-class mini hotel suites. It's a big bet to connect down under with up here.
Project Sunrise, which whole intent is to make Australia that bit closer to the rest of the world.
This was really quite the trip. But listen, most of us aren't going to go that far. And if you're going to make a shorter trip, still long distance, a few tips for you. I go to Europe often. I've tried everything going to Europe. Drink lots of water. Don't drink sodas. Don't drink alcohol. That only will worsen your situation. I try taking a melatonin or a Z-Quil to get me to sleep right away. So I know I get 3 to 4 hours. Wear comfortable clothes. Then get up and move. You don't want to be sitting too long because you risk blood clots the older you get. But it's all about hydrating, not partying at 39,000 feet, you guys.
But Tom, as we play the music, how do you not party when you've got the Macarena? Show us how you do it, Tom.
Hey!
I don't remember.
So the whole plane does that? Wait, what was that? Now you made your
I have no idea.
If that plane's a rockin', don't come a knockin'.
Happy Father's Day,
Happy
Tom.
Father's Day, Tom.
Father's Day.
Love you.
That was the remix
All right,
version.
see ya.
It's hard. Yeah, I'm like, what is happening? I've never seen that part. And then he did like a punch move.
That's right. Like the Elaine. He was doing the Elaine.
Well, speaking of Father's Day, we do want to take a little moment here to celebrate our incredible dads.
Yes.
You two are just two people who, exemplify being a hands-on dad. And Chanel, actually, to mark the occasion,
Yes, we did. We have a poem for you guys.
Oh.
I included you because I didn't know you were going to be here today, so I put your name in it.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. You can say a lot about things. Or wait, let me start over. You can say a lot of things about these two. Al is like an uncle, Craig like a bro. Dylan and I both agree it's been truly special watching their relationship grow. Sure, we tease, but they are both witty and kind. They both journal and pray to keep the right state of mind. They're both incredible dads. It's heartwarming to see. If there was a Dad of the Year award, they would tie, at least according to me. So what do we get them for Father's Day? They don't need a thing. We'll leave it to their spouses to get them a ring. Instead, bring out the bourbon and bacon. Our team buys the good stuff. You know it's true. It's time to end this poem now. Happy Father's Day to you and you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
That was like the sweetest thing you've ever given us. At first, I thought it was a joke.
Here's your bourbon.
Thank you so much.
Can I say that was a very good rhyme?
Really?
It didn't have extra words. The pacing was really.
We had a little bit. I was stuck on the FDR yesterday. It all worked out.
That's good. Oh, by the way,
We should go bake them.
I love this jacket because not only do I love the jacket, but the fact that Dell picked the fabric out for this jacket.
Like 4 years ago, right?
Maybe 5.
Well, in fact, we went into the archives.
Oh my God.
2020, 2021, 2022, and now every Friday on Father's Day.
Wow.
Wait, did you know that?
I mean, I knew I wore it like on Father's Day deliberately.
Wait, can we see that picture again? Seriously,
Look at
Craig. You haven't aged.
Wait,
you haven't.
Do you change up the tie?
One year, I guess in 2020, I decided to mix it up with the time.
You decided.
Oh God, I'm such a creature of habit.
No, but it's so good. You say, oh God.
But that's right. Why wouldn't you? I mean, your son
should.
gave it to you.
It's like tradition.
So on Friday,
You
that's
both go all out. Like, that is a lot going on in it. You wear it well.
Have you seen the hat? Where's the hat?
You have a hat too?
There's a barbershop quartet hat.
That's right. That's right. I got 3 other guys who look just like me on the corner by a barber pole. It's fantastic.
Are you the base?
Thank you guys for this.
Happy Father's Day.
That was
Happy
lovely.
Father's
Thank
Day.
you. Thank you to our
Cheers.
staff, too.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day to all the
dads
dads.
in our studio. Very
Yay.
nice.
By the way, coming up, another Father's Day tradition. Our annual conversation about what it means to be a dad, how things have really changed this past year, and the big change that is just weeks away for one of us.
Having a baby?
No, no. Don't be a dad again. First on today's checklist, though, Vicky Nguyen helping us plan a summer trip with our pets. Third hour of today, right back after this.
Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. That's good.
This morning on today's checklist, if you're planning a summer trip but you don't want to leave your furry friend behind, we have the best strategies for traveling with your pet. NBC's senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen is here to tell us how to do it. Vicky, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. All right.
So I love your hair, by the way.
Thank you. I just got a cut.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Sidebar. I hadn't said hello this morning, so that just caught me off guard. So first things first, we want to make sure our pets are safe when we travel. How do we do that?
Yes. Number one thing is there's so many of us. 78% of Americans will travel with their pets at some point during the year, and there are 90 million U.S. households that have a pet, according to the American Pet Products Association. Right. So as Al says, if you're traveling with your pet, it's not a vacation. Probably more like a family trip. I feel the same way about traveling with kids. Not a vacation, family trip. But the first thing you want to do is take your pet to the vet at least a couple months before your planned date of travel, because you want to make sure all the vaccinations are up to speed and get a hold of that health record in case you're going out of country or somewhere where they're going to ask you for a rabies certification or proof of vaccination. Then always have a secure caller on your pet and make sure that information is up to date. If you've changed your phone number or changed your address, you want to make sure that's current. Look up the list of emergency animal hospitals just to have it on hand. Put it in a note on your phone. The last thing you want to do is be somewhere remote and not know how to get health care for your pet. And then you think about the weather where you're traveling. Try to avoid extreme heat. And here's another thing. If you're driving with your pet, never leave them in the car, even for a minute. It gets hot quick. Exactly. Pets die that way. Also, pet theft is a thing. If you've got one of those breeds that people like, they are not above stealing your pet.
Absolutely. Now, so you're going to get ready to travel. And just like for us, we have checklists for what we need to pack.
Yes.
Same thing for your pet.
Absolutely. So in addition to that secure collar, you want to bring at least one leash, if not a couple. You might be used to having your dog off leash, Bosco, running around in your home environment. The last thing you want to do is go on vacation and lose your dog in the mountains of Colorado. The next thing, think about their food, keep it familiar, pack enough, and also a portable water dish and a food dish, because you're going hiking, you're going outside. Never underestimate how much water your pet needs. Same thing. What goes in comes out. So bring those compostable waste bags, a litter box. And then when it comes to the medication for your pet, you might be going somewhere where there are fleas and ticks. Ask your veterinarian for some of that medicine that will help keep those bugs off of your animal. And always bring their toys that are their favorites and their familiar blankies. It just helps them to adjust.
Also, check the carrier, because we were traveling with Pepper, and she had outgrown her carrier that we had originally. It was like, there's a little tight squeeze.
Very good to keep them secure, too. In the car, people think just let your dog run around or your cat, whatever. They actually have these restraints and little seat belts for your pets with a harness. It's safer for you as the driver and for the animal.
So wait, how much does that cost? Like, do you have to buy a ticket? Like, I don't even know how that works.
So if you are going to fly with your pet, first thing, go to the USDA's APHIS website. That stands for Animal Plant Health Inspection Service. And they actually have a great checklist for what kind of pets are allowed into the country, out of the country, kind of the requirements and a checklist there. A ferret is a pet. A pheasant is poultry. So they're different categories.
If you've got a pheasant that you're traveling with, you got problems.
You know what, though? Remember, people were traveling with
the service animal
scam. And then what do you do? Leave them at security? I mean, you got to...
Well, the best thing to do is drive. Obviously, if you have an animal that's too big to fit into the cabin of the plane, I think most pet experts and veterinarians agree, you really don't want to fly them in cargo, especially during the summer. Anything can happen. You don't have eyes on them. Every airline, has different rules, so just make sure you're aware and make sure that you test the carrier ahead of time and put little treats in there so your pet gets used to being in a carrier.
Thank you, Vicky.
Good stuff. Do you have any questions, Greg?
No, I'm good. Okay. I'm good, but thank you so much.
You're welcome. Happy Father's Day to both of you.
Thank you. Speaking of fathers,
to your husband as well.
Thank you.
We've got a Father's Day tradition coming up. Al, Carson, Willie, and I, we got together for some great food and some pretty good conversation as well, talking about what it means to be a dad and some big changes in the year ahead. And then actor Joshua Malina's in the house. He's going to fill us in on his hit podcast and his Tony-winning play as well. Third hour of today, right back after this.
right, we are heading into Father's Day weekend, which means it's time for an annual tradition around here.
Yeah, every year the Today Dads, we get together to reflect on fatherhood and also have some fun.
That's right. So this year, we all made the trip to one of New York City's most iconic beaches, Pig Beach, for some great food and conversation.
Oh, that time of the year, boys. Love the Today Show Dad segment we get together. It's so fun.
That's right, because every year, we're kind of zen.
Here we go. Ready? No.
Chill.
Talk about
Reflective.
You know what? I got an idea for this year.
Yeah?
Something different, something we haven't done.
Taking it up?
Something crazy.
Take it up.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Love it.
Beer and barbecue.
Let's do
That's
it.
on the edge. Don't forget the bourbon. Speaking my language.
Pig Beach Barbecue in Queens, New York was the perfect spot to get all fired up.
Here we go.
Of course, you didn't heard that one of our favorite Today Show chefs, Matt Abdu, is the master of the meats at Pig Beach.
So, gentlemen, what's been the highlight of fatherhood so far this year?
Wow, man, I've really been thinking about it. And I think the art of fatherhood is trying to slow down the hands of time. It's just every day trying to take in the moment. I'm in the moment.
It's such a cliche, but it feels like a minute ago you were carrying that car seat out of the hospital. And then the next thing you know, she's over in the driver's seat, driving you around.
Well, it's the craziest thing. You're carrying them, and then all of a sudden you realize your oldest is carrying a baby. And we're maybe a month out from being grandparents.
Wow. What kind of granddad are you going to be?
It's one of those things where I'm looking forward to having this little one that I will actually have no responsibility for. I can do whatever I want to do.
Right.
And then
Yeah, right.
It's like
you're leasing. You don't have to buy.
It's called revenge.
It's called revenge. I'll tell you what I've discovered, and I didn't know I had it until I had children. But when I was a kid, just my father's voice. Sometimes my mother, but usually my father's voice. Like he would change his tone.
Drop the octave.
Do you ever use that voice? Do you have your own?
Oh yeah.
And does it work?
Every time. Now, meanwhile, I try that with my daughter, and she.
How come it doesn't work with your daughter?
Because I don't think she takes me seriously sometimes. That's not going to be mean to me. I'm a sweet girl. I call it. Probably doesn't help that I call her sweet girl all the time. Yeah. And I also stopped calling her by her nickname this year. Everyone calls her Sibby. I said to her one day, I was like, "Sweet girl, Betty's going to call you Sybil," and she was like, "Okay." And so that's become her thing.
She likes that.
Oh,
She's
loves
good.
it.
Oh,
Like,
good.
sometimes if I slip up and I'm like, Sibby, she's like, Dad.
Yeah.
Simple. I'm like, okay. So I think that's probably why it's harder for me to discipline.
It's funny. Out of all the kids, Nick was the only one, because he was always Nicky. And finally, he said, it was freshman year of high school, he said, "I'm not Nicky, I'm Nick." I said, "Okay." And then you'd slip up, and he said, "Nick." Okay, all right. I mean, it doesn't hurt that, he's like 6'2".
I was going to say.
And his voice is 3 octaves deeper than mine.
Pat you on your head now.
He does. Like Nick will come on and he'll go, "Hello, little man." And kiss me on the top of the forehead.
Here we go. Technology, though, that continues to be my greatest worry as a parent. My kids are small. I mean, you all have older children. Being able to know what they're consuming, who they're interacting with. How have you navigated that so far?
We have good rules in our house where the phones don't come upstairs with them at night. At
Really?
bedtime, they go in the kitchen drawer, so they're not up late looking
That's
at
so
stuff.
smart.
But there's only so much you can do at the end of the day. You got to trust your kid, inform your kid.
You're living your life and you're thinking everything's great, you've got everything else, and all of a sudden this out of the blue health event happens, and fortunately I didn't know how sick I was.
Oh yeah.
It's funny, it was the first time that I had this vulnerability about being a father. You want to be that strength that they need, and when you're in a hospital bed and you can barely get up, there's this part of you that almost doesn't want them to see you like that.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you, when you got past on the other side of the health issues, like as you sit here now, how do you feel about being a father?
That's the other thing. It's something I've been dealing with in that I'm going to be 69 this year. My dad was 69 when he died. So it's a weird feeling. It's like, am I going to beat the over-under?
Listen, with all you've been through,
I know.
I mean, you're going to live until at least 90.
Well,
New lease.
We got a bunch of new
see.
parts.
We'll see.
Get Benjamin Buttons your way right back to health.
I do wonder for them, though. I wonder if almost losing you has made them appreciate you more.
Ooh, good question.
I don't know.
We'll find out on Father's Day.
That's right. 2 dozen golf balls.
Well, you know what? Here's the fatherhood.
Cheers, guys.
Even more importantly,
Have another beer if it's really the fatherhood.
here's to grandfatherhood.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
What an honor, man.
I'll let you guys know what it's like, because it is coming for you. That's what my dad always used to say when I hear him get out of a chair. He'd go, I said, oh, what's going on, old man? He goes, it's called age, and it's coming for you. So, and a big thank you to Chef Matt Abdu and the team at Pig Beach Barbecue for hosting us.
I look forward to those conversations.
too, 'cause
I like hearing the dad's perspective on everything.
Thank you. It's always
really
a lot
sweet.
of fun.
Yeah, I love getting together.
By the way, coming up next, if you are in a pickle over what to give Dad, see what we did?
I get it.
We have some great last-minute Father's Day gifts.
Wow.
But first, the budding pickleball star himself, actor Josh Molina.
Hey!
There he is. Oh, wow.
Wait, y'all are good.
Look at that.
Look.
Oh!
He's been in the kitchen. He's been in the kitchen.
Joshua Molina, pickleball in conversation right after this. Our next guest has been in just about everything. Star of stage and screen, Joshua Molina. He broke out alongside Gwyneth Paltrow and Christina Applegate and Candice Bergen 20 years ago in the film View from the Top.
Then he won us over as Will Bailey on The West Wing before going on to play a cynical but principled lawyer on the hit series Scandal.
Well, now Joshua is returning to his Broadway roots, taking over the role of Herman in Leopoldstadt, which just won Best Play for the Tony Award this past Sunday.
He's also busy as the newly minted co-host of the Unorthodox podcast from Tablet Magazine, a show dedicated to Jewish culture. Joshua, welcome.
Thank you.
We were all
Thanks
just
for
saying
having
you've
me.
had such
Although
a...
I wasn't allowed to bring my pet pheasant in.
Yeah, exactly.
I was told she's considered poultry.
Yes, exactly.
Right at the security.
That's slightly offensive.
But you do have good news for dinner.
There's so much to talk about this morning. So let's start with Unorthodox. You joined the team this season. How's it going so far?
I'm very excited. That is my big MO professionally,
Yeah?
to join things that are already giant hits. I did it with West Wing, I've done it with Leopoldstadt, and now with Unorthodox, which is the most popular Jewish-themed podcast, although it's for everyone, it has universal appeal.
Yeah.
And it's going very well. I'm the new co-host of 3.
Awesome.
They've been going for 8 years, and it's a lovely chance to discuss living a substantive Jewish life. And we have a Jew of the Week on every week. And we have a Gentile of the Week on.
Oh, okay. It's balanced.
You could be a Gentile.
I could be Gentile of the week.
We have a lot of fun. And it's
That's
a
really
job.
funny. I was reading through the note. One of our producers said that she was talking to you, and you were talking about your wife and this term cooperative overlapping.
Yes.
It's something I can relate to in my family. It sounds like your family might be a little bit like
Yes, as 3 Jews, we want to make it clear that we like each other. It might sound like we're interrupting each other, but it's cooperative overlapping. My wife, who converted to Judaism, but had her first dinner with my family 30 years ago, and I said, didn't it go great? And she said, well, I was a little uncomfortable when you guys all started arguing. And I said, honey, we were never arguing. That was us getting along.
That's how we
cooperative
communicate.
overlapping. Yeah.
That's the discussion we're having. We mentioned Leopoldstadt at the beginning. It just won a Tony Award.
Very thrilling.
Yes.
Yes,
So, I mean, everybody's been talking about this. So why do you think it has resonated so well with audiences?
That's a great question. Well, it is about an interfaith, intermarried family in Vienna starting in 1899 and follows them for 60 years. And although the Holocaust is not addressed, it looms over the course of the whole play and their lives. And unfortunately, rather than it being a piece of history and a museum piece, I think it's resonating with people because there are seeds of creeping fascism and anti-Semitism and racism in society today. So it's very, very relevant.
You know, but before you got involved with Unorthodox, I mean, you were no stranger to the podcast world. You started rewatching The West Wing, and now you did The West Wing Weekly. But
Yes.
you started rewatching in 2016.
Yeah.
So what was the genesis for that?
Well, my dear friend and co-host Rishikesh Hirway came up with the idea, and I said, "Is that really? Every week we're gonna talk about an episode of a show I did a long time ago."
Yeah.
And he said, "Yeah, and people will listen to it," and he was right. And so we did a companion podcast where every episode of The West Wing we have an episode discussing it, and we had guests on, and Aaron Sorkin came on, and yeah.
We've named all
Prime
these
Minister
projects.
of Canada came on. We ended up getting a lot of
Amazing.
Justin Trudeau came on?
Justin Trudeau came on because he's a big West Wing fan. We discovered all these people wanted to talk to us. Yeah.
What a beautiful thread. Do you have any favorites, or are they all like your babies? Like all these projects. We talk about Scandal. We talk about being on stage. We talk about,
I think it sounds like I've had a great career, even though it's really been like this. We haven't talked about the unemployment.
But that's life,
but
right?
Let's keep the illusion. Always working. West Wing is a huge standout. Scandal is a huge standout. And getting to act in a Tom Stoppard play at Broadway is beyond. When I was 18, I went to opening night of his play, The Real Thing, and I was blown away by this new playwright I had not been aware of. He wasn't new. I was new. And it took me 40 years, but I'm in a play by maybe our greatest living playwright.
And talk about the intersection of things. I mean, you were practicing pickleball here. I understand your cast.
Leopoldstadt they're ardent pickleballers. I'm new to the sport. I'm working on it, but
well, it seems like you know what you're doing.
Thank you. You're very kind.
He's an actor.
That's true.
That's right. And this, of course, is what one wears to pickleball. You want to dress business casual.
The right footwear, too.
That's great. Joshua, thanks so much. It's great.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. And in fact, the new episode of Unorthodox is released every Thursday. Leopoldstadt will finish up its extended Broadway run at the Longacre Theater on July 2nd.
Congratulations on all the things. And happy Father's Day. Up next, it is not too late to give Dad what he wants this Father's Day, even if all he wants is a comfy chair to relax in. We're going to have some great last-minute gift ideas. See, there's still time to get that chair.
Yeah.
And then speaking of great, Joy Bauer may change the way you eat your eggs.
That's right. She
We'll
adds shells.
explain why.
Crunchy.
I was like, huh?
What is she doing?
Superfood Friday. We'll be right back.
Oh, she's grating the eggs. Father's Day, Sunday, public service announcement. Not too late to get Dad something. Oh, we're over here. We've got some gift ideas.
Get out of the chair. That's the problem. You can't focus.
No, we've got some gift ideas.
Keep going.
Available at your nearest big box store, from fashion to tech and more. Here to show us all of the items, lifestyle expert, Amy E. Goodman.
Amy.
Hi, Amy.
Good morning.
So we saw Joshua playing pickleball. You and Joshua playing pickleball earlier.
We were
it's all
cutting
the
it
rage.
up. We were cutting it up. You know, it is America's fastest growing sport. If
Yes.
you didn't know that already, and if your dad loves sports, wants to try something new, maybe they're, you know, even really good at it. This is a complete pickleball set
really
from
great.
Monarch. 2 paddles, 2 balls to get you started, and this portable net,
Where are
which
the
is
paddles?
great for the driveway.
behind you.
They're also great for you taking it to the park or to the beach. Where I love this that we're on the cusp of summer.
Yeah.
You can go and have this fun activity with dad. So, oh yeah, give it a shot. That is so great.
I'm putting my money on Dylan.
I know.
You don't forget this is available from Dick's Sporting Goods, and as we had said,
made it over.
You know, we've got about 48 hours to purchase these gifts for dad. So you're going to do this in person. You're going to do that at Dick's.
Craig's
And
in love with this.
I know.
This is great.
I'm about to rock your world, right? Am I right? Yeah. So these are the GCI Comfort Pro rockers, and all of these amazing chairs
These
actually
are cool.
have rocking capability to them. They start at $69.99. I really didn't mean to throw you any shade there. Craig, but, what I love about the actual additional sunshade, it's only 10 extra bucks, and it has UPF 50, so the shade goes with you wherever you are.
I like the shade.
Lots of different styles, as you can see, again, available at Dick's
These are great.
Sporting
You
Goods.
got some great stuff over here. So next, you know what? There are a lot of dads who still love the drones and the gadgets, right?
Yeah, I'm all for the dads who love to play. So this is actually a toy remote control. This is a Thunderbolt X2 from Sharper Image, available at Walmart for under $50.
Wow.
So it floats, it drifts, it dives. You just open up the box and you have hours of fun.
Floats, it can land in the pool?
Oh no, it doesn't. It floats in the air. It floats in the air. And yes, in the breeze. Exactly.
That's really cool.
I love that it's under $50.
These are cute.
Aren't they adorable? So I don't know if it's the latent Maverick effect or a little Tom Cruise thing going here, but really the aviators are still super on trend. Within the glasses, and these are from Key Australia, available at Nordstrom. They have the gradient lenses, which is a hot trend. And then there's the oversized one.
Those are nice.
Yeah, the other one. He's not going to break his
I would literally run from that man. Like if I saw him.
Yeah, that's not threatening.
Do those not look amazing?
They do
I
look
think that
great.
they're
I think
a classic, but they look fabulous. And if your guy really isn't into aviators, Nordstrom has a ton of different styles. They're
Okay,
good looking.
Stan Smiths. You can't get any more classic than this.
I love it. They've been around for 5 decades from Adidas. But you know what? I am seeing them everywhere. So it is a trend reborn, retro modern chic, shall we say.
What's
So
that?
are you
Size 12.
Oh, amazing.
If it's free, it's for me.
You can get them at Foot Locker. They do have different colorways. This is the classic green, 2 greens, a blue, a red, a white, and a brown. All right.
Okay.
Al, this is for you in the morning.
Well, this is great because even if you don't have if you don't have a charcoal grill, you can still get that smoke flavor.
Yes. I couldn't agree more. This is from JCPenney. It is a smoker. It's cast iron.
I didn't know that.
You separately put your smoking chips in here.
You soak them in some water.
Oh, you soak them? Okay,
Yeah,
I don't soak them.
If you soak them a little bit in some water, and you'll get more smoke.
He's the barbecue expert. No, I know it. And then you can add this to any existing grill. You don't have to have a dedicated smoker, and this is $40.
Yeah, you just put it on the grill surface right here.
Yeah.
It's right here.
It levels up your dad's
careful, don't
grilling
touch that, it's hot.
experience.
No,
So
it's
the idea is that you gift it to him, but you smoke the meats for him on Father's Day, right?
That's right.
cool.
Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah.
Those are great. Thank you. I hope some of my family was watching.
Glad you enjoyed it.
By the way, for more on all of these gift ideas, it's today.com/shop.
Seriously, Amy, these were all really good.
These were
They all
terrific.
say yes. All right, up
That's not
next.
to say they normally are.
No.
This is even above.
I had to make it
Bar.
next level for these guys and for your dads.
All right, up next, Joy Bowers here with healthy superfood hacks, like her genius idea for when you get to the bottom of the peanut jar. Oh, what to do? She's going to tell you when we come right back.
Next week on the third hour of Today, megastars from sports, movies, and music.
NBA great Chris Paul live in studio.
And actor Dermot Mulroney shares his new superhero series.
Plus, we're catching up with Kylie Minogue and Kim Petras here on our Plaza for a concert.
That's all next week on the third hour of Today. wrong with you?
It's a musical version of Superfood Friday this morning, and this week we are sharing superfood hacks, easy ways to add more nutrients to your meals, and how to jazz up a healthy snack. So today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer is with us this morning. I love when we come over to the tables, we're like, what's this?
What's that?
Yeah. Oh, this is a good one.
So-
I have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Okay.
And the first
And you're
has
not
to
even
do-
wearing sleeves.
That's right. They're all on the table. And the first has to do with peanut butter. So in my house, we go through so many jars of peanut butter. And it occurred to me one time that there is a lot of leftover peanut butter on the sides, and you could see this,
And in the
also
bottom.
on the bottom, and you can't reach it with your finger.
True.
So I hate to have anything go to waste. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to make, with the leftovers, a scrumptious, delectable peanut sauce.
Okay.
Simply by adding
you put
right
it in the...
Yes.
That's a
So
good
right into the
idea.
jar, a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of lime juice, and this is sriracha.
I love sriracha.
And then I have a little bit of water. And I would say you want to start with 1 tablespoon of water at a time. And you
So you're gonna
just
shake that up?
Yes, you're going to mix this up. You scrape the sides and the bottoms, and you actually make an absolutely delicious, heart-healthy, either sauce if you want it thicker.
What did you put it on top of?
So this is tossed with pasta
that's
to
great.
make a cold sesame noodle, or you can make it a little bit thinner.
But I don't mind it when it's mixed.
With other things.
Yeah, I like a
Good.
peanut
Okay, give it a
sauce.
taste. Oh, so I used your fork. I'm so
That's okay.
sorry.
I
Hold on a minute.
So, Joy, could you
Use this one.
could you put that in the microwave and heat it up and make it?
Absolutely. You could do anything with it. And also, if you make it nice and thin, you drizzle it over salads or even over
great.
like a bowl, an entree bowl, and it's just so delicious. So
I like the little bit of kick in here from the sriracha.
Yeah, sriracha on everything.
Okay.
This next trick takes an everyday Greek yogurt,
Right.
any brand, any variety that you want, and it's going to convert it, transform it into an indulgent dessert that is loaded with protein and calcium. So here's how we do it. You just give this a stir over here. Now
Just regular any yogurt?
Any yogurt. And now you're going to add a tablespoon of melty, semi-sweet or dark chocolate chips over the top.
Kids would love this.
And you're going to just spread it out like a circle. And now I'm going to add in, for some heart-healthy crunch, crushed almonds. Stash this in the freezer for just 15 minutes.
Right.
Guys,
It's like
the
dessert.
chocolate magically hardens, and
Like a
oh my
magic
goodness,
shell.
you have the most indulgent, wonderful treat ever.
Shows you.
And it's packed with calcium and protein. And one thing I'll mention is, when this hardens, to make sure you get chocolate in every bite, what I like to do is I lift it up, see how easy it lifts, and just break it up with your
Bust it up.
fingers. Yeah, and it reminds me of dairy.
You've got an egg hatch now.
Hold on,
We
here
got to
we
go
go.
to the egg hatch.
Oh, my egg trick. Okay, so this is a culinary technique that will add pizzazz to any salad,
And
sandwich,
protein.
or wrap. And protein.
Yeah.
And flavor and texture. You take a grater
not bad.
and a hard-boiled egg, and you're just going to create fluffy egg confetti everywhere. And I love this.
It does look like
Confetti.
cheese.
It just upgrades a salad. Really, really
so
nice. And you
easy.
get all the nutrition that's in the egg.
Now, what about the egg cube or the ice cubes?
Good.
So
What's happening here?
last but not least, it's so heartbreaking when all your herbs start going to waste in
Yes.
the kitchen. So this is a way to preserve them so they never go bad.
Preserve the herbs.
Preserve the herbs. So you just mince them and you put them into an ice cube tray. And you could do single herbs, cilantro, dill, parsley, or you can mix them up.
Right. Okay.
Then you're going to pour over it a little bit of broth or water.
What kind of broth?
Chicken, vegetable, anything goes, whatever you like in your house. And then you freeze them. And
So they won't turn brown.
Nope. And basically what you're doing is you are creating what I call flavor bombs, and they're waiting for you whenever you want to infuse a blast of flavor into stews.
So, I was going to say, give us an example.
scrambled eggs.
Like
So
you're cooking and then you just plop
You're
them
making
in.
a soup.
Yes. So you're making a soup. It's simmering on the stove.
Plop
You
in
pick
some
up
herbs.
one of your flavor bombs because you made them, and they'll last months and months in the freezer.
Yeah.
And you just let it melt right
Bam.
in, and it is so
If you just use
delicious.
water in that, you pop that in a gin and tonic.
Oh, that's a good idea.
No
too.
joke.
Sure.
You can actually
Yes.
do that. That's a great
Joy, these are
idea.
good.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Thank you.
All right.
This is great, Jill. Thank you so much. For these recipes, you can head to today.com/food. We'll be right back.
Solid good.
You know what today is?
What?
We're more than halfway
Father's Day?
through our Start Today June challenge. All about keeping your walking streak every day.
Okay.
So let's start. Esther, she's out in Washington State, crushing her streak with at least 3 miles a day. Esther! Jennifer in Jacksonville, Florida, getting ready to do a 5K. Yes! Jennifer. Christy, crediting her walking with not only improving her physical health, but also her mental well-being. Christy! Nancy from New Jersey, just passing a 160-day walking streak.
Nancy!
And Sandy hit a whopping 675 consecutive days since joining our Start Today walking
That's
program.
the way to do it.
Sandy! Yeah, all right. Keep it up. Sign up for our newsletter by heading to today.com/Start Today.
All right. Next week on the third hour of Today, actor Dermot Mulroney is live in studio.
Have a great weekend, y'all.
Happy
Today, actress, entrepreneur, and mom of two, Tia Mowry gets candid about her family, her future, and living her best life. And just in time for Father's Day, we've got 3 dads whose fatherly advice has made them social media darlings. Plus, get ready to be blown away by the smooth sounds of father-son viral sensations Brian and Thomas Owens.
It's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now.
Oh, happy Friday! It is Friday, June the 16th.
We made it to Friday. Aren't we so happy?
Just
Friday.
exhale. Friday in the summertime. Yeah, it feels good. And do not forget, this is a public service announcement. It's Father's Day this weekend.
Oh, it sure is. Father's Day is on Sunday.
Some people get busy. They are like, oh, wait, what are we going to do for Dad?
Yes.
And remember yesterday we had Chance the Rapper on, and all he said he wanted was to be chilled. He wants to sleep. He wants some breakfast maybe in his bed, and that's all.
Yeah.
Like, I think guys are simple. They want just
to hang.
Just to hang.
And relaxation.
And a gesture of kindness,
Yes.
really. That's it.
I know.
What are you doing for Henry? What are your kids
Well,
doing?
Henry's not my dad.
No, but your kids, I mean.
So my kids made some bags for Henry, some paper bags that say, I love you, Dad.
That's good.
That's nice, right?
That's cute. Anything homemade
He's
is
just
great.
we're just gonna hang out.
Hang out,
He's
yeah.
he's low maintenance. He wants to go for a mountain bike ride. He wants to do some fun things, which
yeah.
he should.
Yeah.
Get some exercise.
Yeah, Dad, Father's Day gets not enough airtime.
But I did send my dad.
Oh, what?
3 shirts.
What kind?
And
the
it
kind
shows
that,
you. It
wait,
shows
what
that
kind?
They're just
Regular
shirts. Like
that
it's
he
kind of like
likes?
what your mom would do for
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
I just
You know he'll
picked
like
out
'em.
some shirts that I thought were cool, and it really did. It delighted him. He sent me a selfie in one, and he said, "Cool, Dad." Because they were like one's terry cloth. It's like stuff he would never buy himself.
Terry cloth shirt? Yes. Wait, what?
He liked it.
He did.
Anyway, so remember your dad if you can.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people who have lost their dads over time. Father's Day is a weird thing. I still remember when my dad, after he had passed away many years, but you just, on Father's Day, all of a sudden you see everyone, and I'm sure people feel this way about different holidays, Mother's Day, but it's like, I'm calling my dad. Guess what my dad said? My dad's best advice. And you sort of feel like, oh gosh, what do I, what am I going to do on this day?
Is there something you do to try to kind of either come to terms with it? Or?
You know what I used to do? This is interesting. I wrote in my journal from the day he suddenly passed on. That was
Is that
kind
when
of
you started writing in your journal?
Yeah. And I wrote some of it's just angry writing because you're just upset, like, how could this have happened?
It's like the stages of grief.
But it is interesting as you get away from that day, when you look back and you can actually watch yourself and watch the progress you make. You don't even know what's happening. It starts with this crazy tear-stained pages, and it goes on for months and months, and then you flip one page, and all of a sudden, it's not the very first thing you thought of when you opened your eyes. It's not the very first thing. Maybe it was the second thing. But it's shocking when it's not the first thing.
Yeah.
And then the days go on, and then different things come up. You have kids, and you think, gosh, I wonder what, he would have thought about this. But they're very present. I think anyone who's lost a parent knows.
You can't help but feel that little sting on a day that you're...
And when you hear your child say their name, I said, it was my dad's birthday was May 29th. And they said, was it, and my dad's name is Abdul. It was Abdul's birthday? And I go, yeah.
Kind of took
Yeah, and just
away.
to hear
his
name coming out of their mouth was just really...
Took us.
Yeah. But it is a great day to
No, you know
remember.
what? It's a good reminder, too, because my husband lost his dad.
Yes.
And sometimes those that haven't forget about the pain of loss. So I'll be sure to be extra sweet and give him something other than a bag.
Paper bag. Love you, Dad. Okay, so there's something that's come out of this HBO series, The Idol. We know what you're thinking.
Yeah, there's several things
We're
that have
not
come out.
talking
We're not
about
going
that
there.
thing.
We're not going there.
Not the racy scenes, not all that. We are talking about The Weeknd's character has a hairdo that is a scene stealer.
Yeah, it is a pointy rat tail.
Rat tail.
See that little rat tail?
Pointy.
There it is.
Uh-huh. It looks braided.
Uh-huh. Rat tails can come in all shapes and sizes.
Why is it called a rat tail?
Because it's
I know, but there
looks
must
like
be
a rat's tail. Have you ever seen a rat on the streets in New York?
Yes, I have.
So you know that little...
But there must be another descriptor. Don't you think?
No, I think it
Because
perfectly
seems
depicts a rat tail. That looks exactly like a rat tail.
Well, the Wall Street Journal is weighing in on this. They are asking if we are entering a rat tail renaissance. Because apparently the rat tail was super popular in the 80s. Let's look back.
Oh, yeah, look there.
Jordan Knight.
Oh, that's a
from
long
New Kids
rat
on the
tail.
Block. NKOTB.
Theo.
Theo did it.
And The Cosby Show. Look.
First of all, how about someone who's bald and then has a rat tail? You know, with the hair around. No, you've seen it. You know what I'm talking about.
What is
bald,
that called?
Hair a little, and that becomes the tail.
What is that called?
You said,
bald rat tail.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
I think you know a lot about a person if they have a rat tail. I think they're cool. I think they're a cool person if they have a rat tail. You know that. If you're bald and you have gone to the trouble to get a rat tail, you've got some cool in you, don't you think? Because you're not just rolling with your regular hair. You're making a statement.
Now, so just because I know you like a baldy, would you go with a bald rat tail?
I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know.
You
but I
said
do
yeah.
think it does make a statement about the person.
It takes a lot of work to grow that tail, is the thing. So I don't know.
Really work. You just sit there.
To grow a rat tail when
And
you're
not cut
bald
it?
means that.
Well, you have the hair here on the sides.
Yeah, but to get that length and the width that The Weeknd was spotting, that takes some time.
Okay.
And some
So
vitamins.
is it a trend? Do you think yes or no?
I don't think it's going to be here for very long.
No.
Do you?
No, I don't think so either. I don't think it's either. All right. So there's something in the Huffington Post, and there's a debate about ice cream shops. You know
Okay.
when you go to the ice cream shop?
You worked at Scoops till you got fired.
How do you remember?
Because I remember.
You are like a steel trap, honest to God. It's crazy.
I remember I called you Scoops.
Scoops, you did.
Yeah.
So I worked at Scoops, and sometimes people would come in and say, I don't know what to get. I don't know
Why
what
did
to
you get fired again?
Because I had all the kids from the soccer team come in the back and make their ice cream cones.
Oh, that is. You gave away free ice cream.
It was a great memory.
Well, I'm glad that you talked about that because there's articles asking how many samples is too many samples.
You know when you ask, can I try that, the rainbow sherbet? So you try
Sherbet?
Sherbet.
No. It's
There's
called
no-
Sherbert. You said
Google it.
You said it and
Sherbet.
you looked at me on purpose.
Because I knew. You know what I was doing? I was baiting you.
You 100%. It's called Sherbert.
Lozenges and sherbet.
Okay, can I tell you what the executive director of the North American Ice Cream Association said?
About asking for samples? We're back to samples. How many should you ask for?
Do you know what that expert said?
What? How many?
I don't know if it's a man or a woman. I would assume it's a man, but who knows? He said generally asking for up to 3 samples per person is considered polite.
3?
Well, here's what I would say.
3's a lot.
I would say at least
2.
2. Because you're deciding between 2 flavors. What wets your whistle on that particular day? You know.
And sometimes you're at an ice cream shop and you don't know what their banana cream pie tastes like.
You never had a banana cream pie.
You
What does
wanna
the
know.
churro ice cream taste like? I've never had it.
Yeah.
So
That, but if someone's asking for chocolate chip or cookies and cream, probably they already want
For some
more ice
reason,
cream.
Gavin is really against ice cream samples.
Great job. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Gavin. All right, coming up next, we're celebrating all the wonderful dads out there.
Yeah, Father's Day edition of Just the Good News right after this. Sherbet. Sherbet. Call it sherbet.
With Father's Day this weekend, we wanted to kick off the celebration by spotlighting some amazing dads who make us smile.
So it is time for
Just the Good News.
New York Live entertainment correspondent Joelle Gargiulo is here.
Hi, Joelle.
Can I just start by saying I love you both?
Oh, we love
We
you.
love you too.
That. Okay, you got to tell us. There's a viral video that's going viral for all good reasons.
All the right reasons this time. Well, listen, I think it goes without saying, being a new parent can be stressful, right? Do you know what else could be stressful?
What?
Studying for the bar exam. Now, what about doing them at the same time?
no.
Yeah,
No,
that's like
indeed.
a whole other level.
Yeah.
Just ask Matthew Graham. So this is the dad I spoke to this week. He's a 29-year-old who has crammed in a lot over the last few years, got married in 2021. They had a baby in 2022. He has been working a full-time job during the day, doing law school at night so he could provide for his family. He said his wife and his daughter have really given him so much inspiration to take this test, and he got the results just in time for his first Father's Day. How'd he do? Let's see.
I had to go back.
Wait, so this just keeps going on, and then he screams his score too. Like he got one of the best scores out there, and it's just so awesome. What I loved about talking with him is he said, "I want to thank my wife and my baby girl for holding it down while he was
look at
studying."
this, look at this.
Yeah, and also such a good omen. He took the bar exam in the same place where they got married.
Wow.
So
How
this is. He said it's
amazing. Can we
the
just
perfect
say,
Father's
hey, what
Day.
a gem.
Happy Father's Day to him.
All right.
It's
Oh, we love
beautiful.
that. All right, girl. We love a reunion video. Do you
Yeah.
have one for us?
I want to have one for you. I will set this one up by saying I think we all know that military families make so many sacrifices for their families. So in the case of U.S. Navy Petty Officer Second Class Douglas Hernandez and his daughter Pamela Hernandez, that means Dad missed a lot of milestones. You know, there's the holidays, missed her high school graduation, her undergrad graduation. However, Pamela, overachiever, she has one more stage to walk across as she just got her master's degree from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. But Dad has been deployed for about a year in the Middle East. Well, Dad had a little surprise on her big day.
Oh.
Everybody, we have a very special surprise. Pamela is being greeted by her father, a U.S. Navy Petty Officer Second Class, who has made the trip from overseas to see his
So I talked to Pamela this week. She thought when they said that he was going to appear on the screen.
On the video monitor.
Mind you, he had to go back. This man had been planning this for months with the help of Dr. Valerie Burke at the school. He traveled 2 days just to see his baby girl graduate her master's.
So beautiful.
She said it was like a dream come true and the happiest she's ever been in her entire
my
life.
gosh.
Oh, that's
incredible.
a wonderful dad. Happy Father's Day to him.
All right.
Beautiful video.
And
Okay.
last but not least, you spoke with a beloved honorary grandpa.
Listen, you
Talk
guys,
to us.
you're about to fall in love, okay? So this man might just be the world's best neighbor. You are about to meet Paul Callahan, or as Shireen Caraballo calls him, that's his neighbor. She calls him Uncle Paul. So just to give you a little backstory, last year, this family, they bought their very first home in Rhode Island. And they were really nervous because they have a lot of young kids. They didn't know who their neighbors were going to be. That was like their biggest stressor. Well, on day one, Uncle Paul, as they now call him, comes over, lends them a ladder. He has been over there every single day since. He has become an honorary grandpa to these kids. He brings them toys. He brings them bubbles. He brings them hats. He brings them gloves. Look at this video. They said that he's there for every holiday. He comes to the cookout. He's like,
I can't.
he's a family member. I know, you got to watch this video. He is the sweetest thing under the sun. Look, every single day. Actually, so I've been talking to them right now. They're on vacation, but they have that doorbell where you could see who's coming. Uncle Paul is bringing over gifts even while they're on vacation. They're like, Paul, we're not there.
How beautiful is that?
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Love it. Happy Father's Day to all the Uncle Pauls out there.
Coming up next, y'all, actress and entrepreneur, one of our favorites, Tia Mowry. She's here. She has some good news of her own. She's going to share it with us.
Tia Mowry has been in the entertainment industry since she was a real little kid, but the Tia of today is very different from who she was even just a couple years ago.
Okay, we adore her. She's got a new look and a new outlook on life, and we're so happy Tia's here to tell us all about it. When you walk in the room, you have this glow.
Oh my gosh, I've been hearing that so much, and thank you for that.
What have you been doing?
I've been working on myself.
Yeah.
You know, probably what you see right away is I cut my hair.
Yeah.
And I really see it as a symbol of rebirth. You know, I feel like hair, it holds a lot of memories and experiences. And I'm now, you know, on this new chapter. And I was like, let's start over. And it is okay to start over.
Yeah, I feel like you're growing and you're changing right before our eyes. You've been through some difficult times. I think a lot of people at home have been through too.
Yeah.
A marriage that does not work and acknowledging it and moving through that. So what have you been, like, how have you been working on yourself and where are you today? How are you different than you were a couple years ago?
Well, you know, a really good friend of mine, his name is Joel, and he had asked me this challenging question. It was challenging to me. And he said, who are you if you are not mom? Who are you if you are not an entertainer? And I remember I just started to cry because sometimes I feel like we as women, we get lost in those roles. You know what I mean? It's very easy for us to, you know, put everybody first. I'm definitely a people pleaser. I think it's okay to, you know, sacrifice and to put others first at times, but you cannot lose yourself. If you do that too much and there is no balance, I like to say, kind of like what happened with me, you kind of bleed out. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's really important for you to fill up your cup. So I am just going on this journey of, you know, rediscovery, learning, you know, who is Tia Mowry? Who is Tia Mowry now? It has not been easy. It's hard. But I will say I have peace. There is a sense of freedom. I am the author and the writer of my story.
Yeah. I mean, don't you love that? And I feel like that,
just to hear that.
Yeah, doesn't that
Feels
feel
good.
powerful?
Yeah.
And by the way, that's everybody. Everybody can have, and I think sometimes with change, with endings, people can have this resistance.
Yes.
Like, wait, what? I can't, you know?
And I think it's because we are taught that change is not good.
Yeah.
But what I'm learning is that change is constant and change will always win. So we have to be prepared for change. You know what I mean? Be prepared to let go. And, you know, that's kind of why I cut my hair too. Just letting go.
I think it's you said you were asked the question, who are you?
Yes.
So did we
Find an
out
answer?
because it's hard
think,
if you're not a
yeah.
husband or a wife or a mother.
I am now living in my truth. I am now living out my purpose and walking in authenticity. And I feel like when you do that, there is joy and there is peace. Yes, there are, you know, little bits of happiness there too. Like some people will ask me, are you happy? And I will say, I have, you know, good days and bad days.
Yeah.
But I see the sun. You know, like there's like a little cloud, but the sun is kind of peeking through. And it feels good. It feels good to be living and coming back to myself, you know?
It's so nice. I think, you know, I think
it's not easy.
and I think another thing that isn't easy, but so many people have to sort of come to terms with is co-parenting.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like figuring
yes.
out how to
Yeah.
show up for your kids, even on the days that aren't easy. You know?
Well, you know, I will say this. It has been easy for me when I put my children first.
Totally.
Yeah.
So when I just look at them,
That's right.
That's a good way to do it.
it's easy.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
This
We're
journey,
also obsessed.
there you are. Yeah, this journey's taken you on in another way too.
Yes. You're
You
creating.
have a new product
I
that
know.
you've created.
Yes, for you.
Tell us about it.
You know, I talked about, you know, self-discovery. I feel like myself, a lot of women are just, you know, going through learning more about themselves and self-acceptance and just embracing their natural hair. And, you know, that's the journey that I've been on. I kind of ran into a wall because there weren't a lot of products out there that worked for me.
Yes.
And after like doing research and like talking to experts, I was left even more confused.
Yes.
I'm all about wellness. After becoming a mom, looking at like, you know, ingredients.
Yeah, totally.
And then I learned that all natural and natural ingredients don't necessarily mean natural at all. And that's like a scary thought, right? So I said, you know what? I have to do something about this. Not only create opportunity in the textured, you know, community with hair, but I want to, you know, come up with a product that really is safe, that really is clean, that really does work. So one bottle costs $12.
That's amazing.
Yes, and I've partnered up with an amazing company called Amyris. They are the leaders in formulating just really safe, clean, you know, products for beauty. But I feel like women in the textured community, they have compromised too much with having to have to choose between something that's very expensive or affordable with toxic ingredients. And for you, we are changing all of that. It's safe, it's clean, it's backed by science, technology, it works.
And I love
it's
the name
affordable.
of it.
Yeah,
For You
it's
by
so
Tia.
good.
Brilliant.
And it's at Walmart and on your
Walmart,
website.
yes,
I mean,
foryoubybtia.com.
congratulations.
You did it.
Thank you.
You're living in an incredible moment. We're so proud of
Thank
you.
you, Tia.
you.
Thank you. Coming
You
up
guys are
next,
always so
guys, we got some dads we're loving on social media.
Father's Day edition of Fave Follows right after this.
a very special edition of Fave Follows, when we spotlight some people who we're loving on social media.
Okay, with Father's Day this Sunday, we wanted to introduce you to some dads who are making us smile. Take a look.
Hi, my name is Taylor Kelmis. I am a husband, a proud father of 4, and the creator of Dude Dad.
Mr. and Mrs. Kalmus, hello. I do believe you know my client, Mr. Kalmus.
We just want to be a happy little place on the internet where people can come, have a few laughs, and feel seen.
Are you sure you don't have to go potty?
Are you sure you're sure?
You already went.
Hold it, just hold it. I just hope to reach people where they are, whether it be in their marriage or in their journey as a father, and just show them that they're not alone in this, and there's ways to laugh through the pain and to have fun with all of it. You ready, buddy?
Yeah!
How was it? The reality is we only get a short amount of time with our kids before they're all grown up. It allows you to just go, you know what, the house is a mess, but let's go outside and play baseball. I just want my kids to know that anything they want to do, they can go for it and try, and they might fail, and that's okay.
My name is Kier Gaines. I am a husband. I am a content creator. I am a licensed therapist, and I'm also a dad of 2 beautiful girls.
The chance to love and be loved exists no matter where I am.
On social media, most of my content is centered around mental health and takes these big mental health concepts and shrinks them down to something that's very easy to understand and easy to apply to your own life.
I can't always control the things that happen in my life, but I can control the way that I respond.
3 things I'm doing to be more of a positive parent. Make it a point to acknowledge your child's good behaviors even when they're not that remarkable. Those really tough parenting moments, I tell myself that my right now is not my forever.
Do you need a hug or do you need some time alone? You need some time alone? All right, no problem. I'll check on you in about 5 minutes.
I hope that if nothing else, my girls see the value in kindness.
Thank you.
I hope that they're proud of me. I hope that I'm raising them in an environment where they can be good and they can be kind to the world, and they can be good and they can be kind to themselves.
My name is Rob Kenny, and I'm the dad of 2 grown adults, and I started the YouTube channel Dad How Do I. I'm going to show you how to use a stud finder. If you came here looking for help finding a boyfriend, that would be a different stud finder. I have cooking videos, I have basic car maintenance. Right here, connecting it to that. I do just about anything and everything that a dad would do. It sure shows you that that's way out of whack. There you go. My dad left when I was 14 years old. I thought it would be a good idea to just download some information that I had to learn, a lot of it the hard way. You want to just hand tighten these, but make sure they're snug. Being a dad is such a cool thing. It's such a blessing to have our kids in our home for a window of time. Hopefully I can encourage dads and kids to, hey, let's reconnect and put our phones down and spend some time together. We go around the back and come through. What matters to me is not so much that you learn how to tie a tie, it's that you learn and feel deeply within yourself that somebody cares for you.
How beautiful.
We love that.
And with us now is Dad Dude, Taylor Kalmus, licensed therapist Kier Gaines, and Rob Kinney of Dad How Do I?
I mean, this is so awesome. I can't believe you guys have been able to create content. And there's so much need out there. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, when I got started, I kind of got into it because I saw that there was a lot of different like mom vlogs and a lot of content for moms, but there wasn't a lot out there for dads. So I kind of got into it, and then there's this huge like wave of fatherhood content that came after that.
And the mental health space is so critical.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one of the reasons that I started doing my content. I just made a video about me and my daughter and this new journey I was on, and how going to therapy changed my relationship with my daughter, with my wife, and with myself. So I thought that if I share that message, it can embolden other people and other men to do the same.
Your dad left when you were a teenager.
Yeah, and I don't dwell on that. I just share it to try to encourage other people to move on, because you can't do anything about the past.
Yeah.
So that's the big thing. I try to encourage people to forgive, because you know, it's not healthy to carry that
Lug it around.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people have a lot of questions for you guys. So stay right there. We're going to answer questions in this round of Ask the Dads. It's coming up right after the break.
are back with the Father's Day edition of Fave Follows, and 3 dads are blowing up online with their advice on fatherhood.
Yeah, Taylor Akalmus is known as Dude Dad. Keir Gaines is a licensed therapist, and Rob Kenny is the creator of Dad, How Do I? And since we have these guys here, we thought a lot of people had some questions just that surround fatherhood. So we're going to call this Ask the Dads.
Okay, first up, there's a question from Charlie, who's got a very timely dilemma when it comes to his dad. Should we take a listen?
Yeah.
What do you do when your dad says they don't want anything for Father's Day? Dads can be incredibly hard to buy for, and they know it. So do you take their advice, or do you still try to get them something anyways?
Okay, Dad says no. Don't worry about me.
Make them something.
Make them
That's a
something?
good idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't care if it's just like, you know, paper with macaroni stuck to it or whatever. Like, my son just made me a little, book about me.
On the same token, I think a really good thing is to get dad an experience. A lot of dads are so worked up in taking care of family and taking care of everyone except for themselves. So get dad an experience. Give him a day, a fishing trip, or give him a day to hang out with his friends.
Yeah.
The material things, maybe not as much, but the experience he'll be able to use for a longer
That's what
time.
the older kids say.
I think taking them out to lunch or something where you get the alone time, just getting to hang out together.
A
If
one-on-one,
that
that's
works.
all they
Oh,
want.
I love that.
All right, so we got a question, guys, from Kevin. He is about to become a dad for the first time.
What is the most helpful thing you did for your partner during the newborn stage? Thanks.
That's a great, very good
question.
one. I have some answers if y'all don't.
Well, that was my initial thought is like, ask her, what does she need, you know?
That's
but
right.
I have a newborn right now, and for us right now, the way I help out is by dealing with the other 3.
Yeah.
Because she has a lot of mom guilt that she's not giving the other 3 as much attention as she used to. So I try to take the lead on them and make sure that they're all covered so that she can kind of come in and just, you know, have relational time with them.
Yeah, because sometimes the mom doesn't know in that moment what they need. They want you to do something.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
So my therapist brain is cutting on right now.
Turn it on.
And the first thing I thought was one of the best things you can do. It's a little unconventional, but go to therapy. Becoming a new dad requires a lot out of everybody in the household, especially you. And sometimes there are reservations, there are fears that you have that can prevent you from being fully present and being there for your family and also yourself. So start on your therapy journey or continue on it if
On
you're
yourself.
already there. Absolutely.
That's really smart.
Absolutely.
I would say a big thing is getting up in the night. Make sure you take your turn, getting up and, you know.
Right,
when
even
the
if she
kids-
says, I got it.
Yeah.
I know
and
I've got it.
I,
Yeah.
you know, I was in a fog for like 6 months with my kids. Both of them, I remember that, but I think that's important.
But it's
Okay, all of your wives are in my eye line, and I'm not sure if they, did you guys get everything you needed? Okay, I'm just checking. I'm just double checking.
Okay, our next question comes from Chris, who's a father of young kids and needs your help. Let's listen.
Hey dads, once in a while I'll stay up super late at night even though I'm tired just to capitalize on some peace and quiet after the rest of my house has gone to sleep. How do you manage taking time for yourself without losing out on precious sleep? Coffee can only do so much.
That's actually a great
That's
question.
a great question.
I don't know. You're gonna lose sleep. Like it's just different. You're not gonna get the sleep you used to. That's it.
But how do you get your alone time? Because I think that does matter if you're going to be a good parent.
Well, yeah. When I hear his question, I'm thinking about the balance of it all. So my thing would be to think about what I'm getting out of it. Am I looking to relax or am I looking to have a distraction? Because I can stay up on the Xbox playing Call of Duty all night.
Yeah.
That's a distraction which is needed, but it's not necessarily relaxing. So just ask yourself what you need.
Yeah.
And sometimes just go to sleep early, man. It's
Yeah.
90% of adulthood. Just go to bed.
Yeah, and by the way, sleep, what you realize is sleep is the best gift of all.
Yeah.
Okay, our last question comes from 12-year-old Hazel about her dad.
My dad says the same dad jokes over and over again. It's kind of embarrassing. How do I ask him to stop?
I think we should start down here.
Well, thank you for giving me that. I always have to kind of come up with something clever after these guys have already gone.
Yeah.
So, you know, dad jokes they're priceless, I think. And
no way to stop.
did she say like the same bad dad jokes? Couple things there, same. You need some new material then. Sounds to me like.
Just
And
mix
you
it
can
up.
go to my channel for that. And bad dad jokes, I don't know.
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing.
No, I don't think so.
All right, guys, we want to say
Yeah,
thank you to
thank
all of you.
you.
That was really great. To check out more from these guys, Taylor has a children's book. It's called Dad and the Recycling Bin Roller Coaster. You can follow Keir on his Instagram and YouTube. And Rob's book is called Dad, How Do I? All those things are available.
We love that one. Okay,
Thanks.
and before we go, y'all, we have to make it official. and add you 3 to our fave and follows list.
Congratulations, guys. We love you. Coming up next, the father-son duo whose dreams are coming true, viral sensations Brian and Thomas Owens. They're going to sing for us coming up right after this.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Okay, so back in June of 2013, soul singer Brian Owens posted a YouTube video of himself and his father, Thomas Owens, singing the cover of the Sam Cooke hit, A Change Is Gonna Come.
Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. And as you guessed it, the video went viral. It's been viewed nearly 100 million times all around the world. Now, 10 years later, Brian and Thomas have a new album coming out this fall. It's perfect for Father's Day. It's called Duets with Dad. We are so honored that y'all are here with us today.
Okay, did you have any idea this thing was going to take off like a rocket ship?
No.
So y'all just sang like you sing?
It wasn't even to do that. It was to raise money for another organization as a single. The video was like a second thought. And then 4 years after, in 2017, some dude I never met before posted it on Facebook. And
that was the
and
end.
There it was.
Yeah.
Okay, I heard that when you were younger, you did not sing with your dad, but you had older brothers that did.
Yeah,
so they're probably mad.
So are they mad?
They've accepted it now. No. It wasn't until like my mid-20s that I really started singing with my dad. But they grew up singing with him in church. I grew up around the singing, but I never really sang.
You always loved to sing?
Yes.
And
Yes. I've been singing all my life.
Oh.
You have the most beautiful voice.
Doesn't he?
Yeah, you really do.
And can we just say that you have Father's Day concert in St. Louis? So we hope that people come and see
you have a documentary. You got your albums dropping.
Just go to duetswithdad.com. You can find out all the information. Yeah.
All right, what are you going to sing for us now?
We're going to do a little version of Stand By Me, if that's
Stand By Me.
Love it.
All right, take it away.
Is come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. Oh, won't you stand? Stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountains as you stand by me. Oh, won't you stand by me? Stand by me. Won't you stand by me? Stand by me. Stand by me. Won't you stand by me? Stand by me. Won't you stand by me? When you're in trouble, just stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by
Oh my gosh, that is so beautiful. Thank you guys. We're wept.
crying.
That is so beautiful. Thank
That
you.
was
Thank
so.
you.
That was so beautiful. Brian and Thomas, their new album, it's called Duets with Dad, drops this
You guys,
fall.
everybody get it.
Yeah.
It'll make you feel really good.
Beautiful,
Thank you guys.
beautiful.
And cry too. We'll be back right after this.
all the mountains crumble to the sea.
Coming up next week, Kelly Clarkson will be here.
We love her. Plus, two of the stars of Just Like That, Kristen Davis and Evan Handler.
All right, and from the new Netflix film The Outlaws, Adam Devine will be here.
Guys, have a great, great weekend. Happy Father's Day. Bye.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
our guide this morning, the one and only Padma Lakshmi.
Hi, everybody.
Padma, of course, host on Bravo's Top Chef. Tonight is that hit show's 19th season finale. Chef's getting one last chance to compete for the grand prize. Padma, you've been there from the very beginning with the exception of that first season.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and it's been a really long, great ride. I never thought that it would last this long, but I mean, you know, we're doing well. The show is better than ever, and the critics still like it, so I'm very lucky.
And not to give away too much, but the scuttlebutt is next season, you guys are going to do something you've never done before. Is that right?
Yes, we're going to go international for the whole season. We have been international for finales.
Okay.
We've
But the
gone
whole
to
season is
Singapore and Macau and everywhere else, but the whole season is outside America. Don't ask me where yet.
Okay. All right. Let's cook. Let's eat. What are we making this morning?
We are making the healthiest dish possible. So I'm going to make a sauce, and it's a Balinese baked fish. I first had this dish when I was in Bali over 20 years ago, and it's so simple. And the reason I like it is because it's very low effort. You'll see.
We love that.
It's very healthy, it's very high protein, and it's easy to make.
Okay.
You know, people always ask me how I stay lean.
Yes.
You know, when I do all this eating on Top Chef, it's not easy, but it's eating like this that helps after I finish. So we're gonna start with onions in the blender, and to the onions, we're gonna add garlic, ginger, a little bit of tamarind paste. Now, tamarind paste is wonderful. You can get it at any good supermarket. It'll last in your pantry. It's going to add like a tart and sweet tang to it.
Okay.
Also, I'm adding toasted sesame oil and cumin powder.
Cumin powder.
And a little salt to taste. That is really it. And about 2 or 3 tablespoons of water.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We'll mix that up.
You're going to mix that up. I'm not going to do it because of the noise, but this is what it looks like.
And what kind of fish are we using here?
We're using red snapper, but honestly, you could use cod, you could use flounder.
Any white fish.
Any white fish. This is so easy.
And they're already digging in over there. What's the verdict?
How is it?
Yummy. Got a lot of umami to it. Oh, you love the umami.
And then all I'm doing is pouring this.
That's
and
it.
this is going to go into an oven at 350 degrees for 20 or 25 minutes, and that's all. And
Foil?
then
No foil.
Foil.
Okay.
Foil.
So you cook it covered.
Cook it covered. And then when it's done, I know it doesn't look very appetizing, but it's so delicious. All you're going to do is take fresh mint and garnish.
Okay.
And a little bit of lemon juice. And this has literally like less than 250 calories a
Wow.
serving. Yeah.
And you're going to
lot
pair it
of
with
protein.
bok choy?
I am.
I
so-
find cooking bok choy intimidating.
Why?
I don't know. It's probably because I'm not a very good cook.
So good. So you want to get bok choy and you just want to quarter it like this. Depending on the size, you can cut it smaller.
Okay.
And all we're going to do is dump this bok choy and blanch it literally for 90 seconds.
And why do you blanch it?
So that it cooks evenly and you don't get weird spots when you're sauteing it.
Okay.
But you don't want to cook it for that long. Like this is going to cook for literally 90 seconds, 2 minutes.
And then you take it out and you
take
immerse it in the
out.
cold.
You don't even have to.
Oh.
I mean, look, if it's a weeknight and the kids are hungry and you gotta go, don't worry about immersing.
so
You're
good.
not in a restaurant. It's
got a little
fine.
kick.
So
Yummy.
this is what it looks like when it's blanched about 90 seconds. I have butter melting here. This is so easy as well. And again, all I'm doing is adding some Asian ingredients to it, which is the toasted sesame oil. Whoops.
See a theme emerging.
Soy sauce. Well, it's gonna go with that fish, right? Onions. No onions, sorry, that was garlic.
Garlic.
That was ginger and a little bit of red chili.
There's your bite.
It's
There's
really
your bite.
good.
It's yummy.
Yeah, and then you just saute this up. And I mean, I literally made it in real time. I made this whole meal in real time, except for the 20 minutes that the fish took.
Right.
That's how easy it is.
That's
And
true. What do we think?
I love it. I like the flavors. Never thought I
Yummy.
liked
To
bok
do this
choy.
recipe. You don't cook a lot.
She has
but
a
even
cooking
here,
show.
Savannah, I
Okay,
have
I'll
confidence
try it.
that can do this.
So good. I could eat a whole plate of that bok
Oh, that
choy.
is
Yeah,
good.
really good.
Really good.
Thank
Really
you.
good. Padma,
Thank
congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so
Folks who
much.
tune in tonight for the finale, what can they expect?
Yes, they can expect a lot. We have 3 contestants who all have different styles of cooking, and we're in Tucson, which is a UNESCO Food Heritage Site. So I'm very excited.
Tucson?
Yes!
That's nice people.
I loved it.
That's
It
my
was great.
hometown.
It
Yay,
was so
Tucson.
nice.
Padma Lakshmi, thank you so much as always.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We are back to Day Food. Summer does not have to be all burgers and hot dogs, you know, and it can still be delicious. If you are looking to bring more veggies into the rotation, you're in luck. All the way from the Butcher's Club at Palm Beach's PGA National Resort, we've got Top Chef Season 13 winner Jeremy Ford with some veggie recipes to spice up the dinner. Hi, good morning.
Hi, I'm
I
such
guess
a
we
huge
should
fan.
I'm a fan.
Yes.
All right, veggies. Now look, I'm a little skeptical because I'm a carnivore, but this all looks delicious.
But all of this goes with carnivore stuff.
Okay,
so you're
great.
Good.
So show me what you got.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite dishes from the Butcher's Club at PGA, and we basically take these beautiful sweet Vidalia onions.
Yes.
And we put them in a pot, skin on.
Oh, skin on.
And we have a little bit of milk, water in there, some aromatics such as thyme, a little rosemary, some black peppercorn.
You just put it in sprigs and all. I love that.
Yeah, how easy can that be?
I mean, I'm into the ease of that. Okay.
And the reason we do this is because we're basically poaching the inside of the onion slowly. So we'll bring this up to a boil and let it cook for like 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll just check it by, pulling it out and doing a little squeeze.
And what do you want it to be, kind of soft?
Just a little softer than a raw onion.
Okay,
so like
great.
5 to 7 minutes.
All right, we got our tasters over there.
Wow.
So we'll get the
Oh my
verdict
God.
in a second.
Yay.
Oh,
So
we
good.
already got an OMG.
This is 10. It's so good.
Okay,
Yes.
so now what happens?
So basically now we take off the root end without taking off my finger.
Yeah,
right?
that's always tricky.
You need those. And then we just pull the center out. So it's really, really easy once it's soft to pull this out, right?
Oh,
Take
'cause
off
you're
the
gonna
outside.
stop it.
Because we're gonna stop. There we
What?
go. I know, right? So we'll pull all these layers off and leave
Okay.
the outer two.
Wow.
And if you want to make it look cool, you leave the little top on.
Yeah, that's
a little
neat.
hat.
Okay, and then we're gonna stuff it with this
Yes.
looks like potato salad of
Yes,
some
yes.
sort.
So in here is a little bit of horseradish, some heavy cream, potatoes. A light lunch.
Yeah, I know. My goodness. You said we didn't say it was low fat. We just said it was vegetarian.
We just said it was going to be easy and fun. So
Yum.
we stuff our gratin in here.
Okay. Oh, it's a
very simple.
gratin.
Yeah, gratin.
Oh my God.
The
Gratin, as we
onion.
would say, Hotzi.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hodsy.
I actually learned this from my mentor, Dean Max, taught me this years and years ago.
It's a beautiful recipe. Okay, then what do we do?
So now that's stuffed in there, are you trying to stuff some?
Well, I feel like this guy needs
You
to
wanna
be
get in there?
stuffed, doesn't
Okay,
he? I don't
all
want to
right.
waste my time here.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want you to
so
waste the onion. Not my time. I meant to say I don't want to waste this beautiful onion. I have all the time in the world.
Oh,
Okay,
love it.
All right, let's do it. So then what? We roast it?
So then we just pop this thing in the oven, let it get all crispy and delicious like that.
Is
and
it so
then-
yummy, you guys?
This is so yummy. Good.
Fun, right? Like there's
Nuts.
gratin, but you never had gratin in an
Oh.
onion.
The horseradish is
Yeah.
perfect.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
Cool, and then we bake that off and we roast it. So then
Okay.
we can move on.
And then you can serve it with this cream spinach. So how do we make that?
Yes, the cream spinach is my claim to
good.
fame. At the Butcher's Club in PGA, this is our top selling dish.
Oh, okay, wow.
Everyone loves this dish. It's amazing. Even at Stubborn Seed, in my other restaurant in South Beach, we run this dish.
Okay.
So everyone's had cream spinach, right? So simple, shallots,
Usually
garlic.
from a box,
but-
to be honest.
No!
Yes.
I will come to your house and cook it for you so you never do that.
Oh, I'm going to learn from you
Okay,
right now.
okay, good.
So what are we sauteing there?
So that's shallots, garlic, and onion.
All right.
Right, so you'll get that nice base, which is
goodness.
kind of like the base for most cream spinaches, right?
We're adding a little flour.
We're adding a little
Is
flour.
this a roux?
This is a roux. Okay, you're hired.
Second French word, roux and gratin. Okay.
And then we cook that out for like 5 minutes.
Now it
to make
looks kind of
sure
dry and crumbly. Is that
it's
all
dry
right?
and crumbly until we
Finishing
go,
this.
ta-da! We add the heavy cream and let that cook for a little while.
Okay.
What makes ours so cool though,
Yes.
right? So typically you have your spinach and your cream,
Okay.
which is this cooked down.
Yes, and you already cooked your spinach.
We already cooked our spinach in boiling water, shocked it in ice water so we keep that beautiful green color. But what makes ours funky and cool is tarragon, basil, and dill herb
Ah.
So it gives you this
taste
she knows.
I mean, we're about to be finished over
It's
here.
delicious.
Oh my gosh.
But wait a minute, you take these herbs and you just put them in the blender or the food processor?
Yes, and then also ice it. So I forgot
Okay.
to tell you, you gotta ice it before you
my
blend
gosh.
it. That way it doesn't continue to turn brown.
Oh,
Because
okay.
you want nice bright green spinach like this.
Okay, we're
right?
gonna put all these specifics. You're gonna share this recipe,
Of
right?
course.
Okay,
The
good.
secret has been revealed.
So it
the
has
world
that
will
herby
know.
flavor. You guys have a kit? Does
It's
that have a
great,
kit?
Chef. How do you get it so it's not too soupy? It's got perfect texture.
The right amount of flour into your heavy cream mix. That's what's gonna give you the perfect consistency. So I always like a little bit more just in case so it doesn't get too
great.
runny, right?
This is amazing.
I'm glad
so
you're enjoying.
You're cooking it up, and then here's a dumb question. Do you then put it in the oven after this step?
Yes,
Okay.
if you want to. You could serve it hot out of this pot right here onto a dish, but I like these little casserole dishes to get it really hot.
Yeah.
You know?
Hot, and then does it like brown off on the top or something? Could you put a little cheese on top?
You could put a little, hey, you know what? Let's put some cheese on top.
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
go.
Yeah.
And then you bake it
And then
off.
Bake it off a little
Bake
brown
it off.
on
Get
top.
it, yeah, maybe even put the broiler on.
Yeah,
Why not?
the broiler.
Yes.
Now we're talking.
So-
Guys,
so
what's happening?
underused.
Clean Plate Club
Listen,
over here?
I was just about to say, it's like,
You don't even miss the meat.
I was about to ask you, does anyone miss
No,
the
that onion was insane.
Yeah.
I've never had
That
anything like
bro-
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's such a fun reiteration of our classic favorite two things, right? Gratin, creamy spinach, but just done a little differently, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Phenomenal.
Say gratin again. Gratin.
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 Always thought it was right.
Gracias for
Yes.
the gratin, Chef Jeremy. Thank you so much. If you want to find these recipes and a lot more, go to today.com/food.
And we are back with Today Food. This morning's guest, Kwame Onwuachi, a James Beard Award winner. You may have seen him as both a contestant and recurring judge on Top Chef. He's also, by the way, opened 5 restaurants, all before turning 30. And now he's out with a follow-up to his acclaimed memoir. It actually is his first cookbook. It's fantastic. It's called My America, Recipes from a Young Black Chef. Kwame, so good to see you. Man, I'm so curious about how you, in this book, have taken your whole history, like from Nigeria to the Caribbean, to Louisiana, to the Bronx, and how this book has been just basically your lifeline.
For sure. You know, it's my version of what I found American cuisine as a kid. When you're a kid, you're not asking like, what ethnicity is this when you're eating food? You know, I know I'm in America and I'm eating something, so that was American food to me. So it shows a lexicon of how diverse American
What do
cuisine
you
can
remember about being in little Jamaica in the Bronx eating food that you're about to make for us today?
Jerk chicken. I remember sitting on the side of the road with my father, getting jerk chicken out of a barrel and getting sauce all over my face.
What is jerk sauce? What is jerk?
So jerk sauce, you know, it started as an act of like preservation, but it's a sauce that has so many different layers of flavor. It starts with a marinade, and you marinate this chicken or pork or vegetables in this sauce, and then it's smoked and grilled.
Let's get to it.
So
What
the
does it
jerk
take?
sauce, I always recommend making this from scratch. So I have a pepper sauce here. It's pretty much a Scotch bonnet puree. We have thyme. We have a little bit of tamarind, we have scallion, ginger, garlic, and soy sauce. And then allspice, cinnamon, and bay leaf and clove. We're gonna put that in the blender, act like this blender's going.
No need to do that.
Well, then the sauce comes out like this. So I like
Is it
to
in like the
make-
barbecue sauce family? Is
No, but you can make a barbecue sauce, which we're gonna do now.
Okay.
So we have ginger and garlic and onion sweating. You know, you add some ketchup to this, you add some brown sugar, and then you add your jerk paste, and then you let this simmer for about 30 minutes until it gets nice, deep, and dark like this.
I was saying when I went to spring break on MTV, we flew into Montego Bay, and the weather was so bad, I had to drive to Negril, and we stopped on the street along the way, and I had my first jerk chicken. It's like a culinary thing I'll never forget.
Your first real jerk chicken,
Is it a
right?
street food?
Yeah, it's actually a street food. There's a lot of history in it, and that's the beautiful thing about My America. It gets into the history of the dishes and why they stood the test of time.
Perfect.
So you got your jerk barbecue. You can blend it if you want to make it smooth. I like mine a little bit chunky. The difference between my jerk chicken recipe is I like to brine the chicken. I like to infuse the flavor deep into it. So
Like an overnight brine sort of thing?
Overnight brine. You have your flavors of your jerk paste in the brine as well, and then you'll marinate it, throw it on the grill.
I love it.
We're in the studio.
You like to outside cook this, though?
Yeah, because you got to add some smoke to it, you know.
What kind of
and
wood chips do you like?
I like to use pimento wood. The
Wow,
wood that
never heard of
comes- that you know grows the allspice berries, so
Right.
you accentuate those flavors.
Let's see our little chefs over there. What do you think of the jerk chicken?
Plates are almost empty.
Are you serious?
Oh, now you're getting. Come on.
We got
oh my
plenty.
God.
Oh my
God. We need more.
You know what's interesting? A lot of times jerk chicken, it's just it's too wet. There's too much jerk sauce. Yours is perfect because it's just a little bit, and it gives you that hit. You know.
Well,
So good.
When you do it properly, like it's such a refined dish. You know.
What is doing it properly? What are the cooking tips on the chicken? How does it differ
You
from
gotta
making?
smoke it. You know, you gotta cook it in the grill. You gotta let it marinate. You gotta make your jerk seasoning from scratch, and that's how you build those layers of flavor.
Is this what you're gonna make it? But we have to plug the family reunion because it's so
Yeah,
cool.
the
Just
family
say
reunion.
what it is, everybody.
So the family reunion is this, 4-day food festival at the Salamander Resort and Spa. We get some of the best chefs together in the country and food professionals and entertainers as well. So it's really exciting. Tickets drop today, everybody.
Of course they
I want to
do.
see all of you
Oh
at
my
the
God.
family reunion.
That's gonna be good. What is the side dish, by the way?
The side dish is sauteed cabbage and carrots.
Oh my God.
How's that, guys?
Good.
I mean, are you kidding me?
It's
Amazing.
You know what we need? We need rum punch. A little rum punch.
Oh, I got
Well, congratulations on everything, man.
Thank
Looking
you.
forward to the
Thank
family reunion. The book is beautiful, too.
Yeah.
So much.
Great writing, great recipes, and this looks delicious. So there's a good lesson on jerk chicken. Kwame, thank you. That recipe, by the way, is on our website, today.com/food. And for the cookbook, check out today.com/shop. It is awesome.
Dawn Burrell made a name for herself competing in the long jump at the Sydney Olympics. Look at her back in 2000. And the next year, she won gold at the Indoor World Championships before she tore her ACL and decided to turn to another passion, which was cooking.
Well, as a chef, Dawn's been nominated for a James Beard Award,
Wow.
a finalist in season 18 of Top Chef, and set to open her restaurant late August in Houston later on this year.
But first, she's here to show us how to eat like an Olympian. Hi, Dawn. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I mean, I guess you're just a star at everything you try. Impressive.
I mean, I've been told to do the best I can in every endeavor, so
Nice.
I'll try to do.
Okay,
yeah.
Seems like you do.
We are not Olympians at anything except for eating.
Yeah.
We actually excel at that
Yes, we
sport.
do.
So we want to start the day with breakfast.
Right.
You say there's 3 things we have to have every single day.
So I like to say that you should have some nuts for really rich proteins and nice proteins and good fats, you know,
Okay.
for your body. Raw fruit. And some grains that are also rich
So what
and
is
will help
this?
you. This is a chocolate granola.
Chocolate granola. You
Yeah,
wanna
and so
try
this
chocolate
is sort
granola?
of fun on
sure.
vanilla yogurt or on top of maybe like a little chia seed bowl or something like that.
That's great.
Beautiful, yeah. And then this is a power smoothie. This power smoothie is filled with protein, antioxidants, and good fuel for your workout in the morning.
Okay.
And it's a good grab and go like breakfast that you can take to the track with
tastes
you
good,
or on
too.
your run with
Love
you,
banana?
whatever. Yeah, some bananas
Blueberry?
in there, dates, blueberries, and almonds.
Love it.
It's delicious. That's where you
Yummy.
use the protein. And then avocado. You say start your day with some good fat.
Exactly. So if you are a savory breakfast person, this is a way to go as well because you have some nice protein from this is a chili paste with almonds in it.
Yum.
And
Al swears by this. Is this the paste you love?
That's the Trader Joe red chili.
Yeah. And then you add a little bit of almonds in there, and then
Yum.
you have some a protein-packed breakfast for yourself with some nice
And
fat.
we have a little avocado
Yes, have a little avocado
Yum.
toast.
Now, once we moved to lunch, one of the things we never had when we were in Tokyo were some greens.
Oh, I haven't eaten anything green in 3 weeks.
Help us out here.
Well, I'm going to help you out with that because we all need them, right? So here we have a vitamin-rich salad with great antioxidant qualities also because it's a turmeric and vinegar dressing. I mean, it's ginger dressing. And what you'll do is I'm going to top this off a little bit.
That looks beautiful.
This is a versatile dressing. You can use it on chicken or fish.
And
know,
you
it
put
has
seeds on your salad too, which I think is interesting.
Seeds are also like rich fats, good fats for the body, and also some fiber. Fiber that's great
delicious.
for
That looks
digestion.
so good.
Thank you. Sorry.
And for dinner, you swear by this chutney.
This is this is a go-to chutney. It is Trinidadian as far as culture is concerned, but you can also puree it and make it into a glaze that is functional for like roasts and things like that. What we did here is we just used it as a chutney or a relish on this chicken. It's called cuchilla.
Wow.
It's a little bit spicy. It's made with mangoes and ginger. This amchar masala, which is a very lovely spices, garlic peppers, and everything like that.
Dawn, thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
You can find the recipes at today.com/food. And she's back on the third hour to tell us how to turn an athlete's cheat meal into a breakfast of champions. Oh, by the way, speaking of champions, our champion weather person, Dylan Dreyer. A little birthday. Happy birthday. We have a special bubbly drink.
Oh, yes.
You
get cider.
So,
Thank you for the cider.
You're going to drink while you have apple cider?
Yes, I bring in 40.
Wow.
You're only 40?
The big 40.
That's it?
Wow. Hanode wanted to say happy birthday too. How old are you, Hanode? Are you 21? No, you better not. No, I can't drink.
Hanode's just a baby.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Dylan.
We love you so much.
Wow.
You guys are so sweet.
Cheers.
Dilly. We love you.
Oh,
there we go. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, like they need a reason to drink.
I know.
We are back with Today Food, and it is inspired by a trip to London, so we thought Nicholas Holt would like to stick around. Plus, he said he's never had a popover. So we've got Gail Simmons, our culinary expert.
Not as you know it as a
That's
popover.
right. Food writer, permanent judge on Top Chef, now in its 20th season. 16 former competitors from all around the world head to London, facing off for the ultimate world All-Stars title. Gail joining us now to make a traditional Sunday roast using lamb. Gail, good morning.
That's right. Good morning. Good to see you guys.
That's right. So London.
So London, Top Chef. This is the first time in 20 seasons that we did our entire season overseas. We lived in London for 2 months shooting over the summer and fall.
Must have been wonderful.
It was wonderful. And most of all, I have to admit, like, I love British food. I think it gets a bad rap. But first of all, London is an incredibly global city.
Yes.
But I really
Nicholas
love
laughed at
Sunday
that.
roast.
What was the Sunday roast is a beautiful tradition, I
Isn't
think.
it?
And I'm very excited about this.
Yes, and it really goes well with Easter, obviously coming up, or Passover, or
Right.
whatever you may be celebrating right now. This time of year, spring, so I decided usually it's done with a big beef roast,
Right.
but I'm making a leg of lamb.
Okay, so this is a boneless butterfly leg of lamb?
Boneless and butterfly.
Can you ask
thank
your butcher to get this?
You
like
absolutely
this?
can. It's very standard.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with making the marinade for it.
So you're doing mint, which usually people pair with lamb.
Exactly. It goes so well. I'm using lots of fresh mint. I'm going to throw it in a bowl with lemon juice, and Allie, you're going to help me out here. So in the bowl, I'm going to dump. You can dump in lemon zest, garlic, and a little Aleppo pepper. You can use just chili flakes if you have. Let's season it up.
Is that spicy?
They are spicy, but Aleppo has a beautiful mellow chili flavor. And then, Al, if you want to whisk, I'm going to pour in some olive oil. Yep, I got salt.
This is absolutely delicious.
Yeah, oh, good. I'm glad you dig in. Like, gotta eat it when it's hot, especially the popover, which, Nick, you will know as Yorkshire pudding.
Well, is it the same, essentially?
Exactly the same. But they just cook them in these crazy tins that we'll get to in a minute instead of in one big dish.
Okay. So you've got your marinade.
So I've got my marinade. Now, pour it over my leg of lamb, but not all of it. Save a little bit of it, which will act as the extra sauce later. That's gorgeous. Thank you very much. You've done this before,
Once or twice.
And how long do you let it sit in the marinade?
At least 4 hours. You can put it in the fridge. You can leave it overnight and cook it the next day if you want. You're going to toss it around and make sure that it's nice and coated. Leave it, cover it, and then you're going to take it out, pat it dry, and throw it right on a very hot grill.
Gail, should you
big.
let the meat get to like room temperature before you throw it on?
Yes, you want to take it out at least 45 minutes, and actually you want to season it because there's no salt in that marinade. But we'll do that as we go.
Right.
Season with salt and pepper. You want to pat it dry after it's come to room temperature, and then you're going to let it grill.
I've never cooked lamb. Do you want a little redness inside, or do you
A
have to
little,
cook it
but
through?
I find, and this is personal, that unlike steak that I like really medium, rare, like totally pink inside, lamb can be a little tougher, a little chewier. So I like to cook it slightly more medium than medium rare.
So now we're
and then I make my popovers. Exactly.
Which
so
is important.
In one bowl, I have flour and salt. In the other bowl, I have 4 eggs. I'm going to whisk with, I like to add a little maple syrup. Untraditional, but I'm Canadian.
This is what I was excited about because I took a bite and I love Yorkshire pudding, but this has got a nice sweetness to it.
That's right, a
in the crust.
little bit of sweetness.
I like this
some
addition.
melted butter. Nicholas cooks, so he's taking notes.
I am.
I love that. I love that.
Puddings I've ever had.
I feel it's very, it's serendipitous that we have a Brit to eat my my Sunday roast.
Usually you make it with beef fat, but this is a
Yes,
wonderful.
I'm using melted butter here. And then I'm just going to put my dry ingredients whisked in.
It's like a very moist pancake.
That's exactly it. But
It's like a
when
good
they come
pancake.
out of the oven, they're actually
Oh my gosh.
huge, as you saw earlier. They deflate a bit, but they're so much
Tell
fun.
them about the shrinkage, Jerry.
Like a
Precisely. All right, so I mix that all up, put it in a pouring tin. Now here's the key to Yorkshire pudding. The key to popovers is you want to preheat this pan. This is a fancy popover pan. You don't need it. You can use a muffin tin. But you can see that there's already sizzling melted butter at the bottom because I've preheated it. Take it out of the oven and immediately while it's still hot, pour in 3/4 of the way
'Cause you don't
your
want to fill it up
popover
too much or
batter.
else
That's
it'll-
right. Because they
it
get
does expand over.
huge.
Yeah.
And that is the name. So you pour it in, and then you put these in the oven about 15 to 20 minutes at 425, and they come out so puffed up and
serve
huge.
immediately.
Serve immediately. I mean, already they have.
They deflate.
But they are
But they're so
chewy
good.
and
I'm very
delicious,
happy.
and they go with the
Glad I
lamb.
Are you
stuck
happy,
around.
Nicholas?
I'm very happy. I'm
We're
glad I
glad
stuck
you
around.
stayed.
Thank you.
And then you have the extra
Much better
marinade,
than the
of course,
crickets.
Oh, that's right.
as your sauce.
This is
How's my
That's right.
Sunday roast?
delicious.
It's incredible.
Is this the best interview you've ever had?
It certainly is. I'm very happy. It's taken the bad taste of the crickets out of my mouth as well.
Nicholas came to play. I like that. All right, Gail, thank you so much. Nicholas, thank you so much. And
Thank
for
you.
these
Thank
recipes, head to today.com/food.
We are so excited to get started with cooking in Today Food. But before we do that, we're just going to take 1 second and shout out our new executive producer, Talia's in the house. We just want to say, hey, welcome
Happy
to today.
first day.
It's her first day of school. Go Talia.
We're so
happy you're
thrilled
here.
She's here. And you know who else we're so happy to have? Well, she's not at the ranch hanging out with
Yeah.
her family or filming episodes of her hit Food Network show. Ree Drummond is busy coming up with easy and delicious meals for you and your family.
Ree's the star of The Pioneer Woman and a best-selling author of 7 cookbooks. Her latest is called The Pioneer Woman Cooks Super Easy. It's 120 shortcut recipes for dinners, desserts, and more. We've missed you.
Ree, we're so happy
you
you're
guys.
here.
It is so, I just feel like I'm seeing old friends, and it's just so happy. I'm so happy to be here.
Well,
love it.
Ree, okay, first of all, we have to say congratulations.
Yes.
Your daughter got married.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
How
I
was
know.
that?
It was so much fun. I mean, it was, we did it on the ranch, which was a crazy idea. We sort of built this huge tent out there, but it was fun. And the great thing is, it was a lot of work, but the day of, we were just able to let the process happen and enjoy it. It wasn't stressful.
Did you do any? You didn't do any cooking for it, did you?
No.
Good. You just
No,
relaxed.
no,
I
no.
I know. I was going to say, who does Ree hire as the
No,
caterer?
that's why I was able to relax and have fun.
And
right?
to watch your husband walk her down the aisle, we know he's been recovering from an accident. It must have been special.
It was wonderful. I mean, it was a blessing. That's my favorite picture of the two of them. He was a little stiff then. He's doing much better. He's on his horse today, so everything's great.
Back
We're
on the horse.
Very, very lucky.
All right, what are we going to
yes,
cook?
Oh my
take
gosh,
us away.
okay, so now that Hoda has eaten a whole chocolate
I know.
cake
You know
today.
That is really good.
Why was everybody making fun of you? I don't appreciate that.
Thank you, Jen.
If
I
I
think
had
you
been
would
there, I
have
would've
supported
stood
me.
up. It was really quiet, and then all of a sudden the cake was gone. And but
You should see what she does to chips.
well, you know,
You know
it's
what?
morning.
It's happening again.
You have the rest of the day to work it off, right?
Exactly.
So after the cake, I thought it'd be great to make some vegetables. So I'm going to do a sheet pan gnocchi dinner. And what I love about it, my cookbook, really, I'm not afraid to use shortcut ingredients. So my favorite ingredient is store-bought gnocchi.
So
and
is this frozen or you just
no,
get it?
it's actually shelf stable, believe it or not. So you can buy it.
throw it in there?
Wait,
Yeah.
is this a joke? What you
threw
just
gnocchi
did?
on-
You just dumped everything on the sheet
everything
pan?
on the sheet
I
pan.
thought you had to
All
boil
the
it.
Oh, no, because we're going to roast it. So then I've got
pesto?
Yes, pesto. I'm going to mix it with olive oil.
Oh.
I'm
you
trying
buy
not
the
to get
pesto
pesto
too?
on you, so I
That's
moved it
okay.
away from
Don't you
your
worry.
beautiful
Ree, can you
white
buy the
soup.
pesto or did you make that?
No, bought the pesto.
See, I like everything so far.
She's
that's
speaking
happening.
our language.
Yeah, I mean, during the pandemic, you know, I kind of burned out on cooking a little bit because there were
Didn't
so
we
many
all?
kids around.
Is that it?
Yeah, so that's it. Because pesto is so flavorful, it has garlic and you know,
And do you
of
need
course,
to oil the
basil.
pan? Did you already oil
You don't
it?
have to because there's plenty of olive oil in the pesto mixture. So
You just
basically,
mix it all around
mix
like
it all
that?
around, and then look how
Wait.
beautiful it looks.
Oh,
my gosh,
Jenna.
we have to
pull it out of the
taste.
oven. So I like to do a little balsamic
you want us to
glaze.
jalapeno?
Oh, yes,
Yes, help me
glaze.
and grab some Parmesan shavings.
So do you just that?
I love balsamic
I
glaze.
do too.
Everything
I do too.
on anything.
And you know what? I used to make my own by just reducing balsamic for
Yeah.
hours, and the
this.
house would smell like vinegar, and my kids would be like, "What is that smell?"
doing?
This is kind of crispy.
It's delicious, isn't it? And see how all the
my
veggies
God.
got beautiful color. But it's such an easy meal, and I would totally just eat this. But
Wait, we could do this too, which is huge.
look at what we just
In
did.
1 second.
Put it in the oven.
Is
dress
this
it.
basil? What did you?
I
What is that?
tore basil.
Oh, tore basil.
Yep. And I'm so lazy. I don't even want to chop basil anymore.
Just chop
So
it.
I just
By the way,
tear it
I
and
like
put it on there.
exactly. Oh, should we go around the back?
Yeah,
There's
we
more?
have another recipe.
Okay,
So
great.
honestly, sheet pans are kind of my thing. I love them. They're just I get nervous if I don't have 20 ready to go at all times. So this is a sheet pan salad, and I love this concept because you basically roast any veggie you want. It's the squash time of year. So
Yes.
this is a mixture of cubed butternut squash
Yum.
and delicata squash.
I love delicata
What is
squash.
that? I
I'm
don't know. What
obsessed
is it?
with
Me
it.
too. Do you ever
So-
put it on
is it?
toast?
Oh, yeah, mash it
Yes.
up. Yes.
What are you talking
It's
about?
just a
look at-
squash.
This is what it looks like.
Oh,
And
in
it's
the
basically
store?
kind of an heirloom type of
Okay.
squash. But the great thing is you can eat the skin. It gets really tender. So butternut, it can be a little bit tough,
Should I
not
do-
very
should I
tasty.
add
Yes.
some?
Drizzle, and then we're
Salt
going to
and
do
pepper?
another roasted vegetable situation, salt and pepper, Italian seasoning.
This is so brilliant.
And
This
then
is
just
so
toss.
brilliant.
But here's what's fun about
What?
it. So roast it, and it's like 450, 25, 30 minutes.
Okay.
And look how gorgeous. So that's delicious on its own, but I build a salad out of this.
thank you.
So basically,
You make your own dressing too, don't you?
Well, sometimes I doctor up bottle dressing. So But I'm using the roasted vegetables as a base for a
Mm,
salad.
that's delicious.
Isn't it good?
Yes.
And the dressing is tahini, mustard, lemon juice, olive oil, honey.
Okay.
And then, isn't it pretty?
10 plus. 10 plus plus.
Pomegranate seeds. Yep. Yep.
Pistachios.
Pistachios, pomegranate seeds. This
I love
is-
pomegranates.
It's pretty at Christmas. And then goat cheese, which Hoda doesn't love.
Thank you.
Well, Hoda
It
likes
doesn't
it.
love
It
me.
just doesn't love her.
Okay.
There's a lot of
Thank you
TMI
so
in
much.
this segment.
There's a lot about Hoda.
Anyway.
Bree, thank you so much for these recipes. Head today.com/food. And for Bree's new book, it has recipes just like this one. Head today.com/shop.
I predict a bestseller.
Me too.
And we're back with Today Food. Thrilled to say good morning to our next guest. Finally, after all of those teases, the pioneer woman herself, Bree Drummond, has made it all the way from her ranch in Oklahoma. Are you near Blake's Ranch in Oklahoma?
Not so much.
Not so much?
But, you know, we're in the same state.
Yeah.
So, you know, we know each other.
When I was there marrying him and Gwen, I would have stopped by your ranch and said a little hello.
Next time.
Or your 25th wedding anniversary. I could have renewed your vows.
Well, Ree's also out with a brand new cookbook. It's called Super Easy. It features more than 100 shortcut recipes, which we like the sound of that. Actually, lots of them going on in the ranch in Oklahoma. You look absolutely stunning. You've got a daughter who just got married, right?
Yes. Hard to believe.
Yeah, and you're about to celebrate your 25th anniversary, and Carson's going to do your renew your vows for you.
That's hard to believe too. I know. I'm only 29. I don't know how I could have been married.
You look 29. What happened during COVID? All I did was eat and drink and not work out.
Well,
And
listen, same. I was wearing pandemic pants this time last year. I don't know if you remember, but yeah, I just, you know, the wedding was a great inspiration and motivation. But then once I started kind of exercising more and getting healthier, it felt so good that I just kept going. So I'm kind of glad I'm over that hump. And now it's about just maintaining and enjoying.
Well, I don't know if these delicious recipes are going to be on any maintenance, but they really smell good.
Speaking of my wellness journey, let's eat some tots. With cheese all over them. So, yeah.
It starts with chicken.
Yep.
Yes, so I'm going to make tachos. Now, do you know what tachos are, Carson?
no idea.
You need to know. So,
like to know.
tachos are just like nachos, but they're made with tots.
Oh, Yum.
So I baked some tots with a little
We have the
cumin
gang
and
eating
chili
already.
powder.
Oh,
Cooked
right.
some chicken, add some celery. So these are buffalo chicken tachos.
Yum.
Celery, garlic, and green onions.
Did you
and
make
then-
up tachos, or is that a thing? I never
It's
heard of
kind
tachos.
of a thing, but it hasn't
Okay.
swept the nation yet.
Yeah,
so
it's going
now
to.
it will. I'm
Yeah.
kind of hoping.
It'll be trending by the end of the
Put
segment.
on nachos, you can put on tots and
Okay.
call them tachos.
Love
So
it.
then, of course, buffalo sauce, and then you just let
Oh.
this simmer. I started with
Delicious
raw
smell.
chicken, but you can do rotisserie chicken to make
Okay.
it easier.
Yeah.
So simmer that until it's luscious.
Have you
and
changed what
saucy.
you cook now because of your sort of wellness journey? Has it put you on a
No.
different path? Or you-
No, and you know the thing is I have teenage boys, college students, lad,
Right.
is a, you know,
Ranchers.
cowboy, and so I have to make food that everybody loves.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I'm not good when I deny myself,
Yeah.
you know, whole
Butter
categories
and
of
oil
food.
and-
So I'm just kind of learning to eat I like to say I eat a Rhode Island-sized piece of cake instead of a Texas-sized piece of cake.
That's the best way. You get the flavors and the taste.
How does that taste?
That's really good.
Everything's good. So good.
So you pull the tots out of the oven. They're seasoned, so they're a little bit elevated. I kind of push them into a pile, pepper jack cheese all over. I mean, this is
It
what
gives a little
life's all about
spice. Right here, yeah.
And then you spoon the saucy chicken all over. And so you can do ground beef and
That's some hit.
black beans and do sort of a
Is the chicken gonna, because it's hot, melt that cheese, or are you putting this back in the
No,
oven?
it's going back in the oven.
Okay, I
yeah.
thought
So
Okay.
because you want to melt the cheese like nachos. So all the cheese you want, melt
Where's mine?
it.
Oh, here we go.
That's delicious.
Okay, yeah.
Pepper
Actually-
jack cheese, the buffalo sauce. It's hearty.
It's got a kick, but
oh, jeez.
Did you know redheads can tolerate spicy food more than anybody
Really?
else?
Is that true?
Yeah. So
This is good. Is that true? You love it?
We'll delve into the genealogy of that some other time. But, but basically, you garnish with blue cheese, and to make blue cheese dressing, I just take ranch dressing and add blue cheese to it.
Oh,
and
clever.
It's
Another
very
shortcut.
easy. You can do bottled ranch, or you can make your own, but
Brilliant.
nice little shortcut. So this is what this is why my teenage boys love me.
Oh, I can see
I mean,
why.
that is delicious.
Hey, Carson.
Really, really good.
Hey, this is gone. I mean,
Yeah.
wham.
What happened?
Oda's eaten a whole bundt cake already.
Oda, we have not started the cake segment yet.
Hey, take a breath.
No one's missed these eating segments more than Hodes.
So good.
Remember, Rhode Island, not Texas.
She's going state by state.
All right, well, that does bring us to our chocolate cake. Now, this is your secret recipe, right?
Okay, yes. So, confession, my top secret ingredient in my top secret cake is dark chocolate cake mix.
Oh, okay.
And listen, I had my house full of humans during the pandemic and large 6'5" humans and football players. And I was making so much food that I was about to lose my religion. I mean, every day I was just like, I can't do it anymore. So I'm not afraid to whip out the chocolate cake. I doctored it with, bittersweet chocolate chips just to make it a little bit more rich.
Wow.
But the thing
This is the secret. It's a box cake.
well, it's what, yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is, I'm topping it with ganache, which is heavy cream and good
well, there you
quality
go. It's a
chips.
mouth
Yeah,
twister.
good.
That's
Okay.
all 2 ingredients,
Yes.
and then it turns into this
Here.
luscious.
And are these
Oh, this
inside,
becomes-
too, or is
yeah.
this like a topping
This
thing
becomes
situation?
so well. You can just eat one if you like.
So you just
but-
made, okay, yeah. So you made the
We
cake.
gotta go.
Oh, we're out of time. Okay, I really wanted to understand this. And then drizzle.
drizzle. I do sprinkles on top, but after Halloween, you can take
Beautiful
leftover
cake.
candy, chop it
put it
up,
on
and
top.
put it on top. So
Hold on.
Hold
Oh
on,
my
she's
gosh.
licking- she's
Wait a
licking
minute.
the plate.
Hold her, show it. Clean
Literally.
Plate Club.
Clean Plate Club.
Clean Plate
Done.
Club.
You left a
And she's going to eat Al's.
And also, she's going to move in with you.
and she's giggling. She's giggling a lot over there.
Congratulations on everything. Love your show.
Yes,
you
you're the
guys.
best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, of course, you can find all these recipes at today.com/food and pick up a copy of Super Easy at today.com/shop.
This morning on Today Food, lasagna 2 ways with layers of pasta, meat sauce, and creamy cheese. Lasagna is one of the ultimate comfort foods, but get ready for something a little new this morning. Reed Drummond, AKA the Pioneer Woman, has created 2 recipes. They're going to become your favorites. Her latest book is called The Pioneer Woman Cooks the New Frontier. Reed, good morning.
Hi, Savannah.
It's good to see you. Now, you're doing something really different with lasagna, which is risky.
Well, it's a little risky, but when you see these recipes, you will totally understand. I like to mash things up, and you don't want to make lasagna over and over and over. So we are going to make shrimp scampi lasagna roll-ups.
I like it.
Which are as good as they sound. So I cooked some shrimp in butter, onion, garlic, little thyme, and chopped it up.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a sort of a shrimpy, cheesy filling, and this is cream cheese, ricotta, egg, and Parmesan.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
I know.
Looks so
I mean,
good.
it's all right. Sign me up.
Yes.
So I'll let you stir this together, and I'm going to start on the white sauce. My new cookbook has lots of fun recipes like this.
Yeah, I like that it's different.
Yeah, and buffalo chicken quesadillas, for instance. I have 2 teenage boys at home.
Yep.
My girls grew up and left me. So
now
mean.
you've got those brutes at home.
So rude of them.
You still got Charlie the dog?
Well, Charlie's not with us anymore, but I have Walter.
Okay. Oh, Walter.
And I have a couple of other little bassets running around.
Look at the whole crew over there. It's like, Savannah, how could you ask that?
Oh, no, it's okay. Charlie lives on in his books.
Yes, he does. We read his book all the time.
Oh, I love hearing that.
Okay, so I stirred it.
So that's all stirred together, and I am making just a beautiful white sauce, and I started with the roux, and it has cream and milk. And so you cook and cook and cook until
You're
this
trying
is
to thicken it up, right?
Thicken it up.
Is that
add some
thick
salt
enough
and
or not
pepper.
really?
This looks great.
Okay.
This isn't quite there, but
All
I
right.
have
Magic
some
of
already
television.
finished.
Yes.
So I'm going to have you help me build a roll up.
okay.
So this is the filling you just stirred together. Take about a generous third a cup.
Okay.
And put it on the end of the.
Oh, this has the the whole thing is in here. Our shrimp, our everything.
And these are cooked lasagna noodles. I cooked them about half the time that the package says. And then just roll it up. Hence the name, lasagna roll-ups.
They're so cute and pretty. What do you
They are
think,
so
gang?
cute.
Oh my God.
Are you dying?
Oh my goodness. Between bisque and a lasagna.
Oh. Good point. That's exactly what it is. And then I always put the seam side down.
Yeah, of course, to make it look pretty.
I poured the white sauce in the bottom of the dish.
Oh.
And then I'll let you pour
And
the
then you're
rest
gonna-
of it.
am I
all
pouring
over.
or am I drizzling?
No, pour.
Okay,
pour
just
that
get in
sucker.
there. Okay, yeah. Why not? Look at that creamy yummy.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Yes.
And then top it with mozzarella. And you can see the finished dish right here with parsley on top.
That doesn't look crazy difficult either.
No, it's not. And my daughter, who lives in Dallas now, saw my new cookbook and she said, when I come home, will you make me the shrimp scampi lasagna roll-up? So
I mean, why not? Look at it.
It's
okay.
gorgeous.
I want to taste that.
So that's lasagna one way. And the
Now this
second
shocked
way,
me. Lasagna soup.
I mean, it's really earth-shattering.
Okay,
It's-
tell me. I'm gonna
it's
have a bite
beautiful.
here.
So started with ground beef, sausage, onion, garlic, thyme, oregano, and I just cooked it, and then added.
Oh my God. Let's try that.
Savannah, just take your
Delayed
time.
reaction. So good.
Take
Okay.
your time. And just turned it into a really delicious whole tomatoes, tomato paste, parsley. And you can see the whole tomatoes. I actually like to let them cook down a little bit and then break them up because they're a little softer. Anytime I try to squeeze them with my hand, it winds up in my eye
Yeah. That's not fun.
or on my shirt, which is even worse.
Even worse, exactly. So you just you browned up the beef and then then you put in the
Drain the
tomatoes.
excess fat and then turn it into a beautiful soup. And then I cooked some broken up lasagna noodles. So this is
That and
where
they're down at the bottom. It's
lasagna
like a
comes
hug.
in. It is. Oh, that's
So
a really
wait, what
good
about
point.
the cheese? Where's the cheese?
Okay, so once you simmer away the soup
Yes.
and the noodles are perfect, I make this little ricotta dumpling mixture.
Oh, wow.
And all it is ricotta, Parmesan, salt, pepper, basil, and parsley. Stir it together. And then when you serve up the soup, you just put little dollops right in the middle.
Oh my God.
And it's just, if the soup is really piping hot, the ricotta dumpling
Starts
just
to
kind
melt.
of melts
Can I
into
come
it.
over to your house, Reed?
Yes,
Is this
yes.
what we make there? Because it sounds fab.
Bring your kids and Lad will put them to work on the ranch.
Yeah, I would love it. I love it. Thank you so much. How do you like
Fantastic.
the soup?
It's amazing.
Unbelievable.
Which one do you like better?
I love the soup. It's crazy.
We're torn, can you tell?
I got one vote for soup and
Well, you know what though? And then you get a piece
Switzerland
of shrimp
over
on
here.
this one.
That's the thing, and all that shrimp scampi flavor is in there.
You redesigned lasagna.
Yeah.
That's next level.
Yeah.
My wife loves your shit.
I get bored really easily, so I have to have some fun in the kitchen.
Thank you so much, Rhea. I know you're coming back for the fourth hour. More food. You can find all of these recipes at today.com/food. And for more on Rhea's book, go to today.com/shop. You can buy it there. Thank you, honey.
Ree Drummond is busier than ever. Not only is she a mom of 4, she's a New York Times bestselling author. She has 3 million Instagram followers, and she's a star of the hugely popular Food Network show. It's called The Pioneer Woman.
And somehow she's also managed to find time to put together a new cookbook called The Pioneer Woman Cooks the New Frontier, which features a couple of recipes that we're going to be making today. And she took all the photos for the book. Of course, she does everything. She did that too.
My camera's a mess. My camera's sticky. Food all over it.
So she's got roast chicken for us. Look at this.
Yes, I'm so happy to cook with you both. I'm a big fan of both of you,
We
so
love
thank you for having me.
So
I
wait,
can't
you're-
cook.
Yeah, me either. But wait, you're based in Oklahoma, and you just do your everything from your home? Is that
Pretty
kinda how it
much.
works?
We film the show at our guest lodge, so at least they don't have to trip over my teenagers' laundry, dirty socks in our real house.
I was telling her that my daughter, Christina, is like, she is the most incredible woman. Her voice puts me to sleep. I watch her. Her life is idyllic.
Yeah.
My voice puts my husband to sleep, too.
All right, so we're making chicken today.
Yes, I just want to show you my favorite way to roast chicken.
Okay.
I'm wearing gloves just for the spatchcocking.
Yeah.
So do you know what spatchcocking our chicken is?
No.
So
Spatchcocking.
it's super easy. Basically, you have to put on gloves, cut the backbone out, which is just snip on either side.
Okay.
That's the unpleasant
splay
part.
it out.
But then you splay it out, and the whole point is to kind of the whole point is to get it as flat as possible. You can use your palm and kind of push, but that way a chicken that would normally take a lot longer to roast just takes really a fraction of the time. So then you wind up with a beautiful roasted chicken. So what I like to do is make sort of an herb dressing, and it's just simple olive oil, herbs, cut some baby gold potatoes in half and just toss them in the herb mixture.
How long does this take you to make?
You want to help me and just kind of scatter them around, and then you'd brush the same mixture on the chicken.
Now, is this a greased pan or is this not?
It doesn't have to be because the chicken has so much
stuff.
beautiful grease as it cooks.
Okay.
So just really about 30 minutes total. You start with a high heat and then lower it, and then look what you wind up with. Halfway through, I add cherry tomatoes and zucchini, and then put it back in and finish it up. And you have this beautiful roasted chicken, which I like to serve as roasted chicken, but I also like leftover roasted chicken.
Can we try this?
Yes,
Maria,
of
that's
course.
like your perfect meal, by the
That's
way.
right, that
Have
is.
a bite.
Chicken.
I mean, I like French fries, but
Yes.
we're not having that. But
I'm sorry, Maria. I should have made fries.
we're not allowed to eat that.
I think roasted chicken is the perfect food.
That is yummy.
It's good for weeknight family meals, but
Are you surprised at how your cooking, your passion, has turned into this incredible success?
well, you know, I think you nailed it. Just passion. If you are passionate about what you do, it can take you in directions you never thought you'd go in. And that's I've had so much fun with Pioneer Woman because it started as blogging. So come around. And I want to show you what you can do with the chicken if you don't want to slice it up and serve it as roast chicken. So you can shred it, which is my favorite thing in the world. So I'm going to make a beautiful chicken and wild rice soup. Onions, celery, and carrots. And then I'm going to deglaze with some white wine, which I love in any soup. It just adds beautiful flavor. And it's getting to be soup weather out there.
It's getting to be.
Finally, did you have a hot summer here like we did?
We had a scorn shirt.
It seemed to go on forever. And then add some flour just to thicken it up. And then you'll cook this for a bit.
Do all
and
your
then,
kids cook?
No. Sadly, no. My daughter Paige loves to cook, and she's a great cook. The rest of my kids love to eat. So welcome to my plight. But I love to cook, and so it's
What's that?
this
Chicken
is
stock?
Chicken stock,
Okay.
and then water, and this is so easy. Wild rice.
I didn't know it was that color.
Yeah, it's not the mix that you buy in a box. It's real wild rice. Minnesota has wild rice. That's kind of comes from Minnesota. And then you basically cook it until the rice is done, and look how beautiful it looks.
That's gorgeous.
And then you add the chicken in, obviously. And I like to kind of cream it up a little
cream,
bit.
yeah, you got
I
to.
mean, I can't think of many dishes that I make that aren't made better with a little cream.
Exactly.
So you can add a little or a lot, and then let it simmer some more with some aromatics, sage, and rosemary and thyme.
Yes.
And then I love to add kale also.
To the soup?
To the soup,
Oh,
yeah.
At the end, is that kind of the
Kind
last
of at
touch?
the end, you
Yeah.
just let it simmer in the last few minutes.
Tell us what this pasta situation is.
Okay, so again, what you can do with the leftover chicken is make a chicken spaghetti casserole. And I think casseroles are just the ultimate comfort food. And this has mushrooms and a little bit of wine, of course. So if you can spatchcock a chicken, you can do anything in life.
You can spatchcock a chicken.
We need a t-shirt that says that. Yeah. But really, you can make soup and casseroles, enchiladas.
Reed, these were all delicious, awesome meals. I mean, they seem easy enough, too.
Very easy. If it's not easy, I won't do it.
Awesome.
That's good.
For these recipes, head to today.com/food. And for more about Reed's cookbook, go to today.com/shop. And welcome back. We're back with Today Food. This morning's guest, you know her, you love her, Ree Drummond. She is known as the Pioneer Woman, and today she's showing us 2 easy recipes for a family feast. You've got a simple, easy pasta recipe. What are we cooking?
Yes, so I am so into shortcut homemade ravioli. And what makes it shortcut is that I use wonton wrappers. So these are just in the store. And I made a little mixture of ricotta, Parmesan, salt, pepper, lemon zest. Wow. And I just put a little, I can't get too close to you guys, but put a little dollop in the middle of the wonton wrapper. And then I just take my clean finger and rub a little egg wash around the edge. And then take a second wonton wrapper and put it on top, line up the edges. And then you just want to press it together. Oops, I grabbed 3. That's okay. I'm doing this on the fly. And then just force all the air out. And honestly, if you can't make homemade pasta dough or you don't have time, this is such a great shortcut.
I like that.
And then you just can get an assembly line with your kids, make as many of these as you want, and then just drop them into salted water one by one. And look.
All right, I love those.
Little pieces of ravioli. Just
delicious.
Fresh and ready to go.
Hey, Ree, we only have a minute, but we want to get to that dessert, what is it?
Icebox cake?
Icebox cake.
Oh, yeah.
Blackberry icebox cake. So the frozen pound cakes that we all know and love, I shave the top off, crumble it into crumbs, pour in butter. Very easy. And then just put this on the stovetop, toast the crumbs. And then the cake that's left, you slice the cake into 3 slices lengthwise. I already started a layer, and it's cake, a mixture of jam, blackberries, and lemon juice and lemon zest. It's so fun to use a frozen pound cake because then you cut that whole step.
Oh my gosh,
it
doesn't even look hard to do.
Ree, it looks something Savannah and I could make. We're happy.
Yeah.
All right.
You just layer it kind of like lasagna.
All right.
Cake, jam, cream.
Ree,
and then you wind
we
up.
love you. We love you. We can't wait for your book to come out. Thank you for cooking for us. You can check out her recipes at today.com/food. It is one of the longest running food shows on the Food Network. Folks love watching
The up-and-coming chefs beat Bobby Flay, or at least they tried to. He's invited some fellow celebrity chefs to give it a go on his new show, Beat Bobby Flay Holiday Throwdown.
And today, Bobby's going to throw down in our kitchen with some chicken parm. Everybody loves the chicken parm. Bobby, good to see you, man.
Thank
How
you
are
so much. So good to be here. It's holiday season.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you cook a big turkey for Thanksgiving?
I do. Thanksgiving is my. It's my favorite day of the year. Actually, I'm going to be here next week.
Oh, good. Oh,
in the
yeah.
There's going to be a lot of food in this place.
Okay, good.
Man,
I'll be back then. I'll be
Okay.
back.
So we're going to make chicken parm. This is a dish, obviously, I call this chicken parmigiano as opposed to chicken parmesan. It's a little bit cleaner version of the classic. And I just put this on my menu in Amalfi in Las Vegas. Okay, so a couple of things. You look like you're not going to cook. You have your hands in your pocket. You want to do this?
I
Okay.
love especially chicken parm.
So chicken cutlets. Okay, this is classic. So flour, eggs, breadcrumbs. And so you set up a dredging station. You season every single.
Each
one of
part
them.
of it? Okay,
Yes, exactly. Because otherwise it's bland. So you go. So the flour to the egg.
Is that bad?
No, you're doing
No,
great.
you gotta get in there,
You
right?
can tell that Willie cooks.
You
He's
gotta get in
in
there.
there.
Look, he's in it. And now what?
Okay,
Now what?
and then the eggs hold on to the panko breadcrumbs. Exactly. And then you let that sit there for a second,
beauty.
and we just put it in the oil. I'm actually using avocado oil more these days than canola oil. And, I mean, they say it's better for you, so I say, okay, why not? Okay, so.
Are people laughing at my cooking?
I
think
know.
I'm doing great.
I don't know. What are they laughing
You gotta
about?
get your hands dirty.
Okay, so you want to make sure
just your hands, Willie.
So every culture has their own version of chicken cutlet, right? So we have. I've lost them. Thanks for coming, everybody.
I'm with you.
Okay, so every culture has their version of chicken cutlet. Obviously, this is sort of an American-Italian version. We're gonna make tomato sauce. I have 3 ingredients in my tomato sauce: onions, garlic, and then some crushed tomatoes. And I let this cook for about 45 minutes.
How do you crush it with the potato masher?
First you let it cook for about 25 minutes so they soften.
Okay.
And then I crush them with a potato masher so it actually has texture.
Yeah.
And then I put like a little sugar. This is very controversial. Some people say don't ever put sugar in your tomatoes, but you know what? If they're acidic, you want a little sugar to bounce it out.
Okay.
Okay. So then we have the chicken cutlet, and then I take some buffalo mozzarella.
Look at that.
And I just put it right on top.
Look at that.
Now here's the thing that I do. You see, I leave some of the crispy bits uncovered because we want that good contrast of texture.
Crunchy, yeah.
Exactly. We put it in the oven. I love this kitchen. You put it in this oven, and then it comes out of this oven
magic.
right here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here it is. So then we take some of the tomato sauce. And instead of dousing it all over the chicken and then ruining that crispiness, I put the tomato sauce on the bottom. The cheese is melted on top. And then see, it's a much cleaner version.
Yeah,
a little bit of fresh basil and a whole bunch of Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
Look at that.
May I start, chef?
Yes, you can.
You must.
And then some fresh arugula because this is a very healthy dish. And then a little bit of
just olive oil on top.
And there we go.
Can I sneak in here, Bobby?
Get in there.
Let me try.
Get in there.
Thank you. Is it yummy?
So good.
Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing. The really nice thing about it is you get obviously the acidity and the sweetness of the tomatoes. You get that crispy contrast, the texture on the chicken, and of course that fresh mozzarella is
It feels
beautiful.
a little light, which you can't always say for a chicken parm.
Well, the thing about chicken parm, and you and I sort of share that love of chicken parmesan, you know, where it's kind of doused in all that cheese and tomatoes. But this is to me, this is like a Tuesday night version of the Sunday night meal.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I hear you're in a movie?
Wait,
Bobby Flay is in One Delicious Christmas?
Let me tell you something.
Come on.
Yes, the Oscar buzz has been so overwhelming.
Wait,
I mean,
what are you who do you play yourself?
I play Tom Kingsley, who is a food critic. It's called One Delicious Christmas. Yes, they wanted me to act. I said don't do it, but they said please do it. So here it is.
So when do you see that and where?
It's coming on November 11th, Discovery Plus.
Oh, it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah,
Discovery
exactly.
Plus.
Oh, yes.
so cool.
Viewing everywhere. There'll be viewing parties all over the
Everyone's
place
talking about
for
it.
One Delicious Christmas. Exactly.
How do you really feel about a food critic, though?
I
in
love
real
food
life?
critics.
Okay.
Yes, we love food critics.
Thank you, Bobby. Make this recipe at home. Go to today.com/food.
Thanks, Bobby. Great to see you.
We're back with Today Food, and one of our very favorite guests, our pal, Bobby Flay.
Oh, I'm so excited. He's an award-winning chef, the author of 216 best-selling cookbooks.
216?
And we
At
can't
least.
forget about his hit show, Beat Bobby Flay. By the way, new episode tonight where 2 chefs go head-to-head in the kitchen for a chance to face off against the master himself.
This morning, Bobby is sharing a fantastic pasta dish with us. Good to see you, Mr. Flay.
Good to see you guys.
Bobby. Thanks for waking up early.
What are we cooking, honey?
So we're making a baked pasta. It's one of those dishes that I think is fantastic for like a Sunday night meal. It's very, very comforting, and it's something that can feed the whole family. So let's get started. It's going to be rigatoni. It's going to be some hot Italian sausage, some broccoli rabe, and some tomato sauce. A little vodka sauce in there as well. So I'm going to start off by cooking some rigatoni in some salt and water. You know, you've seen this a million times in the Today Show. Lots of salt in your water. Make sure it's boiling. Abundance of water. We're going to cook the rigatoni for about 8 or 9 minutes. Well, while that's cooking, we're going to get our sauce going. So we have some hot Italian sausages that I've cooked off a little bit. Some tomato sauce. I've made my own, but if you have a good quality tomato sauce that you like, you can definitely use that as well. And we're going to add a little bit of vodka. This is that, one of the most classic Italian-American pasta dishes is pasta alla vodka. It's basically a tomato sauce with a little bit of vodka in it and a touch of cream. So it almost becomes like a little bit of a pig sauce. Really delicious.
What does the vodka do to it?
What's that?
What does the vodka do to it, Bobby?
The vodka actually helps emulsify the cream in the tomato sauce so it doesn't separate. It's sort of a binder in a sense. And also, it's like, I mean, who doesn't want to cook with vodka?
There you go.
So basically, you're making like a creamy tomato sauce with the hot Italian sausage, and then just because we want to make sure that it's nice and healthy, I'm going to put some broccoli rabe in there as well.
Okay.
And then we're going to take this sauce. I'm going to pour it right over the cooked pasta. This is some rigatoni that I had, cooked ahead of time. Okay. So we're going to cover the pasta in the sauce. And I'm going to add some fontina cheese to it.
Yum.
And this is all going to go into a casserole dish. And I love cooking things. I call it oven to table, where you can create something in the kitchen. You put it in an earthenware or some sort of oven-proof dish like this one.
So, Bobby, did you cook that pasta al dente because it's going to be cooking longer in the oven?
Yes, that's a great point. You want to cook it a little bit undercooked. So maybe like 3/4 of the way, because it's going to sit in the sauce. It's going to bake in the oven at about 350 degrees. And on top, we're going to put some grated mozzarella and some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese. And then we're going to go to the oven.
Hey, Bobby, how do you keep it from sticking on the bottom?
Oh, it's not going to stick because there's lots of tomato sauce in there. It's going to be totally fine.
Oh, perfect.
And actually, if it gets a little crusty on top, that's actually a good thing. It's like like when you have the lasagna. And the edges and the crispiness around the side. What do you always want that part of it? You definitely get a little bit of this as well. You want to let this bake in the oven about 350 degrees for, about 15 to 20 minutes, because don't forget, the pasta's already cooked, the sauce is already hot. We're just heating it up, and then at the last second, for the last 3 or 4 minutes, turn your oven up to broil. Pour yourself
cook the top.
This is part of the recipe, by the way. And then take out your pasta, and you can see this is what it's going to look like.
Let's see.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, I hope
that's what I'm talking about.
I hope you're watching this at home. Make
Fresh
this.
herbs.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Oh, it's delicious.
Making that this weekend.
Yum.
And then basically, you can just take a little bit and just kind of put it in a bowl. Look at that, nice and chewy, cheesy.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, after looking at that, Bobby, it's amazing that anybody beats you on Beat Bobby Flay.
Yeah.
How's it going over there?
Beat Bobby Flay is great. We've done close to 400 episodes, which is insane. But I have to tell you, I'm having more fun than ever. It's so great to be able to welcome, chefs from all over the country to come in and take me down. It's actually way more fun when I lose because the chefs are so excited. It's great for their community when they win. They usually have viewing parties in their local community. It's great. Beat Bobby Flay has been so much fun for me for the last, I don't know.
Does your girlfriend like watching it?
You guys, Carson asked me if my girlfriend was awake. The only person awake right now in LA is me, cooking baked pasta for you. It's 5:50 in the morning.
Yeah, well, if you would just pull that sausage out of that dish, then she'd have a dish that she could eat if you were a little more thoughtful.
Actually, Carson, you know what? You've actually done your research because Christina does not eat meat.
I know that.
So if you get the sausage out of here, she's all good.
There you go.
We just put up a picture of her there as well.
Well, last time Bobby was on, he was very secretive about this whole relationship. Yeah. Then he spilled his guts to People Magazine. Now it's fair game.
Oh,
so she's lovely. Yeah. Lovely lady.
Hey, Bobby, real quick, we loved your restaurants in New York City. So amazing over the years. Anything new on the horizon? Anything we can look forward to?
In New York City, well, we're sort of in the wait and see kind of thing right now for New York because, I've always had restaurants in New York my entire adult life. And, we're just going to see what happens. I just opened a Malfi in Las Vegas about 5 or 6 months ago. That's going really well. And listen, New York has my heart. So at some point, we'll be back there.
All right. We look forward to that.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you, Bobby.
This morning on Today Food, the one and only Bobby Flay. For decades, we've watched him create some of our favorite dishes on countless TV shows and more than a dozen cookbooks. His latest is called Sundays with Sophie, and it takes us inside the Flay family kitchen, a collection of dishes inspired by meals with his daughter. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, this has got to be near and dear to you. Does Sophie cook too? You've been teaching her your skills?
Yes, she does. So Sundays with Sophie. Sophie's basically standing in for everybody. The idea is that it's Sunday meals or just meals for the family around the table. And actually, I devised a lot of these recipes during the quarantine because, like everybody else, I was cooking 3 meals a day at home. And so the recipes are incredibly simple, and they're really built for the home cook.
Oh, good. I love that. Okay, simple. You had me at hello.
Okay.
Talk about this poached egg. This is cacio e pepe poached eggs.
Cacio e pepe poached eggs. So cacio e pepe simply means cheese and pepper.
Yes.
We usually see it classically on pasta.
Yeah.
But everybody's cacio e pepeing everything.
Now, is this a breakfast or is this? I know. Is this breakfast or is this dinner?
No.
Like,
this is like breakfast or brunch, or like it could definitely be like a late night. Listen, there's plenty of times I love eggs for dinner.
Me too.
And so basically what I do is I make a vinaigrette. This is very simple. So it's some white vinegar, some honey, some shallots, okay? This reminds me of when we did our cooking thing together.
I know, remember?
I know.
Do you want me to stir that? I can do that now.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead. Exactly.
Look at me whisking.
And then some olive oil. And then we're gonna add some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, of course. And then some cracked black pepper. So there's the cheese, there's the cacio and the pepe, so to speak.
I mean, this is
Black
delicious right here. This is our little dressing.
Exactly. There you go. So then we're going to poach some eggs, and a lot of people are
I'm intimidated. All right, show me.
So it's 2 ingredients. One of them is water. The other is some vinegar.
Okay.
And the vinegar is going to help the egg. This is my big word of the day. Coagulate the egg.
Oh, okay.
So that kind of brings it to
a little bit. Do you guys know how to poach an egg?
Got it.
Al, I know you do.
No.
Raise your hand if you can poach an egg.
Al can.
Okay, yes.
Al poaches eggs with his eyes closed.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna just, and here's a little tip. I crack the eggs and I first put it into a little ramekin because if I break it, I don't want to put it in here.
Oh, true.
And a lot of times you do that if you just kind of go right into the water.
Okay.
So we're gonna let those poach. They poach for just like I don't know 3 or 4 minutes. And the best thing to do is kind of just do a little whirlpool so it gets a really beautiful shape.
Seems like it'd be hard to get those out.
Oh no,
without
they come
breaking
right
them.
out.
Really?
As soon as you can get them out, you just take them out. It's very, very simple.
Okay.
Should be no problem.
Okay.
We have some toast over here.
All right.
Okay. So sourdough bread, some kind of country loaf. I like mine like slightly thick, maybe, I don't know, maybe sort of like an 1.5 inches or so like that. And then just some good quality olive oil on the bread.
Yeah.
And then some salt and pepper. And this is one of the things that people forget when they're making toast. Don't forget to season it as well. Salt and pepper your toast. Like bring out the flavor of that delicious bread that you
I
have.
never do that. Okay.
Exactly.
Good call.
Okay. So we have the toast. I put a little more. I
You
take,
just roast this in the oven, or you
I'm
put
sorry,
this in like the toaster
so you can
oven?
put it in the oven, you can put it under the broiler, or you
Okay.
can just put it in the toaster.
Got it.
I think a toaster is probably the best case
Okay.
scenario, right?
that's
It works.
easy.
What's happening over here? Should we get these out?
You can do that if you want, but we're down here.
Okay. Well,
I was just concerned about that.
This is Savannah in the kitchen right here. This is the kitchen.
Distracted.
Coming to Food Network. Okay, so we have a garlic clove, and I just rub the garlic clove a little bit on the bread, just to give it a little bit of flavor.
Yep.
This is a very savory meal. A little more olive oil, and then we take our poached eggs, and we put the poached eggs right on top. Whoops! Right on top of our bread.
okay.
And then we take our dressing.
Yes.
that we
Okay.
made.
Now this is the good stuff.
And this is where all the flavor comes in. Okay.
Oh, yum.
Just
How do they
pour that
taste, you guys?
right over there.
Wonderful. Finished it.
Really good.
Some Parmigiano.
Oh my.
Some fresh chives.
I mean, come on.
Can you make the dressing ahead of time, though?
Absolutely, and of course you can use it for salads, or you
I
can
was
put
about
it
to
on
ask
fish or
that.
vegetables.
Anything.
Absolutely, very, very versatile.
Okay.
But this is what I was doing at home. It's like
So yummy.
you're at home, like you just take the ingredients that you have in your cupboard and you make dishes, and this was one of them.
Okay. Well, that looks. Should I have a bite?
Yeah.
I'm so worried about those other.
Dive in
eggs.
and go grab
Okay.
them.
I just don't want them to hurt.
You got to cut it.
Okay. Here we go. Someone else gonna have to read this.
Gets gooey.
Gets good.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
So yummy, Bobby. Wow, that's a GIF right there.
Someone's working on it.
You can catch
Wow.
Bobby again
On the
on
third
our
hour.
third hour. You can also get his recipes, today.com/food.
This morning at Today Food, our friend Bobby Flay. Bobby Flay is here with an easy meal to make the entire family happy. He's also out with a new show. It's called Bobby's Triple Threat. It's where he challenges some really talented chefs to go up against his hand-picked culinary
That's
titans.
awesome.
He also has a brand new cookbook out. It's called Sundays with Sophie that he wrote with the help of his little daughter.
Oh.
Bobby, always good to have you. It's not really fair to call Sophie little anymore.
No, she's 26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
She'll be calling you after this.
Yes. There's Sophie.
Yeah.
What was the impetus behind the cookbook?
Well, I did all these recipes because during quarantine, like everybody else, I was cooking 3 or 4 meals a day at home. And finally, I actually decided to write them down. But the great thing about it is I was basically utilizing all the things at my fingertips. And so the recipes are incredibly simple. It's really Sophie, it's Sundays with Sophie, but Sophie's basically standing in for everybody. everybody.
Okay.
They're family meals.
So what are we making?
So today we're making a creamy rigatoni. We have some spicy sausage in there as well, some roasted eggplant. So it's healthful, it's spicy, it's got big flavors, and it's easy to make. So
People tend to be afraid of eggplant.
they do tend to be afraid of eggplant, but this is actually a very quick and easy way to cook it, Al. Just take a little bit of olive oil over some diced eggplant. I put a little salt and pepper, and
So
you
you don't
put
even
it.
peel it.
No, you don't have to peel it. And I
Okay.
put it in the oven.
That's it.
For about 30 minutes, and it roasts, and it gets really nice and soft, and you can reserve it. Okay. Then we have some spicy sausage that I saute, and get nice and brown. Try to get a little color on the outside. Make sure it's cooked all the way through, and then you have these sort of juices in the bottom. And then because it's the fall, I want to make it sort of a little bit heady, so I'm going to add a little red wine to start.
What kind of wine do you use?
I use a good table wine. It could be a Pinot Noir or Cabernet. It doesn't really matter. And then something that you want to eat.
Standing back just 'cause I have a
stand
white
by.
dress
You have a
on.
white dress on, and then some tomato sauce, and then you let the tomato sauce and the red wine cook together. Picks up all that flavor.
Any secret to your homemade tomato sauce?
3 ingredients: onions, garlic, tomatoes.
That's it.
That's it?
And taste them. If they're a little acidic, I put a pinch of sugar. I know that's controversial, but let's
As long as it tastes good.
Exactly right.
Do you break them up in a blender, or do you?
I crush them with like a potato masher while they're cooking.
Could you use canned if you?
I definitely use canned.
Okay.
Absolutely,
Okay.
canned tomatoes are good. So we have our roasted eggplant. We put it in here with the sausages and the tomatoes, and then we have some rigatoni. It doesn't have to be rigatoni.
Why do you like the rigatoni for this?
I like rigatoni because it has a little bite to it, and also the holes running through it actually pick up some of the sauce. Then we're going to add a little creme fraiche to this, so we can make it creamy. Don't get that on your beautiful
I
white
know.
dress.
I'm still standing back.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
And then some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
Oh, Bobby.
Oh man. Are you kidding?
That's
Some
money.
basil.
That's
I'm here.
money.
I'm here for
Oh
comfort.
my
I'm here
God.
for comfort.
I'm very
Some fresh
comfortable.
oregano.
Very
Very
comforting.
comforting.
You guys, you're like, oh, let them cook. We're gonna go eat. That's it.
Yeah.
We're like, that's enough, Bobby.
You know that help.
You guys have like a 4-course meal every single day on the show. It's the
We're
greatest
like,
place
it's
in
time
the
to eat
world.
now, Bobby.
But you were one of the first people in the last hour who actually made breakfast for us during a breakfast.
We were so taken
That's
aback.
true.
We're like,
It's very
what?
rare.
Breakfast is very important in the morning.
But look, it this was is pretty delicious. simple to make, and this is amazing.
Thank you
My
very
kids would
much.
love this.
And again, I had some ingredients, and that's
Yeah.
what I came up with. And so the book is really about simple ingredients, and it gets the family around the table. And to me, that's the most important
Which is
thing.
the most important.
Yeah.
Could you make like a double batch of the sauce and the sausage and then freeze it?
Al, absolutely. You can definitely freeze the sauce for sure, and then when you want to use it, a couple weeks later, or whatever,
Yeah.
thaw it out. But this is also great family style. Big bowl of this for Sunday
Oh,
dinner.
man.
Bobby,
Favorite.
Make it happen.
Thank you, Bobby.
The whole family will love this.
We're back with Today Food, joined by one of our favorite chefs, our Bobby Flay.
That's right. He's got a new book out next week called Beat Bobby Flay. Conquer the kitchen with 100 plus battle-tested recipes.
Yeah, this morning, Bobby's teaching us how to win in the kitchen with one of his all-time favorite dishes. Bobby, just when you think you know everything about chili, you're going to do something. Is it a secret ingredient? Is it like, are you going to add some coffee grinds to it? Or are you going to, what are you doing? You're just taking the meat out? You're robbing us?
Well, it is a vegetarian dish, but Carson, you have to understand, first of all, on Beat Bobby Flay, I don't get to decide what the signature dish that we're cooking is. It's the other chef.
Oh, that's right.
So I got challenged to vegetable chili, and also my girlfriend doesn't eat meat, so, you know, I got to adjust.
Smart. So how do you make it good?
Smart man.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, so come on over. So I'm going to start by making the base of the chili. I always say everything good starts with onions and garlic, so we're going to start with some onions and garlic, and then some tomatoes as well. And of course, you need to bring some spices into the game.
And Bobby,
So I have
who's
things
your
like
girlfriend?
You buried the lead. Wow.
Just kidding.
I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to go there.
Well, you brought it up.
She's going to rename Nameless for now.
Okay.
But thanks for
I'm
asking.
just going to Google it. I'll have it by the end of the segment.
Wow.
All right, so
The
go
chili
ahead. When
went
do you
right
put
out
the
the
meat
window.
in?
Sure did.
Nothing remains
Where'd
nameless,
you meet
Bobby.
her?
It's
How'd you meet?
2021.
How'd you guys meet?
Anyway, so then you add a dark beer to the chili, which is one of those secret ingredients, right? And then this becomes the base of it. Now, Carson was asking, like, you know, you rob us of the meat, but you can use things that are vegetables that actually give us the texture.
Very
of the
attractive.
meat.
Meat-like.
So we're going to
Carson found her. Carson found her on the internet.
We're
I
not
will
going to
not
say it
say
out
the
loud.
name,
We
but
promise.
very,
But
very impressive.
No, he didn't.
He
There's
did.
no
He
way.
did.
Yeah.
Vegan
so
or
we have,
vegetarian?
No.
You really are dating up, Bobby. You are really dating up.
You are a lucky man.
all right. So
This guy
anyway,
went off the rails.
mix.
What
then
vegetables are you using there, Bobby, to replace
So thank
the
you
meat?
so much, Al. Thank you so much. So we have eggplant and portobello mushrooms
Ooh.
because they have that sort of meaty texture.
Mhm.
We're going to add that to the chili as well. And we're going to let this cook for a little while. And then basically what happens is you have the base of the chili, and it looks and feels like chili. It tastes like chili, but it's completely meatless. And then the thing I love about chili is that it becomes like this canvas for all these like really cool garnishes that you can put on top, which is really the key,
Oh, that's
right?
a nice job.
So
That's beautiful.
we have some yogurt that has a little bit of shishito peppers in it and some lime juice. We want that nice cooling effect. And then I have some avocados in here with some diced red onions and some chilies. I'm going to put some avocado on top. It's almost like the chili becomes a vehicle for all these cool things that you want to eat. A few tortilla chips for some crunch. You got to make sure you have that crunch going.
Hey, Bobby,
And a
does
little
the
bit of
chili
Mexican style
take
cheese.
less time because it's vegetable-based than a meat-based one would?
It does, Al, because if you're cooking something like eggplant or portobello mushrooms, it's going to cook a lot quicker. You just want to make sure that the mushrooms and the eggplant cook all the way through, because then it absorbs all the flavor from the base of the chili itself. You want to cook at that dark beer. You want to get some of that earthiness as well, and then you start to garnish it. A little bit of lime zest on top. So you have some acidity, you have some spiciness, you have a little sweetness, all the good things, and it's a very warming dish. I have to say, like when I first heard that I had to make vegetable chili on Beat Bobby Flay, I was kind of bummed out because
Right.
I am a meat eater, and but I have to say, like the eggplant and the mushrooms do a great job of substituting it. And of course, it's a little bit healthier. I mean, people are eating a lot more vegetables.
I was
these
going to
days,
say,
let's face it.
is plant-based having its moment now, Bobby?
Oh, it's unbelievable. As a chef, we constantly have to adjust to the trends of the way people are eating. And I will say one thing: people are eating healthier and healthier, and I don't think that's ever going to go in reverse. I think it's only going to keep going in that direction.
Bobby.
So we have to really get very comfortable with cooking vegetables in lots of different ways.
Yeah. What did your girlfriend say when she tried that first bite? I was just curious.
He's trying to help you here. Trying to help a brother out.
But what did she say?
Whew, you know what? I haven't made this for her yet, to be perfectly honest. But it's on the dock. Well, it's been the summer now. Now it's getting a little bit.
You're right. Well, is she there right now? You still give it to her.
No, she's not here. But Savannah, thanks so much for asking. You're the best.
Kidding. Bobby, we love you so much. It's just so fun to tease you.
Does she have a key to the elevator?
What else is in your book? We have a couple seconds. What other kind of recipes? Are they all vegetarian?
There's all kinds of things, from like peri-peri chicken to shrimp and grits. There's some great desserts like a spiced chocolate pudding, eggplant rollatini. I mean, Salisbury steak. There's really classic home-style dishes, and then there's a couple of things in that are a little bit fancier. But it's if you're a fan of the show, I mean, Al's been on the show a couple of times. It's such a fun show, and we've shot over 500 episodes.
Wow.
And,
You've only lost
so
twice.
obviously
It's
they're
amazing.
not all in this book. This is volume 1. So
Oh,
hopefully
wow.
there'll be more volumes.
It's a terrific
Thank
book.
you, Bobby.
It's a great show. It's a great book.
Thank
you,
you,
Bobby.
Bobby.
Good luck with the
Bye.
You guys are the
relationship.
best.
Joining us this morning, Chef Elena Besser. She is going to make something awesome as we get back to the routine, looking for those easy and affordable weeknight dinner ideas. And to cook along with us, just scan that QR code. You can order the ingredients with one click, add them to your cart, and schedule pickup or delivery. Elena, good morning.
Good morning, my sous chef. How are you today?
I am well, thank you.
Good.
Putting me right in my place.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Are you ready to get to chopping?
I like a woman who's ready to go. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
You let me
Okay.
know how to do. How did you pick this as an easy meal?
Okay, so zucchini is in season right now. Therefore, it's going to taste so much more delicious than it otherwise would. And it's going to be more affordable because we have a lot of zucchini available. So I figured let's take zucchini and let's turn it into a luscious, creamy sauce that doesn't have any added
Now, I
ingredient.
said you jokingly backstage. I said, why do you cut the zucchini in this particular size? Why are they so small? And you actually had a great answer for that. There's a reason for it.
Yes, there is a reason for it. So the reason why is because the smaller you cut the zucchini, the faster it's going to cook. And listen, we're trying to get food on the table as quickly as we can. We're busy people, so we want to make sure that we cut it into smaller pieces. These are about 1/4 of an inch thick. We're going to add those diced pieces to a sheet tray, half of them, and then we're going to take the other half and put them into a bowl. So these just get a nice drizzle of olive oil, and we're going to hit them with a little bit of salt to awaken that flavor.
Yep.
The higher you go when you season, the more surface area
That's a thing.
coverage you
All
get.
right.
Highly recommend.
Well, then, yeah,
sprinkle,
make it rain.
sprinkle. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take some garlic cloves and we're quartering them. So here's the thing. You could smash them if you want, but I know a lot of people get intimidated by that action. So I figured let's just quarter them. Put them right into our bowl, and then we're going to add it with some sauteed onions. And this is going to go at about a medium-high heat until that zucchini is nice and softened. You're going to want to give it a cover so you get that caramelization.
How long is that roughly?
from the
Like 10
bottom.
minutes?
Yeah, about 10 minutes. You get the caramelization from the bottom, but at the same time, it's softening the zucchini, and we are left
I like where this
with
is headed.
This
I can do everything
gorgeous
you've done so
mixture.
far. It's not out of my reach. Yeah.
Okay, and another thing that maybe also isn't out of your reach for me personally
wine.
as well, white wine, my friend. So to add even more depth of flavor and to pick up any of those brown bits
I love it.
that we get on the bottom, also known as the fond, we are going to continue cooking that. It's going to infuse with flavor, and we want to cook it at that medium-high heat until it reduces down. It's delicious
Is
and
this the sauce? Are you making the
luxurious.
sauce, or is
this
this
is
just
the
like-
sauce
okay,
that we're
got it.
making while those are roasting
How's the
in the
sauce
oven.
taste?
This is amazing.
You like it?
creamy.
It does.
Doesn't it?
No
But
cream.
It's
No cream.
no
Creamy.
cream at all. It's
Wow.
so creamy and silky. So the
And
reason why
after you cook it, you blend it?
after you cook it, you blend it. And Al, you make a great point. The reason why
gonna
we're
start
getting that nice brightness is because once we have transferred that reduced situation that we got over here to a blender, we're adding in the zest of a lemon. That gives us our brightness. And then we are also adding in some fresh basil.
You know what I like that's not in here? I'm glad it's
What?
not is eggplant, because I like zucchini, but I don't like
Oh,
eggplant.
well, there you go. Good. I'm happy we didn't use
Now
eggplant
try it.
then.
It's so good.
And then a
Put
little
corn
bit
in
of our
it.
pasta water, and that gives us even more creaminess and even more of a starchy component.
That's probably
So
where it's coming from,
You
the
got it.
pasta
Oh,
water.
how's it going over there?
Oh,
You got
good.
it?
No, I'm just gonna have
Fabulous.
we only got about 2 minutes
Okay,
left,
great.
so I'm gonna.
And then
I gotta take
we're
my
going
shot
to
here.
take our pasta. You can use any noodle that you want. This is, as the Today Show team made sure I pronounced properly, paccheri. We have our Italian, so we want to make sure we're doing it properly. Shout out to
I like it.
Anthony
So
and
good.
Katie. And we are adding that directly into this gorgeous blended sauce.
By the way, can I just say for school nights, if we were making this in the daily household, we might do this sans sauce and just do it with a little butter and cheese for the kids.
Yes,
and then
delicious.
hype it up for the adults.
Would you use a different pasta?
You could use any pasta you want. You could use
This is
rigatoni.
really good.
You could use penne. I like something that
Fusilli?
has a tube. Yes, fusilli. That would catch the sauce beautifully. Great suggestion.
Wow, that's
We're going to finish it up with a little bit of that fresh lemon juice from the lemon that we have reserved over here. And you can add a little pasta water as you go to get it to a nice, luxurious consistency. And last but certainly not least, we are going to top it with
No
some...
giant pads of butter. No,
What is that? What are you putting on
but
top?
it feels like it is. It's crazy.
We are adding some
pistachio?
pistachios, some Sicilian pistachios.
Oh,
We've
my
got
God, you've
some
done it
fresh
again.
basil,
Oh, yeah.
that roasted zucchini. So we get those crispy bits. We get zucchini two ways.
Dinner like this.
We're starting off with some gorgeous thick-cut bacon.
Boom.
Anytime there's bacon in a recipe, I'm
Yes.
a happy gal.
I'm
So we are just going to slice this bacon on up. We're actually making a sweet corn mac and cheese for everyone that's wondering. And what I like to do whenever I'm cutting like pancetta or bacon or whatever, I'll put it in the fridge or the freezer before slicing it, so it just makes it easier
little thick,
to
a little.
cook.
I
actually started
exactly.
using scissors.
Really?
That is also
Yes.
a great tip.
Because I sometimes can't get the knife through because it's so fatty.
Right, exactly. Scissors, they'll get the job done. Also great for cutting up herbs for garnish
Uh-huh.
too.
Good point.
Okay,
So,
so
this
we're
is
gonna
cooking.
render this. We want to make sure that this is cooking at like a medium-low heat. We don't want it to be too high because it could cause the bacon to burn and stay a little chewy. We want it to be really crisp and delicious. So what's in season right now? We got a lot of corn.
Yes.
And it is so delicious. It's so sweet, and it actually has a lot of great starch in it. And that's going to allow us to get a really creamy sauce without creating a bechamel base, which is traditional of a mac and cheese. So
Right.
we are putting it with the bottom down right into the bowl and slicing it off of the cob.
Okay.
And you can keep that cob for later, which I will show you what we're going to do with the cob as well.
Some people make a stock out of it.
Yeah, exactly. You can make a stock out of the cobs. Al, you always know what's up in the kitchen. I respect that about
I don't
you.
know much else.
Okay, so we have cut off that corn, and then what we're going to do is we are going to take that residual bacon fat that we have. That adds that
Liquid
flavor.
gold, baby.
Exact, you know it. And we're going to take some shallots that we just grated on a box grater. We're going to mix those up.
If you didn't have shallots, could you use onion?
Yeah, absolutely. You could use onion, you could use leek, you could add a little
smells
extra
good.
garlic if you want, and then a little chili flake for some heat. This you can keep out if you want as well. You know, if you're sensitive to heat, don't worry about it. And then, of course, once that's sauteed down, we add that corn in and saute it up. Hit it with a little bit of salt and pepper. Your kitchen at this point is going to be smelling amazing.
It smells great in here
and
already.
then we will take that mixture
All
and
that.
transfer it into a blender.
Oh.
So this blender, it just has the mixture along with our pasta water, which is another liquid gold. I call
Right.
this unicorn juice because it has this magical thing where it creates a really nice starchy component, which will coat that pasta and give us a luxurious thick sauce.
And I noticed you have some Parmesan. Is that
Yes.
going
Oh, you know it. So
Okay.
you can use pecorino or parm. Pecorino will give you a little bit of a saltier experience. But if you can only find parm, that works too. And we are now making our sauce. So at a low heat or even off the heat, depending on how hot your pan already is, you're going to transfer back and forth between our cheese, a little bit of pasta water, and then we're going to add in my good pal cheddar.
It's
We
always
love
better
it.
with cheddar.
It's always better with cheddar, you know it. So we're adding a little bit at a time and continuing to mix because we want the sauce to emulsify and get creamy.
Right.
If you dump it all in at once, it could break. So
in
just
the
be
meantime,
careful
you've
with
been
that.
boiling your pasta.
Yes, in the meantime, we've been boiling our pasta. We have taken a little bit of that pasta water to add to our sauce as we're cooking it up.
Right.
And I even took some of those corn cobs that we had and popped them into the water. And what that's going to do is it's going to further infuse that corn flavor into the pasta itself.
And then you're going to take the sauce and the pasta together?
Exactly. So once that cheesy sauce has melted and emulsified, we're going to add that pasta directly into it. Give it a nice toss, add any more pasta water that we need, and we're garnishing with more cheese, that crispy bacon, and some fresh chives.
Oh,
It's so
baby,
good.
This is
And
like,
it's time to eat.
You know what I love about this? Because it's salty, but you have a sweetness without sugar or
Right?
anything. You know?
fantastic.
Oh, I'm
and the
so
corn
happy
made it
with
creamier, like
Elena
without all
Besser,
the. Yeah.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very good.
Al.
and it's an exciting day because we are launching a full Today Table cooking show with some of our favorite chefs all over on Today all day. And we have one of them with us. Chef Elena Besser is with us. Good morning.
Good morning, my friend.
Congrats.
Thanks. I'm seriously so pumped about this series. I think everyone is going to love it. Such fun recipes. And it premieres today.
Yes.
Easy recipes.
I love that. Well, it smells so fresh in here. I mean, there's just so many herbs that go into this recipe of yours.
Yes, there are. Herb quiz, quick quiz. Al, can you name all these herbs?
Dill, chive, mint, basil, parsley.
Yes, you got them all.
Okay.
You got them all.
Yay.
10
Sometimes
out
I
of
have to
10.
taste parsley to
Yes,
make sure it's
give
not
them a
so
taste.
long.
So this is such a fun way to use all of those beautiful herbs that are in season, coming in season right now. I know our gardens are starting to bloom. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a really easy herb pesto that has a lot of spinach in it as the foundation. So
and we should mention people can shop along right now. If you just scan that QR code, you can get the menu. I don't know the verbiage for it. I don't have the verbiage, but
You can get all the ingredients. It takes you right to Walmart and gets
And
the
then boom.
ingredients. They can ship them right to your house.
So this is a really easy herbaceous sauce, and it's going to have some lemon zest and lemon juice in it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a lemon. This is a rasp grater, also known as a microplane, and you just zest
You have one of
that
those, right?
beautiful
Right.
zest into
Four of
it.
them.
At the restaurant
Don't
that I
need one.
cooked at, we would get in trouble if we sliced a lemon before zesting it because
true.
there's so much flavor in the zest of the lemon itself.
Okay.
So you want to stop
you
at the way.
pre-zest?
Yeah, you can pre-zest, but just
dries
make
out,
sure.
though.
Yeah, make sure you put it in your refrigerator in like an airtight baggie, or you cover it up.
Okay.
Then what
Smells
you're
good.
also going to do once you've zested them, you'll slice them in half. Take a citrus press. Pop that in. Contrary to popular belief, you actually want to put it cut side down to get the most juice out of it. This has 1 garlic clove in it too, so we will typically take all of these lemons, pop it in
Smells
there.
so good.
But for time, I want to make sure we get to all of the different steps. Then you're going to take a ton of fresh spinach, several handfuls. You want to have a really nice high-speed blender or a food processor. Take all of those herbs that we have over there. You can use any variety that you want. And the main thing here is you just want to go with soft herbs that are going to easily break down. You're also going to add in some olive oil, extra virgin olive oil for extra flavor. And we're going to pop that in, blend it on up, and then you are left with this beautiful bright green sauce, which is right over here. So
Could
this
you use
everyone can see.
arugula instead of the
Yes,
to pepper it up?
I love that suggestion. You absolutely could use arugula. You could use any green. I love the nuttiness, the peppery taste of the arugula.
This is such a good idea to get rid of those extra herbs in your garden. Because I did that last year. I had all these herbs and I just had nothing to do with them.
It's the best, and
Or
it's
ones
so
that are
easy.
kind of on their last leg. Kind of throw in there.
Absolutely, freshen them up. So we have rigatoni right here. This is my favorite pasta shape. It catches all that saucy goodness. You're just going to take all that rigatoni, transfer it right into this big bowl of sauce. And what's fun is you can just serve it directly in this bowl. So it's all going to come together right in this bowl.
And the extra pasta water.
Yes, the pasta water is key. We really want pasta water here. I call it unicorn sauce. I know that's ridiculous. But the reason why is because it's magical, my friends. This has all of that starchy goodness that's going to really allow the sauce to stick to the pasta itself rather than running right off. So we are just going to continue tossing this up. And a fun little thing that I like to do, other than adding a lot of cheese, because I'm from the Midwest and I can't help myself. I need as much cheese. Chicago. Oh,
that's right. We talked about
Born and raised, and we're both Wildcats, but you know.
Are you
we
throwing
love
dates in there?
Okay,
my
this
God.
is a crazy twist.
Oh
So
my gosh.
I actually, half of my family lives in Israel, so I love eating dates.
Oh my God.
Love them, love to integrate them into anything. And a little bite of sweetness. These taste like concentrated maple syrup, if you will.
Yes.
So I like to add them to the top of whatever, of this pasta specifically,
Oh.
but also whatever I'm cooking.
Girl.
You like it? And then some toasted pine nuts, because a little extra nuttiness, we're happy to have it, and some extra fresh herbs. And
Oh
you
my
know
God.
what? I'm so happy everyone likes it. What's great about this too is that if you have leftovers the next day, it is delicious cold. It tastes
Can I
like
sing your praises? So you should go to today.com, watch her show, get this food, because sometimes when chefs are here and they cook, there's a little buzz in the studio about how good it was. With you this morning, everybody was buzzing about how good this pasta is. And this is another one.
And you know what I love about this? Sometimes I find with pesto, it gets monotonous, and I'm eating the pesto, and I'm like, ugh. This is like, you get a lemony bite, and then you get a nice crunchy salt, but then the sweetness cleanses your palate
And
for
it
another
looks-
salty pesto
just
bite.
looks beautiful.
So we say yes.
That's
And that was not
such
planned.
great descriptions. I love all of you. It's such
Thank
a
you.
pleasure.
By the way, if
Thank
you
so
like
much.
dates, Rancho Metaluca.
Okay.
It's a date farm out in California. Spectacular.
Really? Okay, I got it.
TV host Elena Besser. She has not one, but two desserts that we can make ahead of time. So all you have to do is scan that QR code right at the bottom of the screen. You can cook along with us. With one click, select Get Ingredients, and then you can schedule that pickup or that delivery. Elena, good morning to
Good
you.
morning, my pals. It's always great to be with you.
Pumpkin mini cheesecakes.
You know it.
Yum.
It's always fun when you have an individual dessert portion, and mini versions
sure.
of desserts just bring me so much joy. So we are changing up the traditional graham cracker crust, and we are using ginger snaps to add that autumnal flair. So we have some brown sugar, we've got our ginger snap cookies, and we are going to pulse this on up in a food processor.
Ooh, can I
until,
pulse? I love to
yes,
pulse.
please do.
What do you got over there? What is that, butter?
Yes, and we've got some melted butter. Feel free to get after that. And then once it is all nice, keep on going. Yeah. And once it is fully the consistency of sand, you're going to stream in.
Greg's really having a good time.
You're doing great. You're going to stream in that melted. No, you're doing
Keep going, Greg. Keep going.
Stream in that melted butter. And it's going to end up looking like wet sand. Then you portion it into the little ramekins.
Exactly.
And you take a glass and press it down to create this little crust. Chanel, if you want to try
Honestly,
that
I
out,
could just
you
eat
can.
this by itself.
I thought that was brown sugar.
It's a little brown sugar
like brown
plus
sugar.
ginger snaps.
Oh, that's good.
Right, right?
This is by
Delicious,
itself.
right?
Right, so you do that.
And so you do that, you pop that into the oven for about 10 minutes to set, and then we're gonna start on our filling. So
Okay.
we have cream cheese, we have brown sugar, we've got white sugar in here, and we are
Other
going.
side.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
I know, it's
What's the
KitchenAid,
deal?
Elena. It's a
What's the
KitchenAid.
deal? I love KitchenAid. They're the best. And we're going to whip this on up. Then we're adding in all of our other flavorings. So we've
Great.
got the cinnamon.
Eggs
That's
going?
a warm
We got
flavor.
our eggs.
That's
There we
a
go.
warm
We
flavor.
have
Oh,
one
Hey! One more. Let's go. Hey!
Look
One
at this
more.
executive chef right
There
here.
we go. Hey!
Oh man, oh
In my
man.
kitchen at home.
Look at that. Skills. I love it. And then we're adding a little
Chanel's
bit
like, you
of
couldn't
kosher
crack it.
salt. We're adding in some vanilla extract. And this wouldn't be a pumpkin cheesecake unless we had our pumpkin puree. So you
True.
could also swap out sweet potato if you want. You pop that in here. You end up having this delicious mixture.
Yum.
Wait, where do you get that? Is that in a can?
Yeah, you can get it in a can.
Okay.
Let's save the time, you know.
I know.
And then we are pouring it into all of our ramekins. It's a nice thick,
I love a good
delicious batter. Same. Who doesn't love a good ramekin?
Well,
pop that in,
plus you
and
can control your
then we are going to bake it in the oven. And this is the fun, really chefy moment here.
Okay.
And this is what's going to give us that luxurious, creamy texture. We are going to add in water
Why?
to the bottom. This creates a water bath. So what happens is, instead of that cheesecake cooking too quickly, it's going to slowly poach it, so you get that really delicious, creamy texture.
I gotta get your food.
But wait, there's more.
There's
We
more?
also
We're gonna start eating it.
have some please start eating it. We have some brown sugar and butter. We've got pumpkin seeds. We have pecans or pecans, however you
All of
say
it.
it. And a little bit of salt. Mix it up. We're making a brittle.
Oh, my.
We
That's
have
really
this
good.
brittle,
Ridiculous.
and we're topping it with some whipped cream that is sweetened with maple syrup.
I wasn't
to
expecting
continue
this.
The fall flavor.
It's
Isn't
so
this
soft.
fun?
Yeah,
Here's
it's a
the thing.
pump. It's like a
Each
bump of
layer
butter.
is yummy on its own. Like
Oh,
even
yeah.
that right there is yummy.
Oh,
like,
and it's fun to just snack on the brittle because it
That's
comes
what I
in these
mean.
nice
Wait, we
big
didn't talk about
pieces.
the crumble.
Oh, we have to talk about the crumble. Okay, so crumble is such an easy dessert that you can make really far in advance. You can make all of these in advance, by the way. This you can store in the fridge for up to a week, unmold, and serve it. And then with the crumble, you could make this and
there's
freeze it. Wrap it on up. This is cranberry and apple crumble. You bake it in the oven, let it cool completely, wrap it up, put it in your freezer, and then right before you're serving, pop it into the oven at 350 degrees. You're gonna put tin foil over it, pour some melted butter over it to reheat it, and then serve it a la mode, because always ice cream.
Is there some lemon something in here? Or what's
There's
going
some
on?
lemon, there's a little orange. If orange isn't your thing, you can just omit the orange.
this is
but
great.
I'm happy you guys like it. Crumble's so easy, it's so delicious, it's a crowd pleaser, and what I love about it, not very many dishes. You make it in the
Cast iron,
skillet,
yeah.
you pop it on the table, it looks stunning, and your whole family is going to love it.
Cheers to
Well,
you.
like them both.
To you.
I know they're both really yummy.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I'm going to be in Florida with my family. It'll be fun. It's the first year I'm not cooking in a while.
I was gonna say,
Yes,
it's a
I'm
shame.
You
excited.
deserve to.
I was just about to
enjoy.
invite you to my my in-laws place.
Amazing.
So what are we making this morning?
We are making a spiced apple loaf cake. We are celebrating the bounty of the season with these gorgeous apples. You can use Honeycrisp, you could use Granny Smith, whatever your favorite apple is, and we're gonna start by peeling it up and giving it a nice grate on a box grater.
Okay.
I figured it would be easier to grate it instead of taking all that time to chop. We're doing a lot of chopping already.
That's a nice pro tip.
So let's make it easy.
Watch your fingers.
Yeah, be
Thank
careful.
you. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Please.
What happened to Craig Nolan?
Safety only. Safety only. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're taking a bowl of sugar and some oil, adding 2 room temperature eggs, a little bit of Greek yogurt for sweet.
Oh, that's where you get that little tang.
You could also use sour cream if you prefer, and then a nice healthy amount of vanilla extract. In baked goods, vanilla extract kind of acts like the salt. It brings out all of the flavors in the baked good. So if you want to keep mixing
ma'am.
that up.
And I noticed we keep the wet and dry separate here.
Absolutely. We want to keep the wet and dry separate. It's really important to just make sure we're mixing the wet together before the dry so that we have a nice, even baked good that is really fluffy and delicious.
Ladies,
with awesome texture.
Sobo, how we
Yeah,
doing?
love it.
Delightful.
Yummy. Really good.
Delightful, good. And then we're going to add in some warming spices. We have cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, our flour, all of our rising agents
Warming
in here.
spices. I've never heard them referred to as
Nice and
that.
cozy. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take those apples, we're going to add them to the wet ingredients, and then we're going to mix that all in with the dry ingredients. And it goes into our greased loaf pan. And if you want, you could actually add a little olive oil in there. The fruitiness from the olive oil is really going to add a lovely
So
extra
this goes into this.
So this goes into this, goes into our pan. We bake it until it, toothpick inserted in the center, comes out nice and clean.
And now we're making the frosting. And this
Time
frosting
for
is
the frosting.
yummy. That's real good.
So what we're going to do is we're going to cream together butter and cream cheese, and all the butter. That's what this holiday is all about. And there's even more butter in a second, so get ready. So we're going to cream all of this together, and then we slowly. It's not turning out. Yes, it is. It's going to turn.
Oh, there we go.
I was looking at the wrong side, and we're just going to cream that together until it's nice and whipped. We are adding in cinnamon.
One of the warm spices.
Yes,
a warm spice.
Feeling warm.
You're learning. I love it. Some vanilla extract as well.
A warm extract. That's a warm extract.
A pinch of salt to additionally awaken all of the flavor. And then we're slowly but surely, do you want to add it in?
Sure.
Adding in that powdered sugar. And this is going to make sure it adds a subtle amount of sweetness, but we don't want too much. I don't like when a frosting is too overpowering and cloyingly sweet. So we're adding a little bit in. And then a touch of milk to smooth it on out.
Okay.
And once that is done and whipped to perfection, we're heading on over to our stovetop. This is a fun little extra thing that I think
This is unexpected.
It's fun, right?
Yes.
So we're melting a little bit of butter on a skillet.
Okay.
And once we've sliced up our bread, you take it
Next level.
and you toast it on up so it gets nice and toasty.
It tasted toasty, Elena.
Did you sprinkle a little salt on top of that frosting?
You know I did.
It tastes so good. It really nailed it.
Yes,
That
thank
frosting
you.
is spot on. It's not too heavy either.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that.
I
And
like
this
that.
is a fun dessert that you can serve after the meal. You could also serve it in the morning.
I was going to say, it's breakfast.
If you want to do a make ahead, then how do you you make it and then you put it in the freezer, the fridge? How long
Yes,
will it
you
keep?
could wrap it in plastic wrap, then wrap it in foil because we want to make sure no air gets inside of it. We don't want any freezer burn.
Yep.
Pop it into the freezer the night before serving, put it into your refrigerator. It will thaw, and then you can slice it up, griddle it if you want, or you can just have it as is.
Yes.
And put
breakfast.
that,
Nice.
Yeah, have it for breakfast, have it for lunch, have it as a snack, have it after dinner. Enjoy it
Have
all
it.
season
So good.
long.
Elena, thank you.
Have it while you're meditating on that thing. I still wish we had it. Oh, we would love that. Cannot go wrong with dips.
I love dips. I'm a dip head from the old country. Here to show us a few of her favorites is Chef Elena Besser.
Hello.
So nice to meet you.
Oh,
It is so great to meet
We're
you.
so happy that you're here. Okay, everyone loves that everything bagel seasoning.
Oh, addicted.
Obsessed.
Addicted.
Okay, so I didn't think about it in a dip, but you say yes, you can.
You can absolutely dip it out, you know,
Okay.
all about the dips. My dad is, I say he's part bagel because he eats a bagel literally every day.
Yeah, I thought he was half Jewish. I was like, oh.
Also that.
And I
And
can
this
say
is
it.
an homage to him. And so all you have to do, you can buy some gorgeous everything bagel spice at the store.
Okay.
You can add that on in.
To what?
I like adding a lot into the cream cheese. That's an
cream
important
cheese.
component. This is softened cream cheese right
Okay.
here. We also have some sour cream. So what I like to do is just add that on in. Right? It
I
has a
love
little
sour
nice
cream.
tang.
I love French onion dip.
Do you?
love from the packet?
Oh,
the onion
with
dip
the-
packet?
yes.
Lipton's, you just dump it in.
I could rub it on my
That
gums
Fritos.
sometimes
I
with the
have-
packet. It's so nice.
weird.
I'm a strange person.
I have that growing up. It's the way it's the way
Okay.
to do it.
Alright,
Okay,
so
so we
lemon,
added lemon juice and zest, and we're
Okay.
just going to continue to mix this on up.
Okay.
And do you want to help me out? Let's pour in some capers. Let's
you got
add
that.
some.
How many?
some
The
green-
capers are
all of
strong.
them.
No,
Add
you're
them all.
kidding me.
I'm serious.
All right.
I am fully serious here. Big caper fan, and you just mix it all
Some
up.
spring onions?
Some spring
Let's
onions.
do it.
Absolutely.
Great.
This adds a nice little crunch. It's like all the things that you love in a bagel in dip form,
Oh
which
my
is
gosh.
the best.
I could eat this with a spoon, actually. I'm not joking like
Would you
yogurt.
like to?
I
You
actually
wanna
would
try
like to
it?
try
Okay,
it.
here, let's
Yes.
go. Here, try it with the
Here you go.
spatula.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just right
Look,
there.
Well, I'm gonna
We
eat.
have the pretty ones right here, but you add a little extra
look, you can dunk
scallion
it
on
in.
top, right?
Can I tell you something? This
so
is
delicious.
so yummy. And you can use tomatoes or cucumbers, whatever
Yes,
you want.
any crudité you want, feel free to leave it out. And it doesn't. You don't just have to have a bagel for breakfast. You can have it whenever you want.
I love it.
I love that.
Flavor is
that
yummy.
seasoning, I can put in anything, the everything bagel.
our guide this morning, the one and only Padma Lakshmi.
Hi, everybody.
Padma, of course, host on Bravo's Top Chef. Tonight is that hit show's 19th season finale. Chefs getting one last chance to compete for the grand prize. Padma, you've been there from the very beginning with the exception of that first season.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and it's been a really long, great ride. I never thought that it would last this long, but I mean, you know, we're doing well. The show is better than ever, and the critics still like it, so I'm very lucky.
And not to give away too much, but the scuttlebutt is next season, you guys are going to do something you've never done before. Is that right?
Yes, we're going to go international for the whole season. We have been international for finales.
Okay.
We've
But the
gone
whole
to
season this
Singapore and Macau and everywhere else, but the whole season is outside America. Don't ask me where yet.
Okay. All right. Let's cook. Let's eat. What are we making this morning?
We are making the healthiest dish possible. So I'm going to make a sauce, and it's a Balinese baked fish. I first had this dish when I was in Bali over 20 years ago, and it's so simple. And the reason I like it is because it's very low effort. You'll see.
We love that.
It's very healthy, it's very high protein, and it's easy to make.
Okay.
You know, people always ask me how I stay lean.
Yes.
You know, when I do all this eating on Top Chef, it's not easy, but it's eating like this that helps after I finish. So we're gonna start with onions in the blender, and to the onions, we're gonna add garlic, ginger, a little bit of tamarind paste. Now, tamarind paste is wonderful. You can get it at any good supermarket. It'll last in your pantry. It's going to add like a tart and sweet tang to it.
Okay.
Also, I'm adding toasted sesame oil and cumin powder.
Cumin powder.
And a little salt to taste. That is really it. And about 2 or 3 tablespoons of water.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We'll mix that up.
You're going to mix that up. I'm not going to do it because of the noise, but this is what it looks like.
And what kind of fish are we using here?
We're using red snapper, but honestly, you could use cod, you could use flounder.
Any white fish.
Any white fish. This is so easy.
And they're already digging in over there. What's the verdict?
How
Tastes
is it?
Yummy, got a lot of umami to it.
Oh, you love the umami.
And then all I'm doing is pouring this.
That's
and
it.
this is going to go into an oven at 350 degrees for 20 or 25 minutes, and that's all. And
Foil?
then
No foil.
foil.
Okay.
Foil.
So you cook it covered.
Cook it covered. And then when it's done, I know it doesn't look very appetizing, but it's so delicious. All you're going to do is take fresh mint and garnish, and a little bit of lemon juice. And this has literally like less than 250 calories a serving. Yeah.
And you're going to
lot
pair it
of
with bok
protein.
choy?
I am.
I
so-
find cooking bok choy intimidating.
Why?
I don't know. It's probably because I'm not a very good cook.
So you want to get bok choy, and you just want to quarter it like this. Depending on the size, you can cut it smaller.
Okay.
And all we're going to do is dump this bok choy and
That's it.
blanch it literally for 90 seconds.
And why do
okay?
you blanch it?
So that it cooks evenly and you don't get weird spots when you're sauteing it.
Okay.
But you don't want to cook it for that long. Like this is going to cook for literally 90 seconds, 2 minutes.
And then you take it out and you
take
immerse it in the
out.
coal.
You don't even have to.
Oh.
I mean, look, if it's a weeknight and the kids are hungry and you gotta go, don't worry about immersing.
so
You're
good.
not in a restaurant. It's
got a little
fine.
kick.
So
Yummy.
this is what it looks like when it's blanched about 90 seconds. I have butter melting here. This is so easy as well. And again, all I'm doing is adding some Asian ingredients to it, which is the toasted sesame oil.
See a theme emerging.
Soy sauce. Well, it's going to go with that fish, right? Onions. No onions, sorry. That was garlic.
Garlic.
That was ginger and a little bit of red chili.
There's your bite.
It's
There's
really
your bite.
good.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you just saute this up. And I mean, I literally made it in real time. I made this whole meal in real time, except for the 20 minutes that the fish took. That's how easy it is.
That's
And
really good.
Yeah.
I love it. I like the flavors.
Mhm.
Never
Yeah.
thought I
You
liked
do
bok
this
choy.
recipe. You don't cook a lot.
She has
but
a cooking
even you,
show.
Savannah, I
Okay,
have
I'll
confidence
try it.
that can do this.
So good. I could eat a whole plate of that bok
Oh, that is
Yeah,
good.
really good.
Really good.
Thank
really
you.
good. Palma,
Thank
congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so
Folks
much.
who tune in tonight for the finale, what can they expect?
Yes, they can expect a lot. We have 3 contestants who all have different styles of cooking, and we're in Tucson, which is a UNESCO Food Heritage Site. So I'm very excited.
Tucson?
Yes!
Tucson people.
I loved it.
That's my
It was
hometown.
great. It
Yay,
was so
Tucson.
nice.
Padma Lakshmi, thank you so much as always.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Today Food. Summer does not have to be all burgers and hot dogs, you know, and it can still be delicious. If you are looking to bring more veggies into the rotation, you're in luck. All the way from the Butcher's Club at Palm Beach's PGA National Resort, we've got Top Chef Season 13 winner Jeremy Ford with some veggie recipes to spice up the dinner. Hi, good morning.
Hi, I'm
I guess
such a
we
huge
should
fan.
change. I'm a fan.
Yes.
All right, veggies. Now look, I'm a little skeptical because I'm a carnivore, but this all looks delicious.
But all of this goes with carnivore stuff.
Okay,
so you're
great.
good.
So show me what you
yeah,
got.
this is one of my favorite dishes from the Butcher's Club at PGA, and we basically take these beautiful sweet Vidalia onions.
Yes.
And we put them in a pot,
Okay.
skin on.
Oh, skin
and
on.
we have a little bit of milk, water in there, some aromatics such as thyme, a little rosemary, some black peppercorn.
You just put it in sprigs and all. I love that.
Yeah, how easy can that be?
I mean, I'm into the ease of that. Okay.
And the reason we do this is because we're basically poaching the inside of the onion slowly. So we'll bring this up to a boil and let it cook for like 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll just check it by, pulling it out and doing a little squeeze.
And what do you want it to be, kind of soft?
Just a little softer than a raw onion.
Okay,
so like
great.
5 to 7 minutes.
All right, we got our tasters over there.
Wow.
So we'll get the
Oh my
verdict
God.
in a second.
Yay.
Oh,
So
we
good.
already got an OMG.
This is 10. It's so good.
Okay,
Yes.
so now what happens?
So basically now we take off the root end without taking off my finger.
Yeah,
right?
that's always tricky.
You need those. And then we just pull the center out. So it's really, really easy once it's soft to pull this out, right?
Oh,
Take
'cause
off
you're
the
gonna
outside.
stuff it.
Because we're gonna stuff. There we
What?
go. I know, right? So we'll pull all these layers off and leave
Okay.
the outer two.
Wow.
And if you want to make it look cool, you leave the little top
Yeah,
on.
that's
a little
neat.
hat.
Okay, and then we're gonna stuff it with this
Yes.
looks like potato salad of
Yes,
some
yes.
sort.
So in here is a little bit of horseradish, some heavy cream, potatoes. A light lunch.
Yeah, I know. My goodness. You said we didn't say it was low fat. We just said it was vegetarian.
We just said it was going to be easy and fun. So
Yum.
we stuff our gratin in here.
Okay. Oh, it's a
Very simple.
gratin.
Yeah, gratin.
Oh my God.
Leon,
Gratin, as we
you'll-
would say, Hotzi.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I actually learned this from my mentor, Dean Max, taught me this years and years ago.
It's a beautiful recipe. Okay, then what do we do?
So now that's stuffed in there, are you trying to stuff some?
Well, I feel like this guy needs to
wanna
be
get in there?
stuffed, doesn't
Okay,
he? I don't
all
want to
right.
waste my time here.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want you to
so
waste the onion. Not my time. I meant to say I don't want to waste this beautiful onion. I have all the time in the world.
Oh,
Okay,
love it.
All right, let's do it. So then what? We roast it?
So then we just pop this thing in the oven, let it get
Oh
all
my
crispy and
goodness.
delicious like that.
Is
and
it so
then-
yummy, you guys?
This is
so yummy.
good.
Fun, right? Like there's
Nuts.
gratin, but you never had gratin in an
Oh.
onion.
Horseradish is
Yeah.
perfect.
Wow. Yeah, okay.
Cool, and then we bake that off and we roast it. So then
Okay.
we can move on.
And then you can serve it with this cream spinach. So how do we make that?
Yes, the cream spinach is my
So
claim to
good.
fame. At the Butcher's Club in PGA, this is our top selling dish.
Oh, okay, wow.
Everyone loves this dish. It's amazing. Even at Stubborn Seed, in my other restaurant in South Beach, we run this dish.
Okay.
So everyone's had cream spinach, right? So simple, shallots,
Usually from a
garlic,
box,
but-
to be honest.
No!
Yes.
I will come to your house and cook it for
Okay,
you so
okay.
you never do that.
Oh, I'm going to learn from you
Okay,
right now.
okay, good.
So what are we sauteing there?
So that's shallots, garlic, and onion.
All right.
Right, so you'll get that nice base, which is
goodness.
kind of like the base for most cream spinaches, right?
We're adding a little flour.
We're adding a little
Is
flour.
this a roux?
This is a roux. Okay, you're hired.
Second French word, roux and gratin. Okay.
And then we cook that out for like 5 minutes.
Now it
to make
looks kind of
sure
dry and crumbly. Is that
it's
all
dry
right?
and crumbly
Well,
until we
finishing
go,
this.
ta-da! We add the heavy cream and let that cook for a little while.
Okay.
What makes ours so cool though,
Yes.
right? So typically you have your spinach and your cream,
Okay.
which is this cooked down.
Yes, and you already cooked your spinach.
We already cooked our spinach in boiling water, shocked it in ice water so we keep that beautiful green color. But what makes ours funky and cool is tarragon, basil, and dill herb. So it gives you this.
Taste it.
She knows.
I mean, we're about to be finished over
it
here.
delicious?
Oh my gosh.
But wait a minute, you take these herbs and you just put them in the blender or the food processor?
Yes, and then also ice it. So I forgot
Okay.
to tell you, you gotta ice it before you
Oh my
blend
gosh.
it. That way it doesn't continue to turn brown.
Oh,
Because you
okay.
want nice bright green spinach like this.
Okay, we're
right?
gonna put all these specifics. You're gonna share this recipe.
Of
right?
course.
Okay, yeah.
The secret has been revealed.
So it
the
has
world
that
will
herby
know.
flavor. You guys have a kit? Does
It's
that have a
great,
kit?
Chef. How do you get it so it's not too soupy? It's got perfect texture.
The right amount of flour into your heavy cream mix. That's what's gonna give you the perfect consistency.
Okay.
So I always like a little bit more just in case so it doesn't get too
great.
runny.
Okay.
Right?
This is amazing.
I'm glad
So
you're enjoying.
You're cooking it up, and then here's a dumb question. Do you then put it in the oven after this step?
Yes,
Okay.
if you want to. You could serve it hot out of this pot right here
Okay.
onto a dish, but I like these little casserole dishes to get it really hot.
Yeah.
You know?
Hot, and then does it like brown off on the top or something? Could you put a little cheese on top?
You could put a little, hey, you know what? Let's put some cheese on top.
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
go.
Yeah.
And then you bake it
And then
off.
Bake it off a little
Bake
brown.
it off. Get it, yeah, maybe even put the broiler on.
Yeah,
Why not?
the broiler.
Yes.
Now we're talking.
So-
Guys,
so
what's happening?
underused.
Clean Plate Club
Listen,
over here?
I was about to say, it's like,
You don't even miss the meat.
I was about to ask you, does anyone miss
No,
the meat?
that onion was insane.
Yeah.
I've never had
That's
anything like
brought-
it.
Yeah.
It's such a fun reiteration of our classic favorite two things, right? Gratin, creamy spinach, but just done a little differently, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Phenomenal.
Say gratin again. Gratin.
Gratin.
Gratin. Gracias for
Yes.
the gratin, Chef Jeremy. Thank you so much. If you want to find these recipes and a lot more, go to today.com/food.
And we are back with Today Food. This morning's guest, Kwame Onwuachi, a James Beard Award winner. You may have seen him as both a contestant and recurring judge on Top Chef. He's also, by the way, opened 5 restaurants, all before turning 30. And now he's out with a follow-up to his acclaimed memoir. It actually is his first cookbook. It's fantastic. It's called My America, Recipes from a Young Black Chef. Kwame, so good to see you. Man, I'm so curious about how you, in this book, have taken your whole history, like from Nigeria to the Caribbean, to Louisiana, to the Bronx, and how this book has been just basically your lifeline.
For sure. You know, it's my version of what I found American cuisine as a kid. When you're a kid, you're not asking like, what ethnicity is this when you're eating food? You know, I know I'm in America and I'm eating something, so that was American food to me. So it shows a lexicon of how diverse American
What do
cuisine
you
can
remember about being in little Jamaica in the Bronx eating food that you're about to make for us today?
Jerk chicken. I remember sitting on the side of the road with my father, getting jerk chicken out of a barrel and getting sauce all over my face.
What is jerk sauce? What is jerk?
So jerk sauce, you know, it started as an act of like preservation, but it's a sauce that has so many different layers of flavor. It starts with a marinade, and you marinate this chicken or pork or vegetables in this sauce, and then it's smoked and grilled.
Let's get to it.
So the
What does it
jerk
take?
sauce, I always recommend making this from scratch. So I have a pepper sauce here. It's pretty much a Scotch bonnet puree. We have thyme. We have a little bit of tamarind, we have scallion, ginger, garlic, and soy sauce. And then allspice, cinnamon, and bay leaf and clove. We're gonna put that in the blender, act like this blender's going.
No need to do that.
Well, then the sauce comes out like this. So I like
Is it
to
in like
make-
the barbecue sauce family? Is
No, but you can make a barbecue sauce, which we're gonna do now.
Okay.
So we have ginger and garlic and onion sweating. You know, you add some ketchup to this, you add some brown sugar, and then you add your jerk paste, and then you let this simmer for about 30 minutes until it gets nice, deep, and dark like this.
I was saying when I went to spring break on MTV, we flew into Montego Bay and the weather was so bad I had to drive to Negril, and we stopped on the street along the way and I had my first jerk chicken. It's like a culinary thing I'll never forget.
Your first real jerk chicken,
Is it a
right?
street food?
Yeah, it's actually a street food. There's a lot of history in it, and that's the beautiful thing about My America. It gets into the history of the dishes and why they stood the test of time.
Perfect.
So you got your jerk barbecue. You can blend it if you want to make it smooth. I like mine a little bit chunky. The difference between my jerk chicken recipe is I like to brine the chicken. I like to infuse the flavor deep into it. So
Like an overnight brine sort of thing?
Overnight brine. You have your flavors of your jerk paste in the brine as well, and then you'll marinate it. Throw it on the grill.
I love it.
We're in the studio.
You like to outside cook this, though?
Yeah, because you got to add some smoke to it, you know.
What kind of wood chips do you like?
I like to use pimento wood. The
Wow,
wood that
never heard of
comes- that grows the allspice berries, so
Right.
you accentuate those flavors.
Let's see our little chefs over there. What do you think of the jerk chicken?
Plates are almost empty.
Are you serious?
I'm not even kidding.
Come on.
We got
Oh my
plenty.
God. Oh my gosh.
We need more.
You know what's interesting? A lot of times jerk chicken, it's too wet. There's too much jerk sauce. Yours is perfect because just a little bit, and it gives you that hit. You know.
Well,
So good.
when you do it properly, like it's such a refined dish. You know.
What is doing it properly? What are the cooking tips on the chicken? How does it differ
You
from
gotta
chicken?
smoke it. You gotta cook it in the grill. You gotta let it marinate. You gotta make your jerk seasoning from scratch, and that's how you build those layers of flavor.
Is this what you're gonna be making? But we have to plug the family reunion because it's so
Yeah,
cool.
the
Just
family
say
reunion.
what it is, everybody.
So the family reunion is this, 4-day food festival at the Salamander Resort and Spa. We get some of the best chefs together in the country and food professionals and entertainers as well. So it's really exciting. Tickets drop today, everybody.
Of course they
I want to
do.
see all of you
Oh
at
my
the
God.
family reunion.
That's gonna be good. What is the side dish, by the way?
The side dish is sauteed cabbage and carrots.
Oh my God.
How's that, guys?
Good.
I mean, are you kidding me?
It's amazing.
You know what we need? We need rum punch. A little rum punch.
Oh, I got
Well, congratulations on everything, man.
Thank
Looking
you.
forward to the
Thank
family reunion. The book is beautiful, too.
Yeah.
So much.
Great writing, great recipes, and this looks delicious. So there's a good lesson on jerk chicken. Kwame, thank you. That recipe, by the way, is on our website, today.com/food. And for the cookbook, check out today.com/shop. It is awesome.
Dawn Burrell made a name for herself competing in the long jump at the Sydney Olympics. Look at her back in 2000. And the next year, she won gold at the Indoor World Championships before she tore her ACL and decided to turn to another passion, which was cooking.
Well, as a chef, Dawn's been nominated for a James Beard Award,
Wow.
a finalist in season 18 of Top Chef, and set to open her restaurant late August in Houston later on this year.
But first, she's here to show us how to eat like an Olympian. Hi, Dawn. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I mean, I guess you're just a star at everything you try. Impressive.
I mean, I've been told to do the best I can in every endeavor, so
Nice.
I'll try to do.
Okay,
yeah.
seems like you do.
We are not Olympians at anything except for eating.
Yeah.
We actually excel at that
Yes, we
sport.
do.
So we want to start the day with breakfast.
Right.
You say there's 3 things we have to have every single day.
So I like to say that you should have some nuts for really rich proteins and nice proteins and good fats, you know,
Okay.
for your body. Raw fruit. And some grains that are also rich
So what
and
is
will help
this?
you. This is a chocolate granola.
Chocolate granola. You
Yeah,
wanna
and so
try
this
chocolate
is sort
granola?
of fun on vanilla yogurt or on top of maybe like a little chia seed bowl or something like that.
That's great.
Beautiful, yeah. And then this is a power smoothie. This power smoothie is filled with protein, antioxidants, and good fuel for your workout in the morning.
Okay.
And it's a good grab and go like breakfast that you can take to the track with
tastes
you
good,
or on
too.
your run with
Little
you,
banana?
whatever. Yeah, some bananas in
Blueberry?
there, dates, blueberries, and almonds.
Love it.
It's delicious. That's where you
Yummy.
use the protein. And then avocado. You say start your day with some good fat.
Exactly. So if you are a savory breakfast person, this is a way to go as well because you have some nice protein from this is a chili paste with almonds in it.
Yum.
And
Al swears by
yeah.
this. Is this the paste you love?
That's the Trader Joe red chili. onion crunch.
And then you add a little bit of almonds in there, and then
Yum.
you have some
wow.
protein-packed breakfast for yourself with some nice
Can we
fat.
have a little
Yes,
avocado
have a little avocado
Yum.
toast.
Now, once we
Okay.
move to lunch, one of the things we never had when we were in Tokyo were some greens.
Oh, I haven't eaten anything green in 3 weeks.
Help us out here.
Well, I'm going to help you out with that
Yes.
because we all need them, right? So here we have a vitamin-rich salad with great antioxidant qualities also because it's a turmeric and vinegar dressing. I mean,
turmeric.
it's ginger dressing. And what you'll do is you'll I'm going to top this off a little bit.
That looks beautiful.
This is a versatile dressing. You can use it on chicken or fish.
And
know,
you
it
put
has
seeds on your salad, too, which I
Yes.
think is interesting.
Seeds are also like rich fats, good fats for the body,
Yum.
and also some fiber. Some fiber that's great
delicious.
for
That
looks so
digestion.
good.
Let me let you do
thank
this
you, thank
one.
you.
Yummy.
Sorry.
And for dinner, you swear by this chutney.
This is this is a go-to chutney. It is Trinidadian as far as culture is concerned, but you can also puree it and make it into a glaze that is functional for like roasts and things like that. What we did here is we just used it as a chutney or a relish on this chicken. It's called cuchilla.
Wow.
It's a little bit spicy. It's made with mangoes and ginger. This amchar masala, which is a
Garlic
very lovely
peppers.
spices, garlic
lovely.
peppers, and everything like that.
Dawn, thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for
You
having
can
me.
find the recipes at today.com/food. And she's back on the third hour to tell us how to turn an athlete's cheat meal into a breakfast of champions. Oh, by the way,
right.
speaking of champions, our champion weather person, Dylan Dreyer. Little birthday. I will. We have a special bubbly drink.
Oh, yes.
for
You get cider.
So,
Thank you for the cider.
There you
As
go.
I-
You're
as I
gonna
ring
drink
in-
while you have apple cider?
Yes, I ring in 40.
Wow.
You're only 40?
The big 40.
That's it?
Wow.
I
Hanode wanted
when
to
I
say
woke up
happy
this
birthday
morning,
too.
but-
How old are you, Hanode? Are you 21? No, you better not. No, I can't drink.
I know he's just a baby.
Yeah.
Well,
There you go. Well,
congratulations.
happy birthday,
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
Dylan.
We love you.
so much.
Wow.
You guys are so sweet.
Cheers.
Cheers, Dilly Dilly. We love you.
That's in Tokyo.
Oh, there we go. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, like they need a reason to drink in Tokyo.
I know.
We are back with Today Food, and it is inspired by a trip to London, so we thought Nicholas Holt would like to stick around. Plus, he said he's never had a popover. So we've got Gail Simmons, our culinary expert.
Not as you know it as a
That's
popover.
right. Food writer, permanent chef, judge on Top Chef, now in its 20th season. 16 former competitors from all around the world head to London, facing off for the ultimate world all-stars title. Gail joining us now to make a traditional Sunday roast using lamb. Gail, good morning.
That's right. Good morning. Good to see you guys.
That's
Good
right. So
morning.
London.
So London, Top Chef. This is the first time in 20 seasons that we did our entire season overseas. We lived in London for 2 months shooting over the summer and fall.
Must have been wonderful.
It was wonderful.
I bet.
And most of all, I have to admit, like, I love British food. I think it gets a bad rap. But first of all, London is an incredibly global city.
Yes.
But I really
Nicholas
love
laughed at
Sunday
that.
roast.
What was the Sunday roast is a beautiful tradition, I
Isn't
think.
it?
And I'm
Sun-
very excited about
yes,
this.
and it really goes well with Easter, obviously coming up, or Passover, or
Right.
whatever you may be celebrating right now. This time of year, spring. So I decided usually it's done with a big beef roast.
Right.
But I'm making a leg of lamb.
Okay, so this is a boneless butterfly leg of lamb?
boneless and butterfly.
Can you ask
thank
your butcher to
Al.
get this
You
like
absolutely
this?
can. It's very standard.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with making the marinade for it.
So you're doing mint, which usually people pair with lamb.
Exactly. It goes so well. I'm using lots of fresh mint. I'm going to throw it in a bowl with lemon juice. And Al,
Okay.
you're going to help me out
Okay.
here.
That's good.
So in the bowl, I'm going to you can dump in lemon zest,
Okay.
garlic, and a little Aleppo pepper. You can use just chili flakes if you have. Let's season it up.
Is that spicy?
They are spicy, but Aleppo has a beautiful mellow chili
Okay.
flavor. And then, Al, if you want to whisk,
Okay,
I'm
am
going
I
to pour
adding
in some olive oil. Yep,
Okay.
I got salt.
This is absolutely delicious.
Oh, good. I'm glad you like
Incredible.
dig in. Like, gotta eat it when it's hot, especially
Thank
the
you.
popover, which Nick, you will know as Yorkshire pudding.
Well, is it the same essentially? as-
Exactly the same.
Okay.
They just cook them in these crazy tins that we'll get to in a minute instead of in one big dish.
Okay. So you've got your marinade.
So I've got my marinade. Now pour it over my leg of lamb, but not all of it. Save a little bit of it, which will act as the extra sauce later. That's
Okay.
gorgeous.
All
Thank you
right.
very much. You've done this before,
Once
sir.
or twice.
And how long do you let it sit in the marinade?
At least 4 hours. You can put it in the fridge. You can leave it overnight and cook
Okay.
it the next day if you
Mhm.
want. You're going to toss it around and make sure that it's nice and coated.
Okay.
Leave it, cover it, and then you're going to take it out, pat it dry, and throw it right on a very hot grill.
Gail, should
It's
you let
big.
should you let the meat get to like room temperature before you throw it
Yes,
on?
you want to take it out at least 45 minutes, and actually you want to season it because there's no salt in that marinade.
Uh-huh.
But we'll do that as we go.
Right.
Season with salt and
Okay.
pepper.
Mhm.
You want to pat it dry after it's come to room temperature, and then you're gonna let it grill.
I've never cooked lamb. Do you want a little redness inside, or do you?
A
you have to
little,
cook it
but
through?
I find, and this is personal, that unlike steak that I like really medium, rare, like totally pink inside, lamb can be a little tougher, a little chewier. So I like to cook it slightly more medium
Right.
than
Okay.
medium rare.
So now we're
and
gonna
then I
make the
make my
Yorkshire-
popovers.
the popover,
Exactly.
which
so
is important.
in one bowl, I have flour and salt. In
Mhm.
the other bowl, I have 4 eggs. I'm gonna whisk with, I like to add a little maple syrup. Untraditional, but I'm Canadian.
This is what I was excited about because I took a bite and I love Yorkshire pudding, but this has got a nice sweetness to it.
That's right, a
and the crust.
little bit of sweetness,
I like this
some
addition.
melted butter. Nicholas cooks, so he's taking notes.
I am.
I love that. I love that.
Puddings I've ever had. I'm
I
excited.
feel it's very, it's serendipitous that we have a Brit to eat my
beautiful,
my
thank you.
Sunday roast.
Usually you make it with beef fat, but this is a
Yes,
wonderful.
I'm using melted butter here, and then I'm just gonna put my dry ingredients whisked in.
It's like a very moist
This
pancake.
is like that's exactly it. But
It's like a
when
good
they come
pancake.
out of the oven, they're actually
Oh my gosh.
huge, as you saw earlier. They deflate a bit, but they're so much
Tell
fun.
them about the shrinkage, Jerry.
Like a
Precisely. All right, so I mix that all up, put it in a pouring tin. Now here's the key to Yorkshire pudding.
Okay.
The key to popovers is you want to preheat this pan. This is a fancy popover pan. You don't need it. You can use a muffin tin. Okay. But you can see that there's already sizzling melted butter at the bottom because I've preheated it. Take it out of the oven and immediately while it's still hot, pour in 3/4 of the way
'Cause you don't
your
wanna fill it up
popover
too much or
batter.
else
That's
it'll-
right. Because
So
they
it
get
does expand over.
huge.
Yeah.
And that is the name. So you pour it in, and then you put these in the oven about 15 to 20 minutes at 425,
This
and
is
they come out
delicious.
so puffed up and
serve
huge.
immediately.
Serve immediately. I mean, already they have.
They deflate.
But
Yeah,
they are
but they're so
crinkly
good.
and
I'm very
delicious,
happy.
and they go with the
Glad I
lamb.
stuck
Are you
around.
happy,
I'm
Nicholas?
very happy. I'm
We're
glad I
glad
stuck
you
around.
stayed.
Thank you.
And then you have the extra
Much better
marinade,
than the
of course,
crickets.
Oh, that's
as
right.
your sauce.
This is
How's my
That's right.
Sunday roast?
delicious.
It's incredible.
Is this the best interview you've ever had?
It certainly is. I'm very happy. It's taken
good.
the bad taste of the crickets out of my mouth as well.
Nicholas came
couldn't
to
leave
play.
it
I like that. All right, Gail, thank you so much. Nicholas, thank you so much. And
Thank
for
you.
these
Thank you.
recipes, head to today.com/food.